God's Way and Man's. Chapter 1. It happened in Russia in the 70s, when the struggle between the revolutionists and the government was at its height. The general governor of a district in South Russia, a healthy-looking German with drooping mustaches and a cold look on his expressionless face, dressed in a military uniform, with a white cross at his neck, sat one evening in his cabinet, at a table on which were placed 4 candles with green shades, looking through and signing papers left for him by his secretary. Among those papers was the death warrant of Anatol Svetlogaub, a graduate of the Novorossiysk University, sentenced for taking part in a conspiracy to overthrow the then existing government. The general, frowning deeply, signed that paper, too. With his white, well-kept fingers, wrinkled by old age and the use of much soap, he carefully adjusted the edges of the sheets and laid them aside. The next paper dealt with the sums assigned for the carriage of provender. He read this attentively, considering whether the amounts were correctly or wrongly calculated, when suddenly he remembered a talk he had had with his assistant about Svetlogaub's case. The general thought that the dynamite found in Svetlogaub's possession was not sufficient proof of criminal intentions, while the assistant insisted that besides the dynamite there was sufficient evidence to prove that Svetlogaub was the leader of the gang. And, remembering this, the general became thoughtful. And his heart, under the padded coat with facings as stiff as cardboard, began to beat nervously. And he breathed so hard that the large white cross, the object of his joy and pride, visibly rose and sank on his breast. The secretary might still be called back, and the sentence might at least be delayed, if not remitted. Shall I call him back, or shall I not? His heart beat more irregularly. He rang. And the courier entered with quick, nervous footsteps. Has Ivan Matveitch gone? No, Your Excellency, he is in the office. The general's heart now stopped, now beat quickly. He remembered the warnings of the doctor who had examined him a few days before. Above all, the doctor had said, if you begin to feel that you have a heart, stop working, divert your mind. There is nothing so bad as agitation. On no account allow yourself to be agitated. Shall I call him, Your Excellency? No, it is not necessary, answered the general. Yes, said he to himself, nothing is so agitating as indecision. It is signed and done with. Ein jeder macht sich sein Bett und muss darauf schlafen. 320. He repeated his favorite proverb. Besides, it is not my business. I only fulfill the supreme will. 321 and must stand above that kind of consideration, he added, frowning to awaken in himself the cruelty which was not natural to him. And here he remembered his last interview with the Tsar, how the latter had fixed his cold, icy look on him and had said, I trust you. As in war you did not spare yourself, so you must act with the same firmness now in the fight with the Red Ones, and must not allow yourself to be either deceived or frightened. Goodbye. Then the Tsar had embraced him, offering his shoulder to the general to kiss. The general recalled the words with which he had answered the Tsar, my one desire is to give my life to serve my emperor and my country. And as he recalled the feeling of servile emotion which the consciousness of his self-sacrificing loyalty to his sovereign had evoked in him, he drove from his mind the thought which for a moment had disturbed him, signed the rest of the papers, and rang again. Is tea ready? He asked. It is just being served, Your Excellency. All right, you may go. The governor sighed deeply, and rubbed the place where his heart was. Then, heavily treading through the large empty hall, with its freshly polished parquet floor, he went towards the drawing room, whence came the sound of voices. The general's wife had visitors, the governor and his wife, an old princess, an ardent patriot, and an officer of the guards, the fiancée of his last unmarried daughter. His wife, a thin-lipped, cold-faced woman, sat at a low table, on which tea was laid, a silver teapot standing on the top of the samovar. She was speaking with affected sadness of her anxiety about her husband's health, to the governor's wife, a lady who gave herself the airs of a young woman. Every day fresh information brings to light conspiracies and all sorts of dreadful things. And it all falls on Basil, he has to decide everything. "Oh, don't mention it," said the princess. Je devians ferris quan je pense à cette maudite engines, 322. Yes, it's awful. Will you believe it? He works 12 hours a day, and with his weak heart, too. I really am afraid. Seeing her husband enter, she did not finish the sentence. Oh yes, you must hear him. Barbini is a wonderful tenor, she said, smiling amiably at the governor's wife. She referred to a singer newly arrived in Russia, and did so as naturally as though he had been the sole subject of their conversation. The general's daughter, a plump, pretty young girl, was sitting with her fiancé behind a Chinese screen at the other end of the drawing room. They both rose and went up to her father. "Dear me! Why, we have not yet seen one another today," said the general, kissing his daughter and pressing her fiancé's hand. After greeting his guests, the general sat down at a small table, and began talking with the governor about the latest news. No. You must not talk business, it is forbidden," the general's wife said, interrupting the governor. "Ah, and, as luck will have it, here is Kopiev, he will tell us something amusing." And Kopiev, noted for his gaiety and wit, did tell them the latest anecdote, which made everybody laugh. Chapter 2. No. It cannot be, it cannot. Let me go. Svetlogoub's mother shouted piercingly, struggling to free herself from the grasp of the schoolmaster, her son's friend, and of the doctor, who were trying to keep her back. Svetlogoub's mother was a nice-looking middle-aged woman, with grey curls and a star of wrinkles near each eye. The schoolmaster, when he heard that the death warrant was signed, wanted to prepare her gently for the terrible news. But he had hardly begun to speak about her son when, by the tone of his voice and his timid look, she guessed that what she dreaded had really happened. This took place in a small room in the best hotel in the town. "Oh dear! Why do you hold me? Let go!" she shouted, freeing herself from the doctor, an old friend of the family, who with one hand held her by her thin elbow, and with the other put a bottle of medicine on the table which stood before the sofa. She was glad they held her, because she felt that she ought to do something, but did not know what to do, and was afraid of herself. "Don't be so agitated. Here, take these valerian drops," said the doctor, handing her a glass of turbid liquid. She suddenly grew quiet, and, bent almost double, her head drooping onto her hollow chest, she closed her eyes and sank onto the sofa. She remembered how, 3 months ago, her son had taken leave of her with a look of mystery and sorrow on his face. Then she recalled him as an 8-year-old boy, dressed in a velvet jacket, with bare legs and long fair ringlets. And him, that very boy, they are going to destroy. She jumped up, pushing away the table, and tore herself from the doctor, but on reaching the door she again sank onto a chair. "And they say there is a God. What God is he, if he allows it? May the devil take him, that God," she screamed, now sobbing, now breaking into hysterical laughter. "To hang him, who gave up all, his whole career, all his property, to others, gave it all to the people." She, who had formerly reproached her son for this, was now speaking of his self-abnegation as a merit. "And him, they will do it to him. And you say there is a God," she cried. "But I do not say anything, I only ask you to take these drops. I want nothing." Ha, she laughed and sobbed, beside herself with despair. Towards night she was so exhausted with suffering that she could neither speak nor weep, but only stared in front of her with a fixed, insane gaze. The doctor injected morphia, and she fell asleep. It was a dreamless sleep, but the awakening was worse than what had gone before. What appeared most terrible was that people could be so cruel, not only those dreadful generals with their shaved cheeks, and the gendarmes, but everybody. Everybody, the maid who came to do the room, with her quiet face, and the people in the next room, who greeted one another cheerfully, and laughed as if nothing had happened. Chapter 3. Svetlogaub had lived through a great deal during the 3 months of his solitary confinement. From his very childhood he had unconsciously felt the injustice of the exceptional position he held as a rich man. And though he tried to stifle this feeling, often when he came in contact with the poverty of the common people, or sometimes even when he was particularly happy and comfortable himself, he felt rather ashamed of his relation to the people, to peasants. Old men, women, and children, who were born, grew up and died, not only without knowing the pleasures he enjoyed, but without even understanding them, and never free from toil and hardship. When he had finished his studies at the university, in order to liberate himself from the consciousness of this injustice, he organized a school in the village on his estate, a model school, a cooperative store, and a home for the aged poor. Yet, strange to say, when occupied with all this, he felt even more ashamed than when he was at supper with his comrades or when he purchased an expensive riding horse. He felt that it was not the right thing, and, even worse than that, there seemed to be something bad about it, something morally impure. In one of these fits of disillusionment about his village activities he went to Kiev, where he met a fellow university student. 3 years later that fellow student was shot in the moat of Kiev fortress. That comrade, an ardent and extremely gifted young man, drew Svetlogaub into a society the object of which was to enlighten the people, to awaken them to a consciousness of their rights, and to form them into federated groups aiming at freeing the people from the landlords and the government. His conversation with this man and this man's friends seemed to ripen into a clear perception all that Svetlogaub had been vaguely feeling. He understood now what he had to do. Without breaking off his intercourse with his new comrades, he returned to the country, and there began quite a fresh line of activity. He himself took the place of schoolmaster, arranged adult classes, read books and pamphlets to the peasants, and explained to them their true position. Besides all this, he published illegal 323 books and pamphlets for the people, and gave all that, without taking anything from his mother. He could give for the formation of similar centers in other villages. From the first, Svetlogaub was faced in this activity by 2 unexpected obstacles. The first was the fact that the majority of the people treated his preaching with indifference, or even with a certain contempt. Only exceptional men, often men of doubtful morality, listened and sympathized with him. The other obstacle came from the side of the government. They closed his school, and the police searched his house and the dwellings of all who were connected with him, and confiscated books and papers. Svetlogaub was too indignant with the second obstacle, the senseless and humiliating oppression of the government, to pay much attention to the first. The same was felt by his comrades who were active in other centers. And the feeling of irritation they fomented in one another reached such a pitch of intensity that the great majority of their group decided to fight the government by force. The head of that group was a certain Mezanetsky, regarded by everybody as a man of indomitable power, incontestable logic, and entirely devoted to the cause of revolution. Svetlogaub submitted to this man's influence, and with the same energy with which he had worked among the people, now gave himself up to terrorist activity. That activity was dangerous, but the danger more than anything else attracted Svetlogaub. He said to himself, victory or martyrdom, and if it is to be martyrdom it will still be victory in the future. And the fire that had been kindled within him remained not only unextinguished during the 7 years of his revolutionary activity, but fanned by the affection and esteem of those among whom he moved, burned more and more fiercely. He attached no importance to the fact that he had given away for the cause almost all his fortune, inherited from his father, nor to the hardships and privations which he often had to encounter in the course of his activity. The only thing that grieved him was the sorrow he was causing to his mother and her ward, a girl who lived with her and loved him. At last one of his comrades, a terrorist whom he did not much like, a disagreeable man, when tracked by the police, asked Svetlogaub to hide some dynamite in his house. Just because he did not like that comrade, Svetlogaub agreed, and the next day the police searched the house and found the dynamite. When asked how the dynamite had come into his possession, Svetlogaub refused to answer. And now the martyrdom he expected began. At that time, after so many of his friends had been executed, imprisoned, or exiled, and so many women had suffered, Svetlogaub almost desired martyrdom. During the first moments after his arrest and examination he felt a peculiar exultation and almost joy. He felt this while he was being undressed and searched, and while he was being led to prison, and when the iron doors were locked upon him. But when one day passed, and another, and a third, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, in the dirty, damp, vermin-infested cell, in loneliness and enforced idleness, varied only by cheerless or bad news, which his comrades and fellow prisoners communicated by tapping on the walls of their cells, and by occasional examinations by cold, hostile men who tried to torment him into incriminating his comrades, his moral, and with it his physical, strength gradually began to give way. He became despondent and, as he said to himself, longed for this insufferable position to end one way or another. His despondency was aggravated by doubts of his own endurance. In the second month of his incarceration he detected himself thinking of revealing the whole truth, anything to be free. He was appalled at this weakness, but could no longer find in himself his former strength, and, hating and despising himself, became more despondent than ever. But what was most terrible was the fact that, in prison, he began to regret the youthful powers and pleasures he had sacrificed so lightly when he was free, and which now appeared so enchanting that he almost repented of doing what he had once considered right, and sometimes even of the whole of his activity. Thoughts came to him of how happy he would be if he had liberty, living in the country or abroad, free, among loving and beloved friends. How he might marry her, or perhaps another, and with her might live a simple, joyous, bright life. Chapter 4. On one of the painfully monotonous days of the second month of Svetlogaub's imprisonment, the inspector, while making his daily round, handed him a little book with a gilt cross on its brown binding, saying that the governor's wife had visited the prison and had left some testaments, and that permission had been granted to distribute them among the prisoners. Svetlogaub thanked him, and smiled slightly as he put the book on the little table screwed fast to the wall. When the inspector had gone, Svetlogaub informed his neighbor by tapping that the inspector had been, and had said nothing new, but had left a testament. The neighbor replied that he also had received one. After dinner Svetlogaub opened the book, the pages of which stuck together from the damp, and began to read. He had never before read the Gospels as a book, and knew them only as he had gone through them with the scripture teacher at school, and as the priests and deacons chanted them in church. Chapter 1, The Book of the Generation of Jesus Christ the son of David, the son of Abraham. Isaac begot Jacob, Jacob begot Judah, and he went on to read, Zorobabel begot Abiad. All this was just what he expected, some kind of involved, worthless jargon. Had he not been in prison he could not have read a single page to the end. But here he went on reading for the sake of the mechanical act of reading, just like Gogol's Petrusha, he thought to himself. He read the first chapter, about the virgin birth and the prophecy which said that the newborn child would be named Emmanuel, which meant, God with us. But where does the prophecy come in? He thought, and went on reading the second chapter, about the wandering star, and the third, about John who ate locusts, and the fourth, about some devil who suggested to Christ a gymnastic performance from a roof. All this seemed so uninteresting to him that, in spite of the dullness of the prison, he was about to close the book and start on his usual evening occupation, flea hunting on the shirt he took off, when suddenly he remembered how at an examination of the 5th class at school he had forgotten one of the Beatitudes, and how the rosy-faced, curly-headed priest had suddenly grown angry and given him a bad mark. He could not recollect the text, so he began reading the Beatitudes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, he read. This might relate also to us, he thought. Blessed are they that have been persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall reproach you, and persecute you. Rejoice, and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt have lost its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out and trodden under foot of men. This quite plainly refers to us, he thought, and read farther. When he had read the whole of the 5th chapter, he became thoughtful. Do not be angry, don't commit adultery, bear with evil, love your enemies. Yes, if all men lived so, he thought, there would be no need of revolutions. As he read farther he entered more and more into the spirit of the passages which were quite comprehensible. And the longer he read the more the idea grew on him that something very important was said in that book, something important, simple and touching. Something he had never heard before, and which yet seemed to have long been familiar. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, If any man would come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. For whosoever would save his life shall lose it, and whosoever shall lose his life for my sake shall find it. For what shall a man be profited, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Matthew 16 verse 24, 26. Yes, yes, that is it, he suddenly exclaimed, with tears in his eyes. That is just what I wished to do. Yes, I wished just that, just to give my soul, not to keep it safe, but to give it. That is where joy lies, that is life. I have done a great deal for other people's sake, for the sake of human approbation, not the approbation of the crowd. But for the good opinion of those I respected and loved, Natasha and Dmitry Shelemov. And then I doubted and was agitated. I felt at ease only when I did something my soul demanded, when I wished to give myself, my whole self. From that moment Svetlogaub spent most of his time reading and pondering what he read in that book. This reading not only evoked in him a glow of tender emotion which carried him beyond the conditions in which he found himself, but also evoked an activity of mind such as he had never before experienced. He wondered why people did not all live as they were told to in that book. After all, to live so, is good not for one only, but for all. We only need live like that, and there will be no sorrow and no want, only blessedness. If only this would end, if only I could be free once more, he sometimes thought. After all, they will let me out sooner or later, or send me to penal servitude, no matter which. It is possible to live like that anywhere, and I will live so. I can and must live so, not to live so is madness. Chapter 5. One day when he was in that joyous, exalted state, the inspector came into his cell at an unusual hour, and asked him if he was comfortable, or if he wanted anything. Svetlogaub was surprised, and unable to understand what this change of manner meant. He asked for a packet of cigarettes and some matches, expecting a refusal. But the inspector replied that he would send some at once, and a watchman really brought him a packet of cigarettes and some matches. Someone has probably interceded for me, thought Svetlogaub. And, having lit a cigarette, began to pace up and down the cell, considering what this change might portend. Next day he was taken up to the court, where he had been several times before. This time, however, he was not examined, but one of the judges, without looking at him, rose from his chair with a paper in his hand. The others also rose. The judge began to read in an unnaturally expressionless voice. Svetlogaub listened and looked at the judges' faces. They all avoided looking at him, and listened with a significant and depressed expression on their faces. The document said that Anatole Svetlogaub, for his participation in revolutionary activity which had for its aim the overthrow, in the near or more distant future, of the existing government, was sentenced to be deprived of all his rights, and to death by hanging. Svetlogaub listened and understood the words spoken by the official. He noticed the absurdity of the wording, in the near or more distant future, and the depriving of a man sentenced to death of all his rights. But he did not in the least understand the significance to himself of what had been read. Only much later, when he was told that he might go, and was out in the street with a gendarme, did the meaning of the declaration he had just heard begin to dawn upon him. That's not it, that's not it. It can't be true. It's absurd, he said to himself, as he sat in the carriage that was taking him back to prison. He felt so full of vitality that he could not imagine death, could not connect the consciousness of his I with death, with the absence of that I. When he returned to his cell he sat down on his bed, and closing his eyes, tried to imagine what awaited him, and could not manage to do so. He could not at all imagine that he would not be, nor that people could wish to kill him. Me, young, kind, happy, loved by so many, he thought, remembering his mother's and Natasha's affection for him, as well as that of his friends. And they will kill me, hang me. Who will do it? Why? And then what will there be when I am not? It's impossible, he said to himself. The inspector came in. Svetlogaub did not hear him enter. Who is it? What do you want? Asked Svetlogaub, not recognizing him. Ah, it's you. When is it to be? He asked. I do not know, answered the inspector, and, having stood still for a moment, suddenly began, in an insinuating, gentle voice. The priest is here, he would like to prep, he would like to see you. I don't want to, it is unnecessary. I want nothing. Go away, exclaimed Svetlogaub. Don't you want to write to anybody? You can, said the inspector. Yes, yes. Send what is necessary. I will write. The inspector went away. That means tomorrow morning, thought Svetlogaub. They always behave like that. Tomorrow morning I shall not be, no, it is impossible. It's a dream. But the watchman came in, the real, familiar watchman, and brought 2 pens, an inkstand, a packet of notepaper, and some blue envelopes, and moved the stool to the table. All this was reality, and not a dream. I must not think, only not think. Yes, I will write to mother, thought Svetlogaub, and sat down on the stool and at once began. My own dear. He wrote, and burst into tears. Forgive me all the grief I have caused you. Whether I was deluded or not, I could not act otherwise. I only ask you to forgive me. But I have already written this. Well, anyhow, there is no time to alter it now. Do not sorrow on my account, he continued. A little sooner or a little later, is it not all the same? I am not frightened, nor do I repent of what I have done. I could not act otherwise. Only do you forgive me. And do not be angry with them, neither with those with whom I worked nor with those who are executing me. Neither the former nor the latter could act otherwise. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. I dare not say these words about myself, but they are in my soul, and lift me up and calm me. Forgive me. I kiss your dear, wrinkled, old hands. 2 tears fell one after another and spread on the paper. I am crying, not with grief or fear, but with deep emotion before the most solemn moment of my life, and because I love you. Do not reproach my friends, but love them, especially Prohorov, because he was the cause of my death. It is so joyful to love one who is not exactly guilty, but whom one might reproach and hate. To learn to love a man of that kind, an enemy, is such happiness. Tell Natasha that her love was my comfort and joy. I did not fully realize it, but was conscious of it in the depths of my soul. It was easier for me to live, knowing that she existed and loved me. Now I have said everything. Goodbye. He folded the letter, sealed it, and sat down on his bed, folding his hands on his knees and swallowing his tears. He could still not believe he was about to die. He asked himself several times whether he was not asleep, and vainly tried to wake up. And this thought gave rise to another, whether life in this world is not all a dream, out of which the awaking is death. And if this be so, whether consciousness in this life is not merely an awakening out of the sleep of a former, unremembered life? So that this existence does not begin here, but is only a new form of life. I shall die and enter into a new form. He liked this idea, but when he tried to use it as a support, he felt that neither it, nor any kind of idea whatever, could remove the fear of death. At last he grew tired of thinking. His brain would no longer work. He shut his eyes and long sat without thinking. He read his letter over again, and, seeing the name of Prohorov at the end, he remembered that his letter might be read by the officials, would in all probability be read, and would lead to Prohorov's destruction. "Oh God, what have I done?" he suddenly exclaimed, and, tearing the letter into strips, he began carefully burning them over the lamp. He was in despair when he sat down to write. But now he felt calm, almost happy. He took another sheet of paper, and again began writing. Thoughts came thronging one after another into his head. "Dear, darling mother," he wrote, and his eyes were again misty with tears so that he had to wipe them with the sleeve of his prison coat in order to see what he was writing. "How little I knew myself and all the strength of love and gratitude to you which always dwelt in my heart. Now I know and feel it, and always when I recall our differences, and the unkind words I have said to you, I am pained and ashamed, and can hardly understand it. Forgive me, and remember only the good, if there was any in me. I am not afraid of death. To speak frankly, I do not understand it or believe in it. After all, if death, annihilation, exists, is it not all the same whether we die 30 years or 30 minutes sooner or later? And if there is no death, then it is quite indifferent whether it happens sooner or later. But why am I philosophizing?" he thought. "I must say what I said in the other letter, something good at the end. Yes. Do not reproach my friends, but love them, especially the one who was the involuntary cause of my death. Kiss Natasha for me, and tell her that I have always loved her. What is it? What is going to happen?" he thought again, remembering. Nothing? No, not nothing. What, then? And suddenly it grew quite clear to him that for a living man there were, and could be, no answers to these questions. Then why am I putting these questions to myself? Why? Yes, why? I must not question, but live, as I was living just now while writing this letter. Have we not all been sentenced to death long ago, and yet we go on living? We live happily, joyfully, when we love. Yes, when we love. While I was writing, I loved and felt happy, and I must go on living so. That is possible everywhere and always, when free and when in prison, today and tomorrow, till the end. He longed to speak to someone gently and lovingly at once, and knocked at the door. When the sentinel looked in at his window, he asked him what the time was, and if he would soon be relieved, but the sentinel did not answer. Then he asked for the inspector. The inspector came, and wanted to know what he desired. "Here, I have written to my mother. Please let her have it," and at the thought of his mother the tears again filled his eyes. The inspector took the letter, promising to forward it, and was going away, but Svetlogaub stopped him. "Wait a minute," he said, holding him affectionately by his sleeve. "You are kind, why do you stay in such a dismal service?" The inspector smiled an unnatural, piteous smile, and hanging his head, he said, "One has to live. Give up this post. It is always possible to find something. You are so kind, perhaps I might." The inspector suddenly sobbed, quickly turned away, and went out, banging the door after him. This agitation increased Svetlogaub's loving emotion, and forcing back tears of joy, he began pacing up and down the cell, no longer experiencing any fear, but only a feeling of tenderness which lifted him above the world. The question of what would happen to him after death, which he had tried so hard and yet had been unable to solve, now seemed solved for him, and not by any decided, reasoned answer, but by the realization of the real life within himself. He recalled the words of the Gospels, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a grain of wheat fall into the earth and die, it abideth by itself alone, but if it die, it beareth much fruit. Here am I also falling into the earth, yes, verily, verily," he repeated. "I'd better sleep," he suddenly thought, "that my strength may not fail me tomorrow." And he lay down, closed his eyes, and immediately fell asleep. At 6 o'clock he woke up, still under the influence of a bright, merry dream. He had dreamt that he was with a little fair-haired girl, climbing wide-spreading trees covered with ripe, black cherries, which he picked into a large brass basin. The cherries missed the basin and rolled on the ground, and some sort of strange animals, something like cats, ran after them and threw them up into the air. While the little girl looked on, shaking with ringing, infectious laughter, so that Svetlogaub also laughed merrily in his sleep, without knowing why. Suddenly the basin slipped out of the girl's hands, and Svetlogaub tried to catch it, but missed it. The brass basin, clanging as it knocked against the branches, fell to the ground, and he awoke smiling and listening to the still-continued clanging of the basin. This clanging was the noise made by the drawing of the iron bolts in the corridor. He heard the sound of footsteps, and the clanking of rifles outside, and suddenly he remembered everything. Oh, to fall asleep again, thought Svetlogaub, but that was no longer possible. The steps approached his door. He heard the grating of the key feeling for the keyhole, and the creaking of the door as it opened. A gendarme officer, the inspector, and the convoy soldiers came in. Death? Well, what of it? I will go. It is a good thing, everything is good, thought Svetlogaub, and he felt the tenderly solemn mood returning, which he had experienced the evening before. Chapter 6. An old man belonging to a priestless sect, who had lost faith in his leaders and was seeking the truth, was confined in the same prison as Svetlogaub. He denied not only the Church of Nikon 324 but also the government that had existed since the days of Peter the Great, whom he regarded as Antichrist. He called the Tsar's government, snuff rule, 325 and boldly denounced priests and officials. For this he had been tried, kept in jail, and sent from prison to prison. He was not disturbed by the fact that he had lost his liberty, that the inspectors abused him, that he was manacled, that his fellow prisoners mocked him. That they, as well as the authorities, denied God, quarreled with one another, and denied his image within themselves in all sorts of ways. He had seen all that when he was free. Everywhere in the world outside. He knew that it all resulted from people having lost the true faith and gone astray, like blind puppies away from their mother. And yet he knew that a true faith existed, because he felt it in his heart. He sought it everywhere, but was most hopeful of finding it in the revelation of St. John the Divine. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still, and he which is filthy, let him be filthy still, and he that is righteous, let him be righteous still, and he that is holy, let him be holy still. And, behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give every man according as his work shall be. Revelation 22 verse 11, 12. And he was always reading this mystic book and expecting every moment him who was to come, who would not only reward every man according to his works, but would reveal divine truth to man. On the day of Svetlogaub's execution this man heard the drums beat, and, having climbed to the window, saw a car arrive, and a youth with waving curls and eyes full of light, who smilingly mounted the car. The youth held a book in his small white hand. He pressed the book to his heart, and the sectarian knew it was a testament, and as he nodded to the prisoners at the windows he exchanged a look with the old man. The horses started, and the car, with the youth who appeared bright as an angel, and the guard who surrounded him, rattling over the stones, passed out of the gate. The sectarian got down from the window and sat on his bunk, meditating. That one knows the truth, he thought. Antichrist's servants will strangle him with a rope for it, that he should not reveal it to anyone. Chapter 7. It was a dull autumn morning. The sun was invisible, and a warm, moist breeze came from the sea. The fresh air, the sight of houses, the town, the horses, the people who looked at him, all distracted Svetlogaub. Sitting on the bench of the car, with his back to the driver, he involuntarily examined the faces of the convoy soldiers and of the people in the streets. It was early morning. The streets along which he was driven were almost empty, and they only met a few workmen. Some bricklayers with aprons on, all bespattered with mortar, who met the car, stopped and turned back again as it passed, as though to accompany it. One of them said something, then waved his hand, and then they all turned back again and went to their work. Some carters, carting loads of rattling iron bars, moved their heavy horses to let the car pass, and stood looking at Svetlogaub with perplexed curiosity. One of them took off his cap and crossed himself. A cook with a white apron, a cap on her head and a basket on her arm, came out of a gate. But, seeing the car, she quickly turned back and ran out again with another woman, and they breathlessly followed the car with very wide-open eyes as long as it was in sight. A tattered, unshaven, gray-haired man explained something with energetic and evidently disapproving gestures to a porter, as he pointed to Svetlogaub. Two boys ran after the car at a trot, caught up with it, and with their faces turned towards it, went along the pavement without looking where they were going. The older one walked with big strides, the little one, bareheaded, clung to the elder, looking at the car with frightened eyes, stumbling on his short legs, and keeping up with the other with difficulty. When Svetlogaub's eyes met those of the little boy, Svetlogaub nodded to him. This action of the terrible man in the car staggered the boy so much that, staring with wide-open eyes and open mouth, he was just beginning to cry. Then Svetlogaub kissed his hand to him with a kind smile, and the boy suddenly and unexpectedly answered with a sweet, kindly smile. During the whole of the drive the consciousness of what awaited him did not disturb Svetlogaub's calm and solemn state of mind. Only when the car approached the gallows and he was helped out, and saw the posts with the crossbeam, and the cord that hung from it slightly swinging in the breeze, he experienced an almost physical blow on his heart. He suddenly felt sick. But this did not last long. Beneath the scaffold he saw black rows of soldiers with guns. Officers were walking in front of them. And as soon as they began helping him down from the car, he heard an unexpected rattle of beating drums, which made him start. Behind the rows of soldiers Svetlogaub perceived carriages with ladies and gentlemen, who had come to see the sight. All this surprised him for a moment, but he immediately recollected himself as he had been before his imprisonment, and felt sorry these people did not know what he now knew. But they will know. I shall die, but truth will not die. They too will know. And how happy everybody, not I, but they all might be, and will be. They led him onto the scaffold, an officer following. The drums became silent, and the officer, in an unnatural tone, which sounded peculiarly weak amid the open fields and after the rattle of the drums, read the same stupid words of the sentence that had been read to him in court, about his being deprived of all his rights, he whom they were about to kill, and about the near and more distant future. Oh, why do they do all this, thought Svetlogaub. What a pity it is that they don't know, and that I can no longer tell them of it. But they will know, everyone will know. A lean priest, with thin long hair, in a lilac cassock, with a small gilt cross on his breast and a large silver one in his weak white thick-veined hand encircled by a black velvet cuff, drew near to Svetlogaub. Merciful Lord, he began, changing the cross from his left to his right hand, and holding it out to Svetlogaub. Svetlogaub shuddered and moved aside. He was on the point of saying some angry words to this priest, who was taking part in the deed that was being done to him and was at the same time speaking of mercy. But, recollecting the words of the Gospels, they know not what they do, he made an effort and mildly uttered the words, "Excuse me, I do not want it. Please forgive me, but really I don't want it, thank you." He held out his hand to the priest, who changed the cross back into his left hand, and after pressing Svetlogaub's hand, descended from the scaffold, trying not to look him in the face. The drums began to roll again, deafening every other sound. After the priest, a man of medium height with sloping shoulders and muscular arms, and wearing a pea jacket over his Russian shirt, approached Svetlogaub with rapid steps, shaking the boards of the scaffold. This man glanced rapidly at Svetlogaub, came quite close up to him, enveloping him in a disagreeable odor of spirits and perspiration, and with clutching fingers took him by the arms just above the wrists, and pressing them together so that they hurt, twisted them behind Svetlogaub's back and tied them there tightly. After that, the hangman stood for a moment or two as if considering something, looking first at Svetlogaub, then at some things he had brought with him and had put down on the scaffold. And then at the rope dangling above. Having made his observations, he went up to the rope, did something to it, and moved Svetlogaub forward, nearer to it and to the edge of the scaffold. Just as, at the time when the sentence had been pronounced on him, Svetlogaub could not realize the importance of what was being said. So now he could not comprehend the full meaning of the moment that awaited him, and looked on with wonder at the hangman, who was fulfilling his terrible task hurriedly, deftly, and in a preoccupied manner. The hangman had a most ordinary Russian workman's face, not cruel, but engrossed, like that of a man trying to do a necessary and complicated job as accurately as possible. "Move a bit nearer here," he muttered in a hoarse voice, pushing Svetlogaub towards the gallows. Svetlogaub moved closer. "Lord, help, have mercy on me," he said. Svetlogaub had not believed in God, and had often even laughed at people who did. Nor did he believe in him now, for he was unable not only to express him in words, but even to comprehend him with his mind. But what he now meant, and addressed himself to, he knew to be the most real of all that he did know. He also knew that to address himself to it was necessary and important, and he knew this, because it instantly strengthened and calmed him. He moved towards the gallows, and involuntarily cast a look round at the soldiers and at the motley crowd of onlookers, and again he thought, why do they do it? And he pitied them and himself, and tears came to his eyes. "And are you not sorry for me?" he said, his glance meeting the executioner's bold grey eyes. The executioner stopped for a moment. His face suddenly turned cruel. "Get along. Talking," he muttered, and quickly stooping down to where his coat and a linen bag lay, with an adroit movement of his arms he embraced Svetlogaub from behind and threw a linen sack over his head, and drew it hurriedly halfway down his back and chest. "Into thy hands I commit my spirit," thought Svetlogaub, recalling the words of the Gospels. His spirit did not struggle against death, but his strong young body would not accept it, would not submit, and wanted to rebel. He wished to shout and to tear himself away, but at that very moment he felt a push, lost his equilibrium, felt animal terror and choking, and a noise in his head, and then everything vanished. Svetlogaub's body hung swinging by the cord. His shoulders twice rose and fell. After waiting a minute or two, the executioner, frowning gloomily, put both hands on the shoulders of the corpse and pushed it downwards with a powerful movement. And the corpse became perfectly still, except for a slow swinging movement of the big doll, with the unnaturally forward stooping head inside the sack and the outstretched legs in prison stockings. Descending from the scaffold, the executioner told his chief that the body might now be taken down and buried. In an hour's time the body was taken down from the gallows, and removed to the unconsecrated cemetery. The executioner had done what he wished and what he had undertaken to do. But it had not been an easy task to fulfill. Svetlogaub's words, "And are you not sorry for me?" would not leave his head. He was a murderer and a convict, and the post of hangman gave him comparative freedom and luxury. But from that day he refused to fulfill the duties he had undertaken, and drank not only all the money he had received for the execution, but also his comparatively good clothing. And finished by being put into a penitentiary and afterwards into the hospital. Chapter 8. One of the leaders of the revolutionary terrorist party, Ignatius Mezanetsky, the same who had drawn Svetlogaub into his terrorist activity, was being transported from the province where he had been arrested, to Petersburg. The old man who had seen Svetlogaub taken to execution happened to be in the same prison. He was being transported to Siberia. He still continued to seek for the true faith, and sometimes remembered the bright-faced youth who had smiled so joyfully on his way to death. When he heard that a comrade of that youth, a man holding the same faith, had been brought to the prison, the sectarian was very glad, and persuaded the watchman to let him see Svetlogaub's friend. In spite of the rigorous prison discipline, Mezanetsky never ceased intercourse with the members of his party. and was every day expecting news about the progress of a plot he himself had originated, to undermine and blow up the emperor's train. Calling to mind some details he had omitted, he was now trying to find means to communicate them to his adherents. When the watchman came into his cell and guardedly whispered in his ear that one of the convicts wished to see him, he was very pleased. Thinking that interview might furnish him with a chance of communicating with his party. "Who is he?" he asked. "A peasant." "What does he want?" "He wants to have a talk about faith." Mezenetsky smiled. "All right, send him to me," he said. "These sectarians," he thought, "also hate the government. He may be of use." The watchman went away, and a few minutes later opened the door and let in a rather short, lean old man with thick hair, a thin, grizzly goat's beard, and kindly weary blue eyes. "What do you want?" asked Mezenetsky. The old man glanced at him, and quickly dropping his eyes again, held out his small, thin but energetic hand. "What do you want?" "I want a word with thee." "What word?" "About faith." "What faith?" "They say thou art of the same faith as that youth that Antichrist's servants strangled with a rope in Odessa." "What youth?" "Him as they strangled in Odessa in the autumn." "Svetlogaub, I suppose?" "Yes, the same." "Thy friend?" At every question the old man gave Mezenetsky's face a searching glance with his kind eyes, and at once dropped them again. "Yes, we were closely bound to each other." "And of the same faith?" "The same, I expect," Mezenetsky answered, with a smile. "It's about that I want a word with thee." "And what is it you want exactly?" "To know your faith." "Our faith." "Well, sit down," said Mezenetsky, shrugging his shoulders. "This is our faith: we believe that there are men who, having seized all the power, torment and deceive the people, and that we must not spare ourselves, but must struggle against them in order to save the people they exploit." From habit Mezenetsky used the word exploit, but correcting himself, he substituted the word torment, and so they must be destroyed. They kill, and so they must be killed, until they come to their senses. The old sectarian sighed, without raising his eyes. "Our faith lies in not sparing ourselves, and in abolishing despotic government, and establishing a free, elected, popular government." The old man heaved a deep sigh, rose, smoothed the skirts of his gown, sank down on his knees, and knocking his forehead on the dirty floor, lay at Mezenetsky's feet. "Why are you bowing? Do not deceive me. Reveal to me wherein your faith lies," said the old man, without rising or lifting his head. "I have told you wherein our faith lies. But get up, or else I won't talk." The old man rose. "And did that youth hold the same faith?" he said, standing before Mezenetsky and glancing at him now and then with his kind eyes, and immediately dropping them again. "Yes, it was, just that. That is why they hanged him. And me, you see, they are taking to the Petropavlov fortress for the same faith." The old man made a deep bow and went out of the cell. Not therein lay that youth's faith, he thought. That youth knew the true faith, but this one either just boasts that he holds the same faith, or he won't reveal it. Well, what of that? I will go on striving. Here or in Siberia, and everywhere, there is God, and everywhere there are men. If you've lost your way, ask it. And the old man took the New Testament, which opened of itself at the pages of Revelation, and, having put on his spectacles, he sat down by the window and began to read. Chapter 9. Another 7 years passed. Mezenetsky had served his sentence of solitary confinement in the Petropavlov fortress, and was being transported to penal servitude in Siberia. During those 7 years he had lived through a great deal, but the trend of his thoughts had not changed, nor had his energy weakened. When cross-examined before his imprisonment in the fortress, he had astonished the magistrates and judges by his firmness and his scornful attitude with regard to the people in whose power he found himself. In the depths of his soul he suffered because he had been caught and was unable to finish the work he had begun, but he did not show it. As soon as he was face to face with people, the energy of anger awoke in him. He remained silent when questioned, except when an opportunity presented itself to say something that would wound one of the examiners, a gendarme officer, or the public prosecutor. When the usual phrase, "You can materially better your position by a frank confession," was repeated to him, he smiled contemptuously and said, after a short pause, "If you expect to make me betray my comrades, through fear or for profit, you are judging me by yourselves. Can you possibly imagine that when doing what you are now trying me for, I was not prepared for the worst? So you cannot surprise or frighten me by anything you do. You can do to me what you like, but I shall not speak." He was pleased to see how, quite abashed, they glanced at one another. In the Petropavlov fortress he was put into a small damp cell with a window high up in the wall, and he knew that it was not for months, but for years. And was seized with terror at the well-ordered, dead silence and by the consciousness that he was not alone, but that behind these impenetrable walls were other prisoners. Sentenced to 10 or 20 years confinement, committing suicide, being hanged, going out of their minds, or slowly dying of consumption. Here were men and women and friends, perhaps. Years will pass, and I too shall lose my reason, hang myself, or die. And no one will ever hear of it, he thought. Anger rose in his soul, against everybody, but especially against those who were the cause of his imprisonment. This anger demanded objects to wreak itself on, demanded action and noise, but here was dead silence, or the soft footsteps of silent men who answered no questions. And the sound of doors being locked or unlocked, food brought at appointed hours, visits from the silent men, the light of the rising sun shining through the dim panes, then darkness. And the same silence, and the same footsteps, and the same sounds, today and tomorrow. And his anger, unable to vent itself, ate into his heart. He tried to tap, but was not answered, and his tapping was followed only by the same soft footsteps, and the calm voice of a man threatening him with the punishment cell. Only sleep brought rest and relief, but the awakening was all the more dreadful. In his dreams he always saw himself free, and generally absorbed in actions he considered incompatible with revolutionary activity. Sometimes he was playing some strange kind of violin, sometimes courting girls, or rowing in a boat, or hunting. Or having a doctor's degree conferred on him by some foreign university for a strange scientific discovery, and returning thanks in a speech at a dinner party. These dreams were so distinct, and the reality so dull and monotonous, that they differed little from actuality. The only painful thing about his dreams was that he always woke up at the very moment that what he was striving for and longing for was on the point of being realized. With a sudden heart pang all the pleasant circumstances would vanish, and only the torment of unfulfilled desires remained. And again there was the grey wall with the damp marks, lit up by a small lamp, and under his body the hard plank bed, with the hay all pushed to one side in the sack which served for a mattress. The pleasantest time was when he was asleep, but the longer he was in prison, the less he slept. He waited for sleep as for the greatest happiness, he longed for it, and the more he longed, the wider awake he became. He needed only to ask himself, "Am I falling asleep?" for his drowsiness to vanish. Running about and jumping in his cage did not help. Active exercise only brought on weakness and excited his nerves. The crown of his head began to ache, and he had but to shut his eyes to see faces appearing on a dark, spangled background, shaggy, bald, large-mouthed, crooked-mouthed, each more horrible than the rest. These faces made most terrifying grimaces. Later on they began to appear when his eyes were open, and not only the faces, but whole figures chattering and dancing. He grew terrified, jumped up, knocked his head against the wall, and screamed. Then the slot in the door would open. "Screaming is forbidden," a calm, monotonous voice would remark. "Call the inspector," shouted Mezenetsky. He received no answer, and the slot was again closed. And such despair would seize him that he longed for one thing only, death. Once, when in such a state, he decided to take his life. There was a ventilator in the cell, to which a rope with a noose could be fastened, and by getting onto the bedstead it would be possible to hang oneself. But he had no rope. He began to tear his sheet into strips, but there were not enough of them. Then he decided to starve himself, and did not eat for 2 days. But on the third he became quite weak, and had a worse fit of hallucinations. When food was brought him he lay with open eyes, but unconscious, on the floor. The doctor came, laid him on the bed, and gave him rum and morphia, and he fell asleep. When he awoke next morning, the doctor was standing by him, shaking his head. And suddenly Mezenetsky was seized by the stimulating sensation of anger, which he had long not felt. "How is it you are not ashamed to serve here?" he said, as the doctor, with bowed head, counted his pulse. "Why are you doctoring me, only to torment me again?" "Why, it is just the same as standing at a flogging and giving permission to repeat the operation." "Be so good as to turn round on your back," the doctor said, quite unruffled, and, without looking at him, took out of his side pocket the instruments for sounding him. They used to heal the wounds, in order that the remaining 5,000 strokes could be given. "Go to the devil. Go to hell," he suddenly exclaimed, taking his legs off the bed. "Be off. I'll die without you." "That's not right, young man. We know an answer for rudeness. To the devil, and Mezenetsky was so terrible that the doctor hurried away. Chapter 10. Whether it was a result of the medicine he took, or that he had passed a crisis, or that his anger against the doctor cured him. At any rate from then onwards Mezenetsky took himself in hand and started quite a new life. "They can't and won't keep me here forever," he thought. "After all, they will liberate me some time. Perhaps, and very likely, there will be a change of administration, our people are working, and therefore I must take care of my life, to go out strong, healthy, and able to continue the work." He took a long time to consider the best way of living to attain his object, and this was how he arranged matters. He went to bed at 9, and whether he slept or not, remained in bed till 5 a.m. Then he got up, made himself tidy, washed, did gymnastics, and then, as he said to himself, went to business. In imagination he walked through the streets of Petersburg, from the Nevsky to the Nadsensky, trying to picture to himself all he was likely to see on his way, signboards, houses, policemen, carriages, and the people he might meet. In the Nadsensky street he entered the house of an acquaintance and fellow worker, and there, with him and other comrades who dropped in, discussed prospects for the future. They argued, disputed, Mezenetsky speaking for himself and the others. Sometimes he spoke aloud, and then the sentinel made remarks to him through the window in the door. But Mezenetsky paid no heed to him, and continued his imaginary day in Petersburg. After spending a couple of hours with his comrade, he returned home to dinner, dined, first in imagination and then in reality, on the food that was brought him, and always ate moderately. Then, again in imagination, he sat at home, sometimes studying history and sometimes mathematics, and sometimes on Sundays literature. Studying history meant choosing a certain period and nation, and recalling all the facts and the chronology belonging to them. The study of mathematics meant working out and mentally solving problems. He was particularly fond of this occupation. On Sundays he recalled Pushkin, Gogol, Shakespeare, or himself composed something. Before going to bed, he again went for a short imaginary walk. Carried on amusing, merry and sometimes serious conversations with comrades, both men and women, some that had really taken place and some that were newly invented. And so it went on till bedtime. And just before lying down he really walked 2,000 steps backwards and forwards in his cage for exercise, and when in bed he generally slept. It was the same the next day. Sometimes he traveled south, and went about inciting the people and arranging riots, and with the people, expelled the landlords and divided the land among the peasants. All this, however, he did not imagine all at once, but gradually, going into every detail. In his fancy the revolutionary parties always triumphed. The power of the government grew weaker, and it was obliged to call together a council. The imperial family and all the oppressors of the people disappeared, and a republic was established, and he, Mezenetsky, was chosen president. Sometimes he reached this climax too quickly, and then he began again from the beginning, and attained his end by other means. So he lived 1, 2, 3 years, occasionally discontinuing this rigorous order of life for a time, but always returning to it again. Fits of insomnia and visions of horrible faces rarely troubled him now, and when they did, he looked at the ventilator and pictured to himself how he would fasten a rope to it, make a noose, and hang himself. He managed to master these fits, and they never lasted long. Thus he spent nearly 7 years. When his term of imprisonment came to an end, and he started on his way to penal servitude in Siberia, he was quite healthy, fresh, and in perfect possession of his mental faculties. Chapter 11. As he was a criminal of special importance, he was conveyed separately, and not allowed to communicate with others. And it was only in the prison at Krasnoyarsk that he first succeeded in having some intercourse with other political prisoners who were also being sent to penal servitude. There were 6 of them, 2 women and 4 men. They were all young people of a new type unfamiliar to Mezenetsky. They were revolutionists of a newer generation, his successors, and therefore of special interest to him. Mezenetsky expected to find them following in his footsteps, and therefore valuing very highly what had been done by their forerunners, and especially by himself, Mezenetsky. He was prepared to treat them with kindness and condescension, but he had the unpleasant surprise of discovering that these young people not only did not regard him as a pioneer and teacher, but treated him with something like condescension, evading and excusing his superannuated opinions. According to the views of these new revolutionists, all that Mezenetsky and his friends had done, all their attempts to rouse the peasants, and especially their terroristic methods and their assassinations of the governor Kropotkin, Mezentsev, and even of Alexander II, had been a series of mistakes. They had all merely contributed to the triumph of the reaction under Alexander III, which put society back almost to the days of serfdom. According to them, the true path was a quite different one. For 2 days and the greater part of 2 nights the disputes between Mezenetsky and his new acquaintances hardly ceased. Especially one of them, their leader, Roman, everybody called him by his Christian name, pained and grieved Mezenetsky by his unwavering assurance of being right, and by a contemptuous and even sarcastic rejection of all the old methods of Mezenetsky and his comrades. According to Roman, the peasants were a rough mob, a rabble. And with the peasants in their present stage of development, nothing could be done. All efforts to raise the Russian people were like attempts to set a stone or a piece of ice alight. The people had to be educated and trained for solidarity, and only large industries, and the growth of a socialistic organization based thereon, could accomplish this. The land was not only unnecessary to the people, but it was just the land that, both in Russia and in the rest of Europe, made them conservatives and slaves. And he quoted the opinion of various authorities and gave statistics, which he knew by heart. The people must be liberated from the land, and the sooner this is done the better. The more of them go into factories, and the more land the capitalists get into their hands, and the more they oppress the people, the better. Despotism, and especially capitalism, can only be brought to an end by the solidarity of the workers, and this can be attained only by trade unions and corporations of working men, i.e., only when the masses cease to own land, and become proletarians. Mezenetsky argued, and grew excited. A dark, rather good-looking brunette, with much hair and very brilliant eyes, irritated him particularly, as, sitting on the windowsill and hardly taking any direct part in the conversation, she occasionally put in a few words confirming Roman's arguments, or merely smiled contemptuously at Mezenetsky's remarks. "Is it possible to change all the country laborers into factory hands?" said Mezenetsky. "Why not?" retorted Roman. "It is a general economic law. How do we know it to be general? Said Mezenetsky. Read Kautsky, remarked the dark woman, with a contemptuous smile. Even granting, though I don't grant it, that the people will be changed into proletarians, said Mezenetsky, what makes you suppose that they will take the form you have foreordained? Because it is a scientific deduction, put in the dark woman, turning away from the window. When the kind of activity necessary to attain their aim came under discussion, their differences became even more accentuated. Roman and his friends insisted on the necessity of educating an army of workmen to help in the transformation of the peasants into factory workers, and to preach socialism among them. And not only to refrain from openly fighting the government, but to use it for the attainment of their aims. Mezenetsky, on the contrary, declared that one must fight the government openly and terrorize it, since the government was both stronger and more cunning than they. It is not you that will deceive the government, but you that will be deceived by it. We carried on propaganda work among the people and resisted the government as well. And much good you did, said the dark woman. Yes, I do think that open warfare with the government is a waste of energy, remarked Roman. March the 1st 326 a waste of energy, shouted Mezenetsky. We sacrificed ourselves, our lives, and you sit quietly at home, enjoying yourselves, and only preach. We don't enjoy ourselves very much, said Roman, glancing round at his comrades, and burst into a fit of not infectious but loud, clear and self-assured laughter. The brunette shook her head, smiling ironically. We don't enjoy ourselves much, repeated Roman. And if we sit here we owe it to the reaction, and the reaction is the outcome of that very 1st of March. Mezenetsky was silent. He felt himself choking with anger, and went out into the corridor. Chapter 12. Trying to master his excitement, Mezenetsky began pacing up and down the corridor. The doors of the cells were left open till the evening roll call. A tall, fair-haired convict, with a face the kindly expression of which was not destroyed by the shaving of half his head, approached Mezenetsky. There's a convict here in our cell, he has seen your honor, and he says to me, call him here. What convict? Snuff Rule, is what we call him, an old man, a sectarian. He says, tell that man to come to me. He means your honor. Where is he? Why, here, in our cell. Call that gentleman, he says. Mezenetsky followed the convict into a rather small cell, where several prisoners were sitting and lying on the bunks. There at the edge of the bunk on the bare boards, under his grey prison cloak, lay the same old sectarian who, 7 years before, had come to ask Mezenetsky about Svetlogaub. The old man's face was pale, emaciated and quite shriveled up, his hair was still just as thick, his upturned, thin, short beard quite white, and his blue eyes kindly inattentive. He lay on his back, evidently feverish, and his cheekbones were an unhealthy red. Mezenetsky came up to him. What do you want? He asked. The old man painfully raised himself on his elbow and held out his small, thin, trembling hand. Preparing to speak, he first breathed heavily, and drawing breath with difficulty, began in a low voice. Thou wouldst not reveal it to me that time, may God be with thee. But I reveal it to everybody. Reveal what? About the lamb. I reveal about the lamb, that youth had the lamb. And it is written that the lamb will overcome all. And those that are with him, they are the chosen, and the faithful. I do not understand, said Mezenetsky. Thou must understand in the spirit. The kings and the beast, the lamb shall overcome them. What kings? Mezenetsky asked. There are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other one is not yet come. And when he cometh he must continue a short space. That means, his end will come soon. Have you understood? Mezenetsky shook his head, thinking the old man was delirious and his words meaningless. His fellow convicts thought so too. The shaven convict, who had called Mezenetsky, came up, and nudging his elbow to draw his attention, looked at the old man with a wink. Always chattering, our snuff rule. What about, he don't know himself? So thought Mezenetsky and the old man's fellow convicts, as they looked at him. Yet the old man knew very well what he was saying, and for him it had a clear, deep meaning. He meant that evil was not to reign much longer, but that the Lamb was overcoming all by righteousness and meekness, and that the Lamb would dry every tear, and there would be no more hangmen, nor sickness, nor death. And he felt that this was already happening all over the world, that it was happening in his soul, enlightened by the nearness of death. Come quickly. Amen. Even so, come, Lord Jesus, said he, with a faint, significant, and as Mezenetsky thought, insane smile. Chapter 13. And that's a representative of the people, thought Mezenetsky, as he left the old man. And he is one of the best of them, and such ignorance. They say, he was thinking of Roman and his friends, that with the people as they are now, nothing can be done. At one time Mezenetsky had carried on his revolutionary activity among the peasants, and was therefore aware of the inertia, as he called it, of the Russian folk. He had met soldiers, some in service and some discharged, and knew their tenacious, obtuse belief in the validity of oaths and the necessity of submission, as well as the impossibility of influencing them by arguments. He knew all this, but had never arrived at the conclusion which should have been the evident outcome of that knowledge. His talk with the revolutionists had troubled and irritated him. They say that all we have done, what Halterin, Kibalchich, Sophie Peravsky did, was unnecessary, and even harmful. And that we caused the reaction of Alexander III's time, that, thanks to us, the people are convinced that the whole revolutionary movement comes from landlords, who killed the Tsar because he took the serfs from them. What rubbish! What a want of understanding, and what insolence to imagine it, he thought, continuing to pace the corridor. All the cells had now been closed, except the one where the new revolutionists were. As he drew near he heard the laughter of the dark woman who was so antipathetic to him, and the rasping, determined sound of Roman's voice. Roman was saying. Unable to understand the laws of economy, they took no account of what they were doing. And in a great measure it was. Mezenetsky could not, and did not wish to, hear what was, in a great measure, nor did he need to know it. The tone of voice of the man was sufficient to show in what utter contempt they held him, Mezenetsky, the hero of the revolution, who had sacrificed 12 years of his life to the cause. And in Mezenetsky's heart there arose such dreadful hatred as he had never experienced before, hatred of everybody and everything, of all this senseless world in which only people who are like animals can live, people such as the old man with his lamb, and semi-animal hangmen and jailers, and insolent, self-assured, stillborn dogmatists. The warder on duty came in and led the women away to the women's quarters. Mezenetsky went to the other end of the corridor so as not to meet him. The warder came back and locked the cell of the new political prisoners, and suggested to Mezenetsky that he should go back to his own. Mezenetsky obeyed mechanically, but asked that his door should not be locked. In his cell, Mezenetsky lay down on the bunk with his face to the wall. Was it possible that all his powers had been wasted, his energy, his strength of will, his genius, he did not consider anyone above him in mental qualities, wasted for nothing? He remembered the letter he had received quite lately, when already on his way to Siberia, from Svetlogaub's mother, reproaching him, like a woman, stupidly, as he thought, for having led her son to perdition by drawing him into the terrorist activity. When he received that letter he had only smiled contemptuously. What could that stupid woman understand of the aims that stood before him and Svetlogaub? But now, when he recalled the letter and Svetlogaub's sweet, trusting, affectionate nature, he began to muse, first about Svetlogaub, and then about himself. Could his whole life have been a mistake? He closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, but was horrified to find that the state he had been in during his first month in the Petropavlov fortress had again returned. Again he felt the pain in the crown of his head, again he saw faces with enormous mouths, shaggy and terrible, on a dark background, speckled with little stars. And again forms appeared before his open eyes. There was only this new about it: he saw a criminal with shaved head and grey trousers swinging before him. And by a sequence of ideas he began to look for a ventilator to which he could attach a rope. Intolerable hatred that demanded expression burned in Mezenetsky's heart. He could not lie still, could not grow calm, and could not get rid of his thoughts. How, he began to ask himself. By cutting an artery? I might not succeed. Hanging? Of course. That's the simplest. He remembered that he had seen a bundle of logs tied together by a cord in the corridor. Get up on the logs, or on a stool. The watchman is pacing up and down the corridor, but he will fall asleep or go away. I shall have to wait, and then take the rope and fasten it to the ventilator. Standing at his door, Mezenetsky listened to the watchman's steps, and now and then, when the latter was at the far end of the corridor, he looked out through the chink. But the watchman did not go away nor fall asleep, and still Mezenetsky listened eagerly to the sound of his footsteps, and waited. At the same time, in the cell where the sick old man lay in complete darkness but for a smoky lamp, amid the sleepy sounds of night, breathing, groaning, snoring, coughing, the greatest of life's events was taking place. The old sectarian was dying, and to his spiritual vision was revealed all that he had so desired during his whole life. In the midst of dazzling light he saw the Lamb in the shape of a radiant youth, and a great multitude of people of all nations standing before him clothed in white. And they all rejoiced that there was no more evil on earth. All this was happening in his own soul and in the whole world, as the old man knew, and he was filled with a great joy and peace. But the others in the cell knew nothing of it, and heard only the death rattle in the old man's throat. And his neighbor awoke and roused the others, and when the rattle ceased and the old man's body grew cold, his fellow inmates knocked at the door. The watchman came in, and 10 minutes later 2 convicts carried the lifeless body out of the cell and down to the mortuary. The watchman followed them out and locked the outside door after him. The corridor was left empty. Lock up, thought Mezenetsky, who from his door had followed all that went on. You will not prevent me from escaping from all these horrors. Mezenetsky no longer felt the inward terror that had hitherto oppressed him. He was absorbed by only one thought, the fear of being prevented from carrying out his intention. With beating heart he went out, and reaching the logs, undid the cord that bound them together, and drew it from under the bundle. Then, looking round at the outer door, he took the cord into his cell. There he got onto the stool, threw the cord over the ventilator, and, having tied the ends together, made a noose out of the double cord. It hung too low. He altered this and again made a noose, measured it round his neck, and anxiously listening and looking towards the door, again got onto the stool, put his head into the noose, adjusted it, kicked away the stool, and remained hanging. It was only when making his morning round that the warder noticed Mezenetsky standing, with his legs bent at the knees, beside the stool, which lay on its side. He was taken down, and the prison inspector came running, and, hearing that Roman was a physician, called him to give his aid to the strangled man. All the usual remedies were administered to bring him back to life, but Mezenetsky did not come to. His body was carried down to the mortuary, and laid beside the body of the old sectarian. 1906. There are no guilty people. Chapter 1. Mine is a strange and wonderful lot. The chances are that there is not a single wretched beggar suffering under the luxury and oppression of the rich who feels anything like as keenly as I do either the injustice, the cruelty, and the horror of their oppression of and contempt for the poor, or the grinding humiliation and misery which befall the great majority of the workers, the real producers of all that makes life possible. I have felt this for a long time, and as the years have passed by the feeling has grown and grown, until recently it reached its climax. Although I feel all this so vividly, I still live on amid the depravity and sins of rich society, and I cannot leave it, because I have neither the knowledge nor the strength to do so. I cannot. I do not know how to change my life so that my physical needs, food, sleep, clothing, my going to and fro, may be satisfied without a sense of shame and wrongdoing in the position which I fill. There was a time when I tried to change my position, which was not in harmony with my conscience. But the conditions created by the past, by my family and its claims upon me, were so complicated that they would not let me out of their grasp, or rather, I did not know how to free myself. I had not the strength. Now that I am over 80 and have become feeble, I have given up trying to free myself. And, strange to say, as my feebleness increases I realize more and more strongly the wrongfulness of my position, and it grows more and more intolerable to me. It has occurred to me that I do not occupy this position for nothing, that Providence intended that I should lay bare the truth of my feelings, so that I might atone for all that causes my suffering, and might perhaps open the eyes of those, or at least of some of those, who are still blind to what I see so clearly. And thus might lighten the burden of that vast majority who, under existing conditions, are subjected to bodily and spiritual suffering by those who deceive them and also deceive themselves. Indeed, it may be that the position which I occupy gives me special facilities for revealing the artificial and criminal relations which exist between men, for telling the whole truth in regard to that position without confusing the issue by attempting to vindicate myself, and without rousing the envy of the rich and feelings of oppression in the hearts of the poor and downtrodden. I am so placed that I not only have no desire to vindicate myself, but, on the contrary, I find it necessary to make an effort lest I should exaggerate the wickedness of the great among whom I live, of whose society I am ashamed, whose attitude towards their fellow men I detest with my whole soul, though I find it impossible to separate my lot from theirs. But I must also avoid the error of those democrats and others who, in defending the oppressed and the enslaved, do not see their failings and mistakes, and who do not make sufficient allowance for the difficulties created, the mistakes inherited from the past, which in a degree lessens the responsibility of the upper classes. Free from desire for self-vindication, free from fear of an emancipated people, free from that envy and hatred which the oppressed feel for their oppressors, I am in the best possible position to see the truth and to tell it. Perhaps that is why Providence placed me in such a position. I will do my best to turn it to account. Chapter 2. Alexander Ivanovich Volgin, a bachelor and a clerk in a Moscow bank at a salary of 8,000 rubles a year, a man much respected in his own set, was staying in a country house. His host was a wealthy landowner, owning some 2,500 acres, and had married his guest's cousin. Volgin, tired after an evening spent in playing Vint 327 for small stakes with members of the family, went to his room and placed his watch, silver cigarette case, pocketbook, big leather purse, and pocket brush and comb on a small table covered with a white cloth, and then, taking off his coat, waistcoat, shirt, trousers, and underclothes, his silk socks and English boots, put on his nightshirt and dressing gown. His watch pointed to midnight. Volgin smoked a cigarette, lay on his face for about 5 minutes reviewing the day's impressions. Then, blowing out his candle, he turned over on his side and fell asleep about 1 o'clock, in spite of a good deal of restlessness. Awaking next morning at 8 he put on his slippers and dressing gown, and rang the bell. The old butler, Stephen, the father of a family and the grandfather of 6 grandchildren, who had served in that house for 30 years, entered the room hurriedly, with bent legs, carrying in the newly blackened boots which Volgin had taken off the night before, a well-brushed suit, and a clean shirt. The guest thanked him, and then asked what the weather was like. The blinds were drawn so that the sun should not prevent anyone from sleeping till 11 o'clock if he were so inclined, and whether his hosts had slept well. He glanced at his watch, it was still early, and began to wash and dress. His water was ready, and everything on the washing stand and dressing table was ready for use and properly laid out, his soap, his tooth and hair brushes, his nail scissors and files. He washed his hands and face in a leisurely fashion, cleaned and manicured his nails, pushed back the skin with the towel, and sponged his stout white body from head to foot. Then he began to brush his hair. Standing in front of the mirror, he first brushed his curly beard, which was beginning to turn grey, with 2 English brushes, parting it down the middle. Then he combed his hair, which was already showing signs of getting thin, with a large tortoiseshell comb. Putting on his underlinen, his socks, his boots, his trousers, which were held up by elegant braces, and his waistcoat, he sat down coatless in an easy chair to rest after dressing, lit a cigarette, and began to think where he should go for a walk that morning, to the park or to Littleport's. What a funny name for a wood. He thought he would go to Littleport's. Then he must answer Simon Nikolaevich's letter, but there was time enough for that. Getting up with an air of resolution, he took out his watch. It was already 5 minutes to 9. He put his watch into his waistcoat pocket. And his purse, with all that was left of the 180 rubles he had taken for his journey. And for the incidental expenses of his fortnight's stay with his cousin, and then he placed into his trouser pocket his cigarette case and electric cigarette lighter. And 2 clean handkerchiefs into his coat pockets, and went out of the room, leaving as usual the mess and confusion which he had made to be cleared up by Stephen. An old man of over 50. Stephen expected Volgin to remunerate him, as he said, being so accustomed to the work that he did not feel the slightest repugnance for it. Glancing at a mirror, and feeling satisfied with his appearance, Volgin went into the dining room. There, thanks to the efforts of the housekeeper, the footman, and under-butler, the latter had risen at dawn in order to run home to sharpen his son's scythe. Breakfast was ready. On a spotless white cloth stood a boiling, shiny, silver samovar, at least it looked like silver, a coffee pot, hot milk, cream, butter, and all sorts of fancy white bread and biscuits. The only persons at table were the second son of the house, his tutor, a student, and the secretary. The host, who was an active member of the Zemstvo and a great farmer, had already left the house, having gone at 8 o'clock to attend to his work. Volgin, while drinking his coffee, talked to the student and the secretary about the weather, and yesterday's vint, and discussed Theodorite's peculiar behavior the night before. As he had been very rude to his father without the slightest cause. Theodorite was the grown-up son of the house, and a ne'er-do-well. His name was Theodore, but someone had once called him Theodorite either as a joke or to tease him. And, as it seemed funny, the name stuck to him, although his doings were no longer in the least amusing. So it was now. He had been to the university, but left it in his 2nd year, and joined a regiment of horse guards. But he gave that up also, and was now living in the country, doing nothing, finding fault, and feeling discontented with everything. Theodorite was still in bed, so were the other members of the household, Anna Mikhailovna, its mistress, her sister, the widow of a general, and a landscape painter who lived with the family. Volgin took his Panama hat from the hall table, it had cost 20 rubles, and his cane with its carved ivory handle, and went out. Crossing the veranda, gay with flowers, he walked through the flower garden, in the center of which was a raised round bed, with rings of red, white, and blue flowers. And the initials of the mistress of the house done in carpet bedding in the center. Leaving the flower garden, Volgin entered the avenue of lime trees, hundreds of years old, which peasant girls were tidying and sweeping with spades and brooms. The gardener was busy measuring, and a boy was bringing something in a cart. Passing these, Volgin went into the park of at least 125 acres, filled with fine old trees, and intersected by a network of well-kept walks. Smoking as he strolled, Volgin took his favorite path past the summer-house into the fields beyond. It was pleasant in the park, but it was still nicer in the fields. On the right some women who were digging potatoes formed a mass of bright red and white color, on the left were wheat fields, meadows, and grazing cattle. And in the foreground, slightly to the right, were the dark, dark oaks of Littleport's. Volgin took a deep breath, and felt glad that he was alive, especially here in his cousin's home, where he was so thoroughly enjoying the rest from his work at the bank. Lucky people to live in the country, he thought. True, what with his farming in his Zemstvo, the owner of the estate has very little peace even in the country, but that is his own lookout. Volgin shook his head, lit another cigarette, and, stepping out firmly with his powerful feet clad in his thick English boots, began to think of the heavy winter's work in the bank that was in front of him. I shall be there every day from 10 to 2, sometimes even till 5. And the board meetings. And private interviews with clients. Then the Duma. Whereas here, it is delightful. It may be a little dull, but it is not for long. He smiled. After a stroll in Littleports he turned back, going straight across a fallow field which was being ploughed. A herd of cows, calves, sheep, and pigs, which belonged to the village community, was grazing there. The shortest way to the park was to pass through the herd. He frightened the sheep, which ran away one after another, and were followed by the pigs, of which 2 little ones stared solemnly at him. The shepherd boy called to the sheep and cracked his whip. How far behind Europe we are, thought Valjean, recalling his frequent holidays abroad. You would not find a single cow like that anywhere in Europe. Then, wanting to find out where the path which branched off from the one he was on led to and who was the owner of the herd, he called to the boy. Whose herd is it? The boy was so filled with wonder, verging on terror, when he gazed at the hat, the well-brushed beard, and above all the gold-rimmed eyeglasses, that he could not reply at once. When Valjean repeated his question the boy pulled himself together, and said, Ours. But whose is ours? Said Valjean, shaking his head and smiling. The boy was wearing shoes of plaited birch bark, bands of linen round his legs, a dirty, unbleached shirt ragged at the shoulder, and a cap the peak of which had been torn. Whose is ours? The Pyrogov village herd. How old are you? I don't know. Can you read? No, I can't. Didn't you go to school? Yes, I did. Couldn't you learn to read? No. Where does that path lead? The boy told him, and Valjean went on towards the house, thinking how he would chaff Nicholas Petrovitch about the deplorable condition of the village schools in spite of all his efforts. On approaching the house Valjean looked at his watch, and saw that it was already past 11. He remembered that Nicholas Petrovitch was going to drive to the nearest town, and that he had meant to give him a letter to post to Moscow, but the letter was not written. The letter was a very important one to a friend, asking him to bid for him for a picture of the Madonna which was to be offered for sale at an auction. As he reached the house he saw at the door 4 big, well-fed, well-groomed, thoroughbred horses harnessed to a carriage, the black lacquer of which glistened in the sun. The coachman was seated on the box in a caftan, with a silver belt, and the horses were jingling their silver bells from time to time. A bare-headed, barefooted peasant in a ragged caftan stood at the front door. He bowed. Valjean asked what he wanted. I have come to see Nicholas Petrovitch. What about? Because I am in distress, my horse has died. Valjean began to question him. The peasant told him how he was situated. He had 5 children, and this had been his only horse. Now it was gone. He wept. What are you going to do? To beg. And he knelt down, and remained kneeling in spite of Valjean's expostulations. What is your name? Dmitri Sudarikov, answered the peasant, still kneeling. Valjean took 3 rubles from his purse and gave them to the peasant, who showed his gratitude by touching the ground with his forehead, and then went into the house. His host was standing in the hall. Where is your letter? He asked, approaching Valjean. I am just off. I'm awfully sorry, I'll write it this minute, if you will let me. I forgot all about it. It's so pleasant here that one can forget anything. All right, but do be quick. The horses have already been standing a quarter of an hour, and the flies are biting viciously. Can you wait, Arseny? He asked the coachman. Why not? Said the coachman, thinking to himself, why do they order the horses when they aren't ready? The rush the grooms and I had, just to stand here and feed the flies. Directly, Valjean went towards his room, but turned back to ask Nicholas Petrovitch about the begging peasant. Did you see him? He's a drunkard, but still he is to be pitied. Do be quick. Volgin got out his case, with all the requisites for writing, wrote the letter, made out a check for 180 rubles, and, sealing down the envelope, took it to Nicholas Petrovich. Goodbye. Volgin read the newspapers till luncheon. He only read the liberal papers, the Russian Gazette, Speech, sometimes the Russian Word, but he would not touch the New Times, to which his host subscribed. While he was scanning at his ease the political news, the Tsar's doings, the doings of President, and ministers and decisions in the Duma, and was just about to pass on to the general news. Theaters, science, murders and cholera, he heard the luncheon bell ring. Thanks to the efforts of upwards of 10 human beings, counting laundresses, gardeners, cooks, kitchen maids, butlers and footmen, the table was sumptuously laid for 8, with silver water jugs, decanters, kvass, wine, mineral waters, cut glass, and fine table linen, while 2 menservants were continually hurrying to and fro, bringing in and serving, and then clearing away the hors d'oeuvre and the various hot and cold courses. The hostess talked incessantly about everything that she had been doing, thinking, and saying. And she evidently considered that everything that she thought, said, or did was perfect, and that it would please everyone except those who were fools. Volgin felt and knew that everything she said was stupid, but it would never do to let it be seen, and so he kept up the conversation. Theodorite was glum and silent. The student occasionally exchanged a few words with the widow. Now and again there was a pause in the conversation, and then Theodorite interposed, and everyone became miserably depressed. At such moments the hostess ordered some dish that had not been served, and the footman hurried off to the kitchen, or to the housekeeper, and hurried back again. Nobody felt inclined either to talk or to eat. But they all forced themselves to eat and to talk, and so luncheon went on. The peasant who had been begging because his horse had died was named Dmitri Sudarikov. He had spent the whole day before he went to the squire over his dead horse. First of all he went to the knacker, Sanin, who lived in a village near. The knacker was out, but he waited for him, and it was dinner time when he had finished bargaining over the price of the skin. Then he borrowed a neighbor's horse to take his own to a field to be buried, as it is forbidden to bury dead animals near a village. Adrian would not lend his horse because he was getting in his potatoes, but Stephen took pity on Dmitri and gave way to his persuasion. He even lent a hand in lifting the dead horse into the cart. Dmitri tore off the shoes from the forelegs and gave them to his wife. One was broken, but the other one was whole. While he was digging the grave with a spade which was very blunt, the knacker appeared and took off the skin, and the carcass was then thrown into the hole and covered up. Dmitri felt tired, and went into Matrina's hut, where he drank half a bottle of vodka with Sanin to console himself. Then he went home, quarreled with his wife, and lay down to sleep on the hay. He did not undress, but slept just as he was, with a ragged coat for a coverlet. His wife was in the hut with the girls, there were 4 of them, and the youngest was only 5 weeks old. Dmitri woke up before dawn as usual. He groaned as the memory of the day before broke in upon him, how the horse had struggled, and then fallen down. Now there was no horse, and all he had was the price of the skin, 4 rubles and 80 kopecks. Getting up he arranged the linen bands on his legs, and went through the yard into the hut. His wife was putting straw into the stove with one hand, with the other she was holding a baby girl to her breast, which was hanging out of her dirty chemise. Dmitri crossed himself 3 times, turning towards the corner in which the icons hung, and repeated some utterly meaningless words, which he called prayers, to the Trinity and the Virgin. The Creed and Our Father. Isn't there any water? The girl's gone for it. I've got some tea. Will you go up to the squire? Yes, I'd better. The smoke from the stove made him cough. He took a rag off the wooden bench and went into the porch. The girl had just come back with the water. Dmitri filled his mouth with water from the pail and squirted it out on his hands, took some more in his mouth to wash his face, dried himself with the rag. Then parted and smoothed his curly hair with his fingers and went out. A little girl of about 10, with nothing on but a dirty shirt, came towards him. "Good morning, Uncle Mitri," she said, "you are to come and thrash." "All right, I'll come," replied Mitri. He understood that he was expected to return the help given the week before by Kumashkir, a man as poor as he was himself, when he was thrashing his own corn with a horse-driven machine. "Tell them I'll come at lunchtime. I've got to go to Ugrumi." Mitri went back to the hut, and changing his birch-bark shoes and the linen bands on his legs, started off to see the squire. After he had got 3 rubles from Volgin, and the same sum from Nicholas Petrovitch, he returned to his house, gave the money to his wife, and went to his neighbors. The thrashing machine was humming, and the driver was shouting. The lean horses were going slowly round him, straining at their traces. The driver was shouting to them in a monotone, "Now, there, my dears." Some women were unbinding sheaves, others were raking up the scattered straw and ears, and others again were gathering great armfuls of corn and handing them to the men to feed the machine. The work was in full swing. In the kitchen garden, which Mitri had to pass, a girl, clad only in a long shirt, was digging potatoes which she put into a basket. "Where's your grandfather?" asked Mitri. "He's in the barn." Mitri went to the barn and set to work at once. The old man of 80 knew of Mitri's trouble. After greeting him, he gave him his place to feed the machine. Mitri took off his ragged coat, laid it out of the way near the fence, and then began to work vigorously, raking the corn together and throwing it into the machine. The work went on without interruption until the dinner hour. The cocks had crowed 2 or 3 times, but no one paid any attention to them. Not because the workers did not believe them, but because they were scarcely heard for the noise of the work and the talk about it. At last the whistle of the squire's steam thrasher sounded 3 miles away, and then the owner came into the barn. He was a straight old man of 80. "It's time to stop," he said. "It's dinner time." Those at work seemed to redouble their efforts. In a moment the straw was cleared away. The grain that had been thrashed was separated from the chaff and brought in, and then the workers went into the hut. The hut was smoke-begrimed, as its stove had no chimney, but it had been tidied up, and benches stood round the table, making room for all those who had been working, of whom there were 9. Not counting the owners. Bread, soup, boiled potatoes, and kvass were placed on the table. An old one-armed beggar, with a bag slung over his shoulder, came in with a crutch during the meal. "Peace be to this house. A good appetite to you. For Christ's sake give me something." "God will give it to you," said the mistress, already an old woman, and the daughter-in-law of the master. "Don't be angry with us." An old man, who was still standing near the door, said, "Give him some bread, Martha." "How can you? I am only wondering whether we shall have enough." "Oh, it is wrong, Martha. God tells us to help the poor. Cut him a slice." Martha obeyed. The beggar went away. The man in charge of the thrashing machine got up, said grace, thanked his hosts, and went away to rest. Mitri did not lie down, but ran to the shop to buy some tobacco. He was longing for a smoke. While he smoked he chatted to a man from Demensk, asking the price of cattle, as he saw that he would not be able to manage without selling a cow. When he returned to the others, they were already back at work again, and so it went on till the evening. Among these downtrodden, duped, and defrauded men, who are becoming demoralized by overwork, and being gradually done to death by underfeeding, there are men living who consider themselves Christians. And others so enlightened that they feel no further need for Christianity or for any religion, so superior do they appear in their own esteem. And yet their hideous, lazy lives are supported by the degrading, excessive labor of these slaves, not to mention the labor of millions of other slaves, toiling in factories to produce samovars, silver, carriages, machines, and the like for their use. They live among these horrors, seeing them and yet not seeing them, although often kind at heart, old men and women, young men and maidens, mothers and children, poor children who are being vitiated and trained into moral blindness. Here is a bachelor grown old, the owner of thousands of acres, who has lived a life of idleness, greed, and overindulgence, who reads the New Times, and is astonished that the government can be so unwise as to permit Jews to enter the university. There is his guest, formerly the governor of a province, now a senator with a big salary, who reads with satisfaction that a Congress of lawyers has passed a resolution in favor of capital punishment. Their political enemy, N.P., reads a liberal paper, and cannot understand the blindness of the government in allowing the Union of Russian Men to exist. Here is a kind, gentle mother of a little girl reading a story to her about Fox, a dog that lamed some rabbits. And here is this little girl. During her walks she sees other children, barefooted, hungry, hunting for green apples that have fallen from the trees. And, so accustomed is she to the sight, that these children do not seem to her to be children such as she is, but only part of the usual surroundings, the familiar landscape. Why is this? The wisdom of children. On religion. Boy. Why is nurse so nicely dressed today, and why did she make me wear that new shirt? Mother. Because this is a holiday, and we are going to church. Boy. What holiday? Mother. Ascension Day. Boy. What does ascension mean? Mother. It means that Jesus Christ has ascended to heaven. Boy. What does that mean, ascended? Mother. It meant that he flew up to heaven. Boy. How did he fly? With his wings? Mother. Without any wings whatever. He simply flew up because he is God, and God can do anything. Boy. But where did he fly to? Father told me there was nothing in heaven at all, and we only think we see something. That there's nothing but stars up there, and behind them more stars still, and that there is no end to it. Then where did he fly to? Mother. Smiling. You are unable to understand everything. You must believe. Boy. What must I believe? Mother. What you are told by grown-up people. Boy. But when I said to you that somebody was going to die because some salt had been spilt, you said I was not to believe in nonsense. Mother. Of course you are not to believe in nonsense. Boy. But how am I to know what is nonsense and what is not? Mother. You must believe what the true faith says, and not in nonsense. Boy. Which is the true faith, then? Mother. Our faith is the true one. To herself. I am afraid I am talking nonsense. Aloud. Go and tell Father we are ready for church, and get your coat. Boy. And shall we have chocolate after church? On war. Karlchen Schmidt, 9 years. Petya Orlov, 10 years. Masha Orlov, 8 years. Karlchen. Because we Prussians will not allow Russia to rob us of our land. Petya. But we say this land belongs to us, we conquered it first. Masha. To whom? Is it ours? Petya. You are a child, and you don't understand. To us means to our state. Karlchen. It is this way, some belong to one state and some to another. Masha. What do I belong to? Petya. You belong to Russia, like the rest of us. Masha. And if I don't want to? Petya. It doesn't matter whether you want to or not. You are Russian all the same. Every nation has its Tsar, its king. Karlchen. Interrupting. And a parliament. Petya. Each state has its army, each state raises taxes. Masha. But why must each state stand by itself? Petya. What a silly question. Because each state is a separate one. Masha. But why must it exist apart? Petya. Can't you understand? Because everybody loves his own country. Masha. I don't understand why they must be separate from the rest. Wouldn't it be better if they all kept together? Petya. To keep together is all right when you play games. But this is no game, it is a very serious matter. Masha. I don't understand. Karlchen. You will when you grow up. Masha. Then I don't want to grow up. Petya. Such a tiny girl, and obstinate already, just like all of them. On state and fatherland. Gavrila, a soldier in the reserve, a servant. Misha, his master's young son. Gavrila. Goodbye, Mashenka, my dear little master. Who knows whether God will permit me to see you again? Misha. Are you really leaving? Gavrila. I have to. There is war again. And I am in the reserve. Misha. A war with whom? Who's fighting, and who are they fighting against? Gavrila. God knows. It's very difficult to understand all that. I have read about it in the papers, but I can't make it out. They say that someone in Austria has a grudge against us because of some favor he did to what's their names. Misha. But what are you fighting for? Gavrila. I am fighting for the Tsar, of course, for my country and the Orthodox faith. Misha. But you don't wish to go to the war, do you? Gavrila. Certainly not. To leave my wife and my children. Do you suppose I would leave this happy life of my own free will? Misha. Then why do you go? Tell them you don't want to, and stop here. What can they do to you? Gavrila. Laughing. What can they do? They will take me by force. Misha. Who can take you by force? Gavrila. Men who have to obey, and who are exactly in my position. Misha. Why will they take you by force if they are in the same position? Gavrila. Because of the authorities. They will be ordered to take me, and they will have to do it. Misha. But suppose they don't want to? Gavrila. They have to obey. Misha. But why? Gavrila. Why? Because of the law. Misha. What law? Gavrila. You are a funny boy. It's a pleasure to chat with you. But now I had better go and get the samovar ready. It will be for the last time. On taxes. The bailiff. Grushka. Bailiff. Entering a poor cottage. Nobody is in except Grushka, a little girl of 7. He looks around him. Nobody at home? Grushka. Mother has gone to bring home the cow, and Fedka is at work in the master's yard. Bailiff. Well, tell your mother the bailiff called. Tell her I am giving her notice for the 3rd time, and that she must pay her taxes before Sunday without fail, or else I will take her cow. Grushka. The cow? Are you a thief? We will not let you take our cow. Bailiff. Smiling. What a smart girl, I say. What is your name? Grushka. Grushka. Bailiff. You are a good girl, Grushka. Now listen. Tell your mother that, although I am not a thief, I will take her cow. Grushka. Why will you take our cow if you are not a thief? Bailiff. Because what is due must be paid. I shall take the cow for the taxes that are not paid. Grushka. What's that, taxes? Bailiff. What a nuisance of a girl. What are taxes? They are money paid by the people by the order of the Tsar. Grushka. To whom? Bailiff. The Tsar will look after that when the money comes in. Grushka. He's not poor, is he? We are the poor people. The Tsar is rich. Why does he want us to give him money? Bailiff. He does not take it for himself. He spends it on us, fools that we are. It all goes to supply our needs, to pay the authorities, the army, the schools. It is for our own good that we pay taxes. Grushka. How does it benefit us if our cow is taken away? There's no good in that. Bailiff. You will understand that when you are grown up. Now, mind you give your mother my message. Grushka. I will not repeat all your nonsense to her. You can do whatever you and the Tsar want. And we shall mind our own business. Bailiff. What a devil of a girl she will be when she grows up. On judging. Misha, a boy of 10. Ilyusha, a boy of 9. Sonia, a girl of 6. Misha. I told Peter Semyonovich we could get used to wearing no clothes at all. And he said, that is impossible. Then I told him Michael Ivanovich said that just as we have managed to get our bare faces used to the cold, we could do the same with our whole body. Peter Semyonovich said, your Michael Ivanovich is a fool. He laughs. And Michael Ivanovich said to me only yesterday, Peter Semyonovich is talking a lot of nonsense. But, of course, he added, there's no law for fools. He laughs. Ilyusha. If I were you I would tell Peter Semyonovich, you abuse Michael Ivanovich, and he does the same to you. Misha. No, but truly, I wish I knew which of them is the fool. Sonia. They both are. Whoever calls another person a fool is a fool himself. Ilyusha. And you have called them both fools. Then you are one also. Misha. Well, I hate people saying things about each other behind their backs and never openly to their faces. When I am grown up I shan't be like that. I shall always say what I think. Ilyusha. So shall I. Sonia. And I shall do just whatever I like. Misha. What do you mean? Sonia. Why, I shall say what I think, if I choose. And if I don't choose, I won't. Ilyusha. You're a big fool, that is what you are. Sonia. And you have just said you will never call people names. But of course. On kindness. The children, Masha and Misha, are building a tent for their dolls in front of the house. Misha. In an angry tone to Masha. No, not this. Bring that stick there. What a blockhead you are. An old woman. Coming out of the house, crossing herself, and muttering. Jesus Christ reward her. What an angel. She has pity on everyone. The children cease to play, and look at the old woman. Misha. Who is as good as all that? Old woman. Your mother. She has God in her soul. She pities us, the poor. She has given me a skirt, and some tea, and money too. The Queen of Heaven save her. Not like that godless man. Such a lot of you, he says, tramping about here. And such savage dogs he has. Misha. Who is that? Old woman. The man opposite. The wine merchant. A very unkind gentleman, I can tell you. But never mind. I am so thankful to the dear lady. She has given me presents, has relieved me, miserable creature that I am. How could we exist if it were not for such kind people? She weeps. Masha. To Misha. How good she is. Old woman. When you are grown up, children, be as kind as she is to the poor. God will reward you. Exit. Misha. How wretched she is. Masha. I am so glad mother has given her something. Misha. Why shouldn't one give, if one has got plenty of everything oneself? We are not poor, and she is. Masha. You remember, John the Baptist said, whoever has 2 coats, let him give away 1. Misha. Oh, when I am grown up I will give away everything I have. Masha. Not everything, should think. Misha. Why not? Masha. But what would you have left for yourself? Misha. I don't care. We must always be kind. Then the whole world will be happy. Misha stopped playing with his sister, went to the nursery, tore a page out of a copybook, wrote a line on it, and put it in his pocket. On that page was written, "We must be kind." On remuneration of labor. The father. Katya, a girl of 9. Fedya, a boy of 8. Katya. Father, our sledge is broken. Couldn't you mend it for us? Father. No, darling, I cannot. I don't know how to do it. Give it to Prohor, he will put it right for you. Katya. We have asked him to already. He says he is busy. He is making a gate. Father. Well, then, you must just wait a little with your sledge. Fedya. And you, father, can't you mend it for us, really? Father. Smiling. Really, my boy. Fedya. Can't you do any work at all? Father. Laughing. Oh yes, there are some kinds of work I can do. But not the kind that Prohor does. Fedya. Can you make samovars like Vanya? Father. No. Fedya. Or harness horses? Father. Not that either. Fedya. I wonder why are we all unable to do any work, and they do it all for us. Ought it to be like that? Father. Everybody has to do the work he is fit for. Learn, like a good boy, and you will know what work everybody has to do. Fedya. Are we not to learn how to prepare food and to harness horses? Father. There are things more necessary than that. Fedya. I know, to be kind, not to get cross, not to abuse people. But isn't it possible to do the cooking and harness horses, and be kind just the same? Isn't that possible? Father. Undoubtedly. Just wait till you are grown up. Then you will understand. Fedya. And what if I don't grow up? Father. Don't talk nonsense. Katya. Then we may ask Prohor to mend the sledge? Father. Yes, do. Go to Prohor and tell him I wish him to do it. On drink. An evening in the autumn. Makarka, a boy of 12, and Marfutka, a girl of 8, are coming out of the house into the street. Marfutka is crying. Pavlushka, a boy of 10, stands before the house next door. Pavlushka. Where the devil are you going to, both of you? Have you any night work? Makarka. Crazy drunk again. Pavlushka. Who? Uncle Prohor? Makarka. Of course. Marfutka. He is beating mother. Makarka. I won't go inside tonight. He would hit me also. Sitting down on the doorstep. I will stay here the whole night. I will. Marfutka weeps. Pavlushka. Stop crying. Never mind. It can't be helped. Stop crying, I say. Marfutka. If I was the Tsar, I would have the people who give him any drink just beaten to death. I would not allow anybody to sell brandy. Pavlushka. Wouldn't you? But it is the Tsar himself who sells it. He doesn't let anybody else sell it, for fear it would lessen his own profits. Marfutka. It is a lie. Pavlushka. Humph. A lie. You just ask anybody you like. Why have they put Akulina in prison? Because they did not want her to sell brandy and lessen their profits. Makarka. Is that really so? I heard she had done something against the law. Pavlushka. What she did against the law was selling brandy. Marfutka. I would not allow her to sell it either. It is just that brandy that does all the mischief. Sometimes he is very nice, and then at other times he hits everybody. Makarka. To Pavlushka. You say very strange things. I will ask the schoolmaster tomorrow. He must know. Pavlushka. Do ask him. The next morning Prohor, Makarka's father, after a night's sleep, goes to refresh himself with a drink. Makarka's mother, with a swollen eye, is kneading bread. Makarka has gone to school. The schoolmaster is sitting at the door of the village school, watching the children coming in. Makarka. Coming up to the schoolmaster. Tell me, please, Eugene Semenovich, is it true, what a fellow was telling me, that the Tsar makes a business of selling brandy, and that is why Akulina has been sent to prison? Schoolmaster. That is a very silly question, and whoever told you that is a fool. The Tsar sells nothing whatsoever. A Tsar never does. As for Akulina, she was put in prison because she was selling brandy without a license, and was thereby lessening the revenues of the crown. Makarka. How lessening? Schoolmaster. Because there is a duty on spirits. A barrel costs so much in the factory, and is sold to the public for so much more. This surplus constitutes the income of the state. The largest revenue comes from it, and amounts to many millions. Makarka. Then the more brandy people drink the greater the income? Schoolmaster. Certainly. If it were not for that income there would be nothing to keep the army with, or schools, or all the rest of the things you need. Makarka. But if all those things are necessary, why not take the money directly for the necessary things? Why get it by means of brandy? Schoolmaster. Why? Because that is the law. But the children are all in now. Take your seats. On capital punishment. Peter Petrovich, a professor. Maria Ivanovna, his wife sewing. Fedya, their son, a boy of 9 listening to his father's conversation. Ivan Vasilievich, counsel for the prosecution in the court-martial. Ivan Vasilievich. The experience of history cannot be gainsaid. We have not only seen in France after the Revolution, and at other historical moments, but in our own country as well. That doing away with, I mean the removal of perverted and dangerous members of society, has in fact the desired result. Peter Petrovich. No, we cannot know what the consequences of this are in reality. The proclamation of a state of siege is therefore not justified. Ivan Vasilievich. But neither have we the right to presume that the consequences of a state of siege must be bad, or, if it proves to be so, that such consequences are brought about by the employment of a state of siege. This is one point. The other is that fear cannot fail to influence those who have lost every human sensibility and are like beasts. What except fear could have any effect on men like that one who calmly stabbed an old woman and 3 children in order to steal 300 rubles? Peter Petrovich. But I am not against capital punishment in principle, I am only opposed to the special courts martial which are so often formed. If these frequent executions did nothing but inspire fear, it would be different. But in addition they pervert the mind, and killing becomes a habit of thought. Ivan Vasilievich. There again we don't know anything about the remote consequences, but we do know, on the contrary, how beneficial. Peter Petrovich. Beneficial? Ivan Vasilievich. Yes, how beneficial the immediate results are, and we have no right to deny it. How could society similarly fail to exact the penalty from such a wretch as Peter Petrovich? You mean society must take its revenge? Ivan Vasilievich. No, the object is not revenge. On the contrary, it must substitute for personal revenge the penalty imposed for the good of the community. Peter Petrovich. But in that case it must be subject to regulations settled by the law once forever, and not as a special order of things. Ivan Vasilievich. The penalty imposed by the community is a substitute for casual, exaggerated revenge, in many cases ungrounded and erroneous, which a private individual might take. Peter Petrovich. Passionately. Do you really mean to say the penalty imposed by society is never casual, is always well-founded, is never erroneous? I cannot admit that. None of your arguments could ever convince me or anyone else that this is true of a state of siege, under which thousands have been executed, and under which executions are still going on, that all this is both just and legal, and beneficial into the bargain. Rises and walks up and down in great agitation. Fedya. To his mother. Mother, what is father talking about? Maria Ivanovna. Father thinks it wrong that so many people are put to death. Fedya. Do you mean really put to death? Maria Ivanovna. Yes. He thinks it ought not to be done so frequently. Fedya. Coming up to his father. Father, isn't it written in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill? Doesn't that mean you are not to kill at all? Peter Petrovich. Smiling. That does not refer to what we are talking about. It only means that men are not to kill other men. Fedya. But when they execute they kill, don't they? Peter Petrovich. Certainly. But the thing is to know why and when it is permissible. Fedya. When is it? Peter Petrovich. Why, think of a war, or of a great villain who has committed many murders. How could one leave him unpunished? Fedya. But isn't it written in the Gospel that we must love and forgive everybody? Peter Petrovich. If we could do that it would be splendid. But that cannot be. Fedya. Why? Peter Petrovich. To Ivan Vasilievich, who listens to Fedya with a smile. As I said, dear Ivan Vasilievich, I cannot and will not admit the benefit of a state of siege and courts-martial. On prisons. Semka, a boy of 13. Aksutka, a girl of 10. Palashka, a girl of 9. Vanka, a boy of 8. They are sitting at the well, with baskets of mushrooms which they have gathered. Aksutka. Aunt Matrina was crying so desperately. And the children too would not leave off howling, all at the same time. Vanka. Why were they howling? Palashka. What about? Why, their father has been taken off to prison. Who should cry but the family? Vanka. Why is he in prison? Aksutka. I don't know. They came and told him to get his things ready and led him away. We saw it all from our cottage. Semka. Serves him right for being a horse stealer. He stole a horse from Demkin's place and one from Hramov's. He and his gang also got hold of our gelding. Who could love him for that? Aksutka. That is all right, but I am sorry for the poor brats. There are 4 of them. And so poor, no bread in the house. Today they had to come to us. Semka. Serves the thief right. Mitka. But he's the only one that is the thief. Why must his children become beggars? Semka. Why did he steal? Mitka. The kids didn't steal, it is just he. Semka. Kids indeed. Why did he do wrong? That doesn't alter the case, that he has got children. Does that give him the right to be a thief? Vanka. What will they do to him in prison? Aksutka. He will just sit there. That's all. Vanka. And will they give him food? Semka. That's just the reason why they're not afraid, those damned horse thieves. He doesn't mind going to prison. They provide him with everything and he has nothing to do but sit idle the whole day long. If I were the Tsar, I would know how to manage those horse thieves. I would teach them a lesson that would make them give up the habit of stealing. Now he has nothing to worry him. He sits in the company of fellows like himself, and they teach each other how to steal. Grandfather said Petrusha was quite a good boy when he went to prison for the first time, but he came out a desperate villain. Since then he's taken to Vanka. Then why do they put people in prison? Semka. Just ask them. Aksutka. He will have all his food given to him. Semka. Agreeing. So he will get more accustomed to finding the food ready for him. Aksutka. While the kiddies and their mother have to die of starvation. They are our neighbors, we can't help pitying them. When they come asking for bread, we can't refuse. How could we? Vanka. Then why are those people put in prison? Semka. What else could be done with them? Vanka. What? What could be done? One must somehow manage that. Semka. Yes, somehow. But you don't know how. There have been people with more brains than you've got who have thought about that, and they couldn't invent anything. Palashka. I think if I had been a queen. Aksutka. Laughing. Well, what would you have done, my queen? Palashka. I would have things so that nobody would steal and the children would not cry. Aksutka. How would you do that? Palashka. I would just see that everybody was given what he needed, that nobody was wronged by anybody else, and that they were all happy. Semka. 3 cheers for the queen. But how would you manage that? Palashka. I would just do it, you would see. Mitka. Let us all go to the birch woods. The girls have been gathering a lot there lately. Semka. All right. Come along, you fellows. And you, queen, mind you don't drop your mushrooms. You are so sharp. They get up and go away. On wealth. The landlord, his wife, their daughter and their son Vasya, 6 years old, are having tea on the veranda. The grown-up children are playing tennis. A young beggar comes up to the veranda. Landlord. To the beggar. What do you want? Beggar. Bowing to him. I dare say you know. Have pity on a man out of work. I am tramping, with nothing to eat, and no clothes to wear. I have been to Moscow, and am trying to get home. Help a poor man. Landlord. Why are you poor? Beggar. Why? Because I haven't got anything. Landlord. You would not be poor if you worked. Beggar. I would be glad to, but I can't get a job. Everything is shut down now. Landlord. How is it other people find work and you cannot? Beggar. Believe me, upon my soul, I would be only too glad to work. But I can't find a job. Have pity on me, sir. I have not eaten for 2 days, and I've been tramping all the time. Landlord. To his wife in French. Have you any change? I have only notes. His wife. To Vasya. Be a good boy, go and fetch my purse, it is in my bag on the little table beside my bed. Vasya does not hear what his mother says, he has his eyes fixed on the beggar. The wife. Don't you hear, Vasya? Pulling him by the sleeve. Vasya. Vasya. What, mother? The wife repeats her directions. Vasya. Jumping up. I am off. Goes, looking back at the beggar. Landlord. To the beggar. Wait a moment. Beggar steps aside. Landlord. To his wife, in French. Is it not dreadful? So many are out of work now. It is all laziness. Yet, it is horrid if he really is hungry. His wife. I hear it is just the same abroad. I have read that in New York there are 100,000 unemployed. Another cup of tea? Landlord. Yes, but much weaker. He lights a cigarette, they stop talking. Beggar looks at them, shakes his head and coughs, evidently to attract their attention. Vasya comes running with the purse, looks round for the beggar and, passing the purse to his mother, looks again fixedly at the beggar. Landlord. Taking a 10-kopeck piece out of the purse. There, what's your name, take that. Beggar. Bows, pulls off his cap and takes the money. Thank you for that much. Many thanks for having pity on a poor man. Landlord. I pity you chiefly for being out of work. Work would save you from poverty. He who works will never be poor. Beggar. Having received the money, puts on his cap and turns away. They say truly that work does not make a rich man but a humpback. Exit. Vasya. What did he say? Landlord. He repeated that stupid peasant's proverb, that work does not make a rich man but a humpback. Vasya. What does that mean? Landlord. It is supposed to mean that work makes a man's back crooked, without ever making him rich. Vasya. But that is not true, is it? Father. Of course not. Those who tramp about like that man there and have no desire to work, are always poor. It's only those who work, who get rich. Vasya. Why are we rich, then, when we don't work? Mother. Laughing. How do you know father doesn't work? Vasya. I don't know, but since we are very rich, father ought to be working very hard. Is he, I wonder? Father. There is work and work. My work is perhaps work that everybody could not do. Vasya. What is your work? Father. My work is to provide for your food, your clothes, and your education. Vasya. But hasn't he to provide all that also? Then why is he so miserable when we are so? Father. Laughing. What a self-made socialist, I say. Mother. Yes, people say, a fool can ask more questions than 1,000 wise men can answer. Instead of fool, we ought to say, every child. On those who offend you. Masha, a girl of 10. Vanya, a boy of 8. Masha. What I wish is that mother would come home at once and take us shopping. And then to call on Nastya. What would you like to happen now? Vanya. I wish something would happen like it did yesterday. Masha. What happened yesterday? You mean when Grisha hit you and you both began to cry? There wasn't much good in that. Vanya. That's just what was beautiful. Nothing could have been more so. That's what I want to happen again. Masha. I don't understand. Vanya. Well, I will explain what I want. Do you remember last Sunday, Uncle P, you know how I love him. Masha. Who wouldn't? Mother says he is a saint, and it's true. Vanya. Well, you remember he told us a story last Sunday about a man whom people used to insult. The more anyone insulted him, the more he loved the offender. They abused him, and he praised them. They hit him and he helped them. Uncle said that anybody who acts so feels very happy. I liked what he said, and I wanted to be like that man. So, when Grisha hit me yesterday, I remembered my wish and kissed Grisha. He burst out crying. I felt very happy. But with nurse yesterday it was different. She began scolding me, and I quite forgot how I ought to have behaved, and I answered her very rudely. What I wish now is to have the same experience over again that I had with Grisha. Masha. Then you would like somebody to strike you? Vanya. I would like it awfully. I would immediately do what I did to Grisha, and I would be so glad. Masha. How stupid. Just like the fool you've always been. Vanya. I don't mind being a fool. I only know now what to do, so as to feel happy all the time. Masha. A regular fool. Do you really feel happy, doing so? Vanya. Just awfully happy. On the press. The schoolroom at home. Volodya, a schoolboy of 14, is reading. Sonia, a girl of 15, is writing. The yard porter enters, carrying a heavy load on his back, Misha, a boy of 8, following him. Porter. Where am I to put that bundle, sir? My shoulders are bent down with the weight of it. Volodya. Where were you told to put it? Porter. Vasily Timofeyevich told me to carry it to the schoolroom and leave it for him. Volodya. Then put it in the corner. Porter unloads the bundle and sighs heavily. Sonia. What is it? Volodya. Truth, a paper. Misha. Truth? What do you mean? Sonia. Why have you so many? Volodya. It is a collection of the whole year's issues. Continues reading. Misha. Has all this been written? Porter. The fellows who wrote it weren't very lazy, I'll bet. Volodya. Laughs. What did you say? Porter. I said what I meant. It wasn't a lazy lot that wrote all that. Well, I'm going. Will you kindly say I have brought the bundle? Exit. Sonia. To Volodya. What does father want all those papers for? Volodya. He wants to collect Bolchakov's articles from them. Sonia. And Uncle Michael Ivanovich says reading Bolchakov makes him ill. Volodya. Just like Uncle Michael Ivanovich. He only reads Truth for All. Misha. And is Uncle's truth as big as this? Sonia. Bigger. But this is only for 1 year, and the papers have been published 20 years or more. Misha. That makes 20 such bundles and another 20 more. Sonia. Wishing to mystify Misha. That's nothing. These are only 2 papers, and besides there are at least 30 more. Volodya. Without raising his head. 30, you say? There are 530 in Russia alone. And with those published abroad there are thousands altogether. Misha. They couldn't all be put into this room. Volodya. Not even in this whole street. But please don't disturb me in my work. Tomorrow teacher is sure to call upon me, and you don't give me a chance of learning my lessons with your silly talk. Resumes his reading. Misha. I don't think there's any use writing so much. Sonia. Why not? Misha. Because if what they write is true, then why say the same thing over and over again? If it isn't, then why say what is not true? Sonia. An excellent judgment. Misha. Why do they write such an awful lot? Volodya. Without taking his eyes off his book. Because if it wasn't for the freedom of the press, how would people know what the truth is? Misha. Father says the truth contains the truth, and Uncle Michael Ivanovich says truth makes him ill. Then how do they know where the truth really is, in Truth or in Truth for All? Sonia. I think you are right. There are really too many papers and magazines and books. Volodya. Just like a woman, perfectly senseless in every conclusion. Sonia. I only mean that when there is so much written it is impossible to know anything really. Volodya. But everybody has brains given him to find out where the truth is. Misha. Then if everybody has got brains he can reason things out for himself. Volodya. So that's how you reason with your large supply of brains. Please go somewhere else and leave me alone to work. On repentance. Volodya, a boy of 8, stands in the passage with an empty plate and cries. Fedya, a boy of 10, comes running into the passage. Fedya. Mother sent me to see where you were, but what are you crying for? Have you brought nurse? Sees the empty plate, and whistles. Where is the cake? Volodya. I wanted it, and then suddenly, boo-hoo-hoo. All of a sudden I ate it up, without meaning to. Phaedia. Instead of taking it to nurse, you have eaten it yourself on the way. Well, I never. Mother thought you wanted nurse to have the cake. Volia. I did, and then suddenly, without meaning to, boo-hoo-hoo. Phaedia. You just tasted it, and then you ate the whole of it. Well, I never. Laughs. Volia. It is all very well for you to laugh, but how am I going to tell? Now I can't go to nurse, or to mother either. Phaedia. A nice mess you have made of it, I must say. Ha, ha. So you have eaten the whole cake? It is no use crying. Just try to think of some way of getting out of it. Volia. I can't see how I can. What shall I do? Phaedia. Fancy that. Trying to restrain himself from laughing. A pause. Volia. What am I to do now? I am lost. Howls. Phaedia. Don't you care? Stop that howling. Simply go to mother and tell her you have eaten the cake yourself. Volia. That is worse. Phaedia. Then go and confess to nurse. Volia. How can I? Phaedia. Listen, you wait here. I will find nurse and tell her. She won't mind. Volia. No, don't. I cannot let her know about it. Phaedia. Nonsense. You did it by mistake, it can't be helped. I will tell her in a minute. Runs away. Volia. Phaedia, wait. He is gone, I just tasted it, and then I don't remember how I did it. What am I to do now? Sobbing. Phaedia. Comes running back. Stop your bawling, I say. I told you nurse would forgive you. She only said, oh, the darling. Volia. She is not cross with me? Phaedia. Not a bit. She said, I don't care for the cake. I would have given it to him anyhow. Volia. But I didn't mean to eat it. Cries again. Phaedia. Why are you crying again? We won't tell mother. Nurse has quite forgiven you. Volia. Nurse has forgiven me. I know she is kind and good. But me, I am a wicked boy, and that's what makes me cry. On art. Footman. Housekeeper. Natasha, a little girl. Footman. With a tray. Almond milk for the tea, and rum. Housekeeper. Knitting a stocking and counting the stitches. 23, 24. Footman. I say, Avdotya Vasilyevna, can't you hear? Housekeeper. I hear. I'll give it to you presently. I can't tear myself to pieces to do all kinds of work at the same moment. To Natasha. Yes, darling. I will bring you the prunes presently. Just wait a moment, till I have given him the milk. Strains the almond milk. Footman. Sitting down. I tell you I have seen something tonight. To think that they pay good money for that. Housekeeper. Oh, you have been to the theater. You were out late tonight. Footman. An opera is always a long affair. I have always to wait hours and hours. Tonight they were kind, and let me in to see the performance. The kitchen maid, the manservant Pavel enters with the cream and stands listening. Housekeeper. Then there was singing tonight? Footman. Singing, humph. Just silly, loud screaming, not a bit like real singing. He said, I love her so much. And he puts it all to a tune, and it is not like anything under heaven. Then they had a row, and ought to have fought it out, but they started singing instead. Housekeeper. And yet I've heard it costs a lot to get seats for the season. Footman. Our box cost 300 rubles for 12 nights. Pavel. Shaking his head. 300. And who does that money go to? Footman. Why, the people who sing are paid for it. I was told a lady singer makes 50,000 a year. Pavel. You talk of thousands, why, 300 is a pile of money in the country. Some folks toil their whole life long, and can't even get together 100. Nina, a schoolgirl, enters the servants' pantry. Nina. Is Natasha here? Why don't you come? Mother wants you. Natasha. Munching a prune. I am coming. Nina. To Pavel. What were you saying about 100 rubles? Housekeeper. Simeon, pointing to the footman, was just telling us about the singing he listened to tonight in the theater, and about the lady singers being paid such a lot of money. That's what made Pavel wonder. Is that really true, Nina Mikhailovna, that a lady may get 50,000 for her singing? Nina. More than that. A lady has been engaged to sing in America for 150,000 rubles. But even better than that, yesterday's paper says a musician has been paid 50,000 rubles for his fingernail. Pavel. The papers write all sorts of nonsense. That couldn't be. How could he be paid that? Nina. Evidently pleased. He was, I tell you. Pavel. Just for a fingernail? Natasha. How is that possible? Nina. He was a pianist, and was insured for that amount in case anything happened to his hand, and he couldn't go on playing the piano. Pavel. Well, I'll be blowed. Sanichka. A schoolboy in the upper class of the school, entering the pantry. You've got a regular meeting here. What is it all about? Nina tells him what they have been talking about. Sanichka. With still more complacency than Nina. That story of the nail is nothing at all. Why, a dancer in Paris had her foot insured for 200,000 rubles, in case she sprained it and was not able to go on dancing. Footman. That's them girls, excuse me for mentioning it, that work with their legs without any stockings on. Pavel. You call that work? And they are paid for it. Sanichka. But everyone cannot do that kind of work, and she had to study a good many years. Pavel. What did she study that did any good? Mere hopping about? Sanichka. You don't understand. Art is a great thing. Pavel. I think it is all nonsense. People spend money like that because they have such an easy time. If they had to bend their backs as we do to make a living, there wouldn't be all these singing and dancing girls. They ain't worth anything, but what is the use of saying so? Sanichka. There we have the outcome of ignorance. To him Beethoven and Viardot and Raphael are utter folly. Natasha. Well, I think what he says is so. Nina. Come, let's go. On science. Two schoolboys, one a pupil of the real gymnasium 328 and the other of the classical gymnasium. Two twins, brothers of the latter. Volodya and Petrusha, 8 years of age. Science scholar. What do I want with Latin and Greek, when everything of any value has been translated into the modern languages? Classical scholar. You will never understand the Iliad unless you read it in Greek. Science scholar. But I don't see the use of reading it. I don't want to. Volodya. What is the Iliad? Science scholar. A story. Classical scholar. Yes, a story, but one that has not its equal in the world. Petrusha. What is it that makes the story so particularly good? Science scholar. Nothing. It is just a story, and nothing else. Classical scholar. Yes, but you cannot really understand antiquity without a knowledge of this story. Science scholar. I consider that a superstition just like religious instruction. Classical scholar. Getting excited. Religious instruction is nothing but lies and nonsense, while this is history and wisdom. Volodya. Is religious instruction all nonsense? Classical scholar. Why do you sit there listening to our talk? You can't understand. Both boys. Hurt. Why shouldn't we? Volodya. Perhaps we understand things better than you do. Classical scholar. Very well. Just be quiet, and don't interrupt. To the science scholar. You say Latin and Greek is of no use in life, but that applies as well to bacteriology, to chemistry, to physics, and astronomy. Why is it necessary to know anything about the distance of the stars, about their size, and all those unnecessary details? Science scholar. Unnecessary? On the contrary, they are very necessary indeed. Classical scholar. What for? Science scholar. Why, for everything. Take navigation. You would think that had not much to do with astronomy. But look at the practical results of science, the way it is applied to agriculture, to medicine, to the industries. Classical scholar. On the other hand, it is used also in making bombs. For purposes of war, and for revolutionary objects as well. If science contributed to the moral improvement, then. Science scholar. But what about your sort of knowledge? Does that raise the moral standard? Volodya. Is there any science that makes people better? Classical scholar. I told you not to interfere in the discussions of grown-up people. You say nothing but silly things. Volodya and Petrusha. With one voice. Not so silly as you imagine. Just tell us which science teaches people how to be good. Science scholar. There isn't such a science. Everybody has to find that out for himself. Classical scholar. What is the use of talking to them? They don't understand. Science scholar. Why not? They might. How to be good, Volodya and Petrusha, is not taught in schools. Volodya. Well, if that is not taught, it is no use going to school. Petrusha. When we are grown up we will not learn useless things. Volodya. As for the right way to live, we'll do that better than you. Classical scholar. Laughing. Oh, the wisdom of that conclusion. On going to law. A peasant. His wife. A kinswoman. Fedya, the peasant's son, a lad of 19. Petka, another son. A boy of 9. Father. Entering the cottage and taking off his cloak. What beastly weather. I could hardly manage to get home. Mother. And such a long way for you. It must be nearly 15 miles. Father. Not less than 20, I can tell you. To his son, Fedya. Take the colt to the stable. Mother. Well, have we won? Peasant. We have not, damn it all. It will never come right. Kinswoman. But what is it all about, cousin? I don't quite understand. Peasant. It is simply that a Virian has taken possession of my vegetable garden and is holding it. And I can't get at him in the right way. Wife. That lawsuit has been dragging along over a year now. Kinswoman. I know. I remember as far back as Lent, when the matter was before the village court. My man told me it had been settled in your favor. Peasant. That finished it, didn't it? But a Virian appealed to the head of the Zemstvo, 329, and he had the whole business gone into again. I then appealed to the judge and won. That ought to have been the end of it. But it wasn't. After that he won. Nice sort of judges they are. Wife. What are we to do now? Peasant. I won't stand his having my property. I will appeal to the higher court. I have already had a talk with a lawyer. Kinswoman. But suppose they take his side in the upper court? Peasant. Then I'll go to the Supreme Court. I'll sell my last cow before I'll give in to that fat hound. I'll teach him a lesson. Kinswoman. A lot of trouble comes from these trials, a lot of trouble, I declare. And suppose he wins again? Peasant. Then I'll appeal to the Tsar. Now I had better go out and give the pony some hay. Exit. Petka. Why do they judge like that, some saying Avarian is right and some daddy? Mother. Probably because they don't know who is right themselves. Petka. Then why ask them, if they don't know? Mother. Because nobody wants to give up his property. Petka. When I grow up, I will do like this. If I have a dispute with somebody, we will cast lots and see who wins. And that will settle it. We always settle it this way with a kulika. Kinswoman. Don't you think, cousin, that is quite a good way? One sin less, anyhow. Mother. Quite so. What a lot we have spent on that trial. More than the whole vegetable garden is worth. Oh, it is a sin, a great sin. On the criminal court. Children, Grishka, Semka, Jishka. Jishka. Serves him right. Why did he make his way into another person's corn loft? When he is put in prison, that will teach him not to do it another time. Semka. Of course, if he has really done it. But old Mikita said Mitrofan was run into prison without being guilty. Jishka. Without being guilty? And won't anything happen to the man who judged him falsely? Grishka. Well, they won't pat him on the head for it, of course. If he hasn't judged according to law, he will be punished too. Semka. Who will punish him? Jishka. Those above him. Semka. Who are above him? Grishka. His superiors. Jishka. And if the superiors also make a mistake? Grishka. There are higher powers above them, and they will be punished by these. That's what the Tsar is for. Jishka. But if the Tsar judges wrong, who is going to punish him? Grishka. Who? Why do you ask that? Don't you know? Semka. God will punish him. Jishka. God will also punish him who stole the corn from the loft. Then why not leave it to God to punish those who are guilty? He will not judge wrong. Grishka. It's clear that that is not possible. Jishka. Why not? Grishka. Because. On property. An old carpenter is mending the railings on a veranda. A boy of 7, the son of the master of the house, is watching the man working. Boy. How well you work. What is your name? Carpenter. My name? They used to call me Hrolka, and now they call me Roll, and even Roll Savage 330 when they speak respectfully. Boy. How well you work, Frol Savage. Carpenter. As long as you have to work, you may as well do good work. Boy. Have you got a veranda in your house? Carpenter. In our house? We have a veranda, my boy, yours here is nothing to compare with it. A veranda with no windows. And if you step onto it, well, you can't believe your eyes. That's the kind of veranda we've got. Boy. You are making fun. No, seriously, tell me, have you a veranda like this? I want to know. Carpenter. My dear child, how can the likes of us have a veranda? It's a blessing if we've a roof over our heads, and you say, a veranda. I've been thinking about having a roof built ever since last spring. I've just managed to pull down the old one, but the new one isn't finished, and the house is standing there and getting damp without it. Boy. Surprised. But why? Carpenter. Why? Just because I am not able to do it. Boy. How so? If you are able to work for us? Carpenter. I can work all right for you, but not for myself. Boy. Why? I can't understand. Please explain. Carpenter. You will understand when you are grown up. I am able to do your work, but as for my own, I can't do it. Boy. But why? Carpenter. Because I need wood for that, and I haven't got any. It has to be bought. I have nothing to buy it with. When I have finished my work here, and your mother pays me, just you tell her to pay me well. Then I'll drive to the forest, get 5 ash trees or so to bring home and finish my roof. Boy. Do you mean you haven't a forest of your own? Carpenter. We have such big forests that you can walk 3 whole days and not reach the end. But, worse luck, they don't belong to us. Boy. Mother says all her trouble comes from our forest, she has continual worries about it. Carpenter. That's the worst of it. Your mother is worried by having too much wood, and I'm worried by having none at all. But here I am gabbling with you and forgetting my work. And the likes of us don't get made much of for doing that. Resumes his work. Boy. When I grow up I shall arrange to have just the same as everybody else, so that all of us are equal. Carpenter. Mind you grow up quickly, that I may still be alive. Then, mind you, don't forget. Where have I put my plane? On children. A lady with her children, a schoolboy of 14, a girl of 5, Janichka, are walking in the garden. An old peasant woman approaches them. Lady. What do you want, Matrisha? Old woman. I have come again to ask a favor of your ladyship. Lady. What is it? Old woman. I am simply ashamed to speak, your ladyship, but that don't help. My daughter, the one for whom you stood godmother, has got another baby. God has given her a boy this time. She sent me to ask your ladyship if you would do her a favor, and have the child christened into our Orthodox faith. 331. Lady. But didn't she have a child very recently? Old woman. Well, that's just as you think. A year ago in Lent. Lady. How many grandchildren have you got now? Old woman. I could hardly tell you, dear lady. All of them are still babes. Such a misfortune. Lady. How many children has your daughter? Old woman. This is the 7th child, your ladyship, and all alive. I wish God had taken some back to him. Lady. How can you speak like that? Old woman. I can't help it. That's how one comes to sin. But then our misery is so great. Well, your ladyship, are you willing to help us, and stand godmother to the child? Believe me, on my soul, lady, we have not even got anything to pay the priest, bread itself is scarce in the house. All the children are small. My son-in-law is working away from home, and I am alone with my daughter. I am old, and she is expecting or nursing the whole time, and what work can you ask her to do with all that? So it is me that has to do everything. And that hungry lot all the while asking for food. Lady. Are there really 7 children? Old woman. 7, your ladyship, sure. Just the eldest girl begins to help a bit, all the rest are little. Lady. But why do they have such a lot of children? Old woman. How can one help that, dear lady? He comes now and then for a short stay, or just for a feast day. They are young, and he lives near in town. I wish he had to go somewhere far away. Lady. That's the way. Some people are sad because they have no children, or their children die, and you complain of having too many. Old woman. They are too many. We have not the means to keep them. Well, your ladyship, may I cheer her up with your consent? Lady. Well, I will stand godmother to this one like the others. It is a boy, you say? Old woman. It's a small baby, but very strong, he's got good lungs. What day do you order the christening to be? Lady. Whenever you like. Old woman thanks her and goes. Janichka. Mother, why is it that some people have children and some have not? You have, Matrisha has, but Parasha hasn't any. Lady. Parasha is not married. People have children when they are married. They marry, become husband and wife, and then only children come. Janichka. Do they always get children then? Lady. No, not always. Our cook has a wife, but they have no children. Janichka. Couldn't it be arranged that only those who want children should have them, and those who don't want them should have none? Schoolboy. What nonsense you talk. Janichka. That is not nonsense at all. I only thought that if Matrisha's daughter doesn't want to have children, it ought to be arranged so that she shouldn't have any. Couldn't it be arranged, mother? Schoolboy. Have I not told you not to talk nonsense about things you know nothing about? Janichka. Mother, could it be arranged as I say? Lady. I don't know, we never know about that. It all depends on the will of God. Janichka. But how do children come into the world? Schoolboy. The goat brings them. Janichka. Hurt. Why do you tease me? I don't see anything to laugh at in what I am saying. But I do think that since Matrisha says they are worse off for having children, it ought to be managed so that no children should be born to her. There is nurse who has none. Lady. But she is not married. Janichka. Then all those that do not care for children ought not to marry. As it is now, children are born and people have nothing to feed them with. The mother exchanges a glance with her son, and does not answer. When I am grown up I will marry by all means, and I shall see that I have one girl and one boy, and no more. Do you think it is nice when children are born and people don't care for them? As for mine, I shall love them dearly. Don't you think so, mother? I will go and ask nurse. Exit. Lady. To her son. Yes, truth flows from the lips of children. What she says is a great truth. If people would understand how serious marriage is, instead of regarding it as amusement, if they would marry not for their own sake, but for the sake of the children, then all these horrors would not exist. There would be no children suffering from neglect or distress, nor would such cases happen as that of Matrisha's daughter, where children bring sorrow in place of joy. On education. The yard porter is cleaning the handles of the doors. Katya, a girl of 7, is building a house with blocks. Nicholas, a schoolboy of 15, enters with a book and throws it angrily on the floor. Nicholas. To the devil with that damned school. Porter. What is the matter with it? Nicholas. Again a bad mark. That means more new trouble. Damn it all. What do I want their cursed geography for? California, why is it necessary to know about California? Porter. What will they do to you? Nicholas. They will keep me another year in that same old class. Porter. Then why don't you learn your lessons? Nicholas. Why? Because I can't learn the stupid things. Damn it all. Throwing himself on a chair. I'll go and tell mother. I'll tell her I can't do it. Let them do whatever they like, but I can't do it. And if after that she doesn't take me out of school I will run away from home. I swear I will. Porter. But where will you go? Nicholas. Just away. I will look out for a place as a coachman, or a yard porter. Anything is better than having to learn that cursed nonsense. Porter. But to be a yard porter is not an easy job either, I can tell you. A porter has to get up early, chop wood, carry it in, make fires. Nicholas. Phew. Whistles. But that is like a holiday. I love chopping wood. I simply adore it. No, that would not stop me. No, you just try what it is to learn geography. Porter. You're right there. But why do you learn it? What use is it to you? Is it that they make you do it? Nicholas. I wish I knew why. It is of no use whatever. But that's the rule. They think one cannot do without it. Porter. I dare say it is necessary for you in order to become an official, to get honors, high appointments, like your father and uncle. Nicholas. But since I don't care for all that. Katya. Since he does not care. Enter Mother, with a letter in her hand. Mother. I have just heard from the director of the school that you have got a bad mark again. That won't do, Nikolenka. It must be one thing or the other, learn or not learn. Nicholas. I'll stick to the one, I cannot learn. For God's sake, let me go. I cannot learn. Mother. You cannot learn? Nicholas. I cannot. It won't get into my head. Mother. That is because your head is full of nonsense. Don't think about all your stupid things, but concentrate your mind on the lessons you have to learn. Nicholas. Mother, I am talking seriously. Take me away from school. I wish for nothing else in the world but to get rid of that dreadful school, of that treadmill. I can't stand it. Mother. But what would you do out of school? Nicholas. That is my own business. Mother. It is not your own business, but mine. I have to answer to God for you. I must give you an education. Nicholas. But since I cannot. Mother. Severely. What nonsense to say you cannot. For the last time, I will speak to you like a mother. I beseech you to mend your ways and to do what is required of you. If you will not obey me this time, I shall take other measures. Nicholas. I tell you, I cannot and I will not learn. Mother. Take care, Nicholas. Nicholas. Why should I take care? Why do you torture me? Don't you see you do? Mother. I forbid you to speak like that. How dare you? Go away. You will see. Nicholas. Very well, I will go. I am not afraid of whatever comes, and I don't want anything from you. Dashes out of the room and bangs the door. Mother. To herself. How unhappy he makes me. I know exactly how it has all come about. It is all because he does not think about the things he ought to do, and his head is full of nothing but his own stupid interests, his dogs, and his hens. Katya. But, Mother, you remember the tale you told me, how impossible it is not to think about the white polar bear when you are told not to. Mother. I am not speaking of that. I say a boy has to learn when he is told to. Katya. But he says he cannot. Mother. That's nonsense. Katya. But he does not say he is not willing to do any work whatever. He only objects to learning geography. He wants to work, to be a coachman, a yard porter. Mother. If he had been a yard porter's son he might become one himself. But being your father's son he must learn. Katya. But he does not want to. Mother. Whether he wants to or not he must obey. Katya. And if he simply cannot learn? Mother. Take care that you are not like him yourself. Katya. That's just what I want to be. I shall not, on any condition, learn what I do not wish to. Mother. Then you will grow up a fool. Katya. And when I am grown up, and have children, I will never compel them to learn. If they want to they may learn, if not, let them do without learning. Mother. When you are grown up, you will be sure to have changed your mind. Katya. I shall certainly not. Mother. You will. Katya. No, I shall not, I shall not. Mother. Then you will be a fool. Katya. Nurse says God wants fools also. 2 Wayfarers. 2 men with bundles over their shoulders were walking along the dusty high road that lies between Moscow and Tula. The younger man wore a short coat and velveteen trousers. Spectacles gleamed out from under the brim of his new peasant's hat. The other was a man of about 50, remarkably handsome, dressed in a monk's frock, with a leather belt round his waist and a high round black cap, such as novices wear in monasteries. His long dark beard and dark hair were turning grey. The younger man was pale and sallow, was covered with dust, and seemed scarcely able to drag one foot after the other. The old man walked cheerfully along, swinging his arms, his shoulders well thrown back. It seemed as though dust dared not settle on his handsome face nor his body feel fatigue. The young man, Serge Vasilievich Borzin, was a doctor of science of Moscow University. The old man, Nicholas Petrovich Serpov, had been a sub-lieutenant in an infantry regiment during the reign of Alexander, then he had become a monk, but was expelled from the monastery for bad conduct. He had, however, retained the monastic garb. The men had come together in this wise. Borzin, after taking his doctor's degree, and after writing several articles for the Moscow reviews, went to stay in the country. To plunge into the current of peasant life and to refresh himself in the waves of the popular stream, as he put it. After a month spent in the country in complete solitude, he wrote the following letter to a literary friend of his, who was editor of a journal. My master and friend Ivan Finagich, it is not for us to predict, indeed we cannot, the ultimate solution of those problems which are solving themselves in the secrecy of the village life of the Russian people. Various phases of the Russian mind and its phenomena must be carefully taken into consideration, the seclusion of their lives, the revolutionary reforms introduced by Peter, etc., etc. The long and the short of it was that Borzin, having been deeply impressed by the everyday life of the people, had become convinced that the problem of determining the destiny of the Russian nation was more difficult and complex than he had been wont to imagine, and that in order to find its solution he must traverse Russia on foot. So he asked his friend not to discuss the question in his journal pending his return, promising to set forth all that he discovered in a series of articles. Having written this letter, Borzin set about making preparations for his journey. Though it annoyed him, he had to consider such details as what he should wear. He bought a coat, nailed boots, and a hat such as the peasants wear, and, shutting out his servants, studied himself for a long time in his glass. He could not get rid of his spectacles, as he was too nearsighted. After this, the most essential thing was to get some money. He needed at least 300 rubles. There was no money in his cash box, so Borzin summoned his bailiff and accountant and went through his books. Finding that he had 180 quarters of oats, he ordered them to be sold, but the bailiff remarked that the oats had been kept for seed. In another column he found an entry of 160 quarters of rye, and asked if that would suffice for seed. The bailiff replied by asking if he wanted them to sow last year's rye. The conversation ended shortly after, the bailiff recognizing that Borzin knew as little about farming as a babe, and Borzin realizing that the rye had been sown already. That new seed was usually used, and that after deducting enough for daily needs from the 180 quarters of corn, the rest might be sold. The money having been obtained, Borzin made up his mind one evening to start next day, when he heard an unknown voice in the hall. And his father's old valet Stephen entered and announced Nicholas Petrovich Serpov. Who is he? Don't you remember the monk who used to visit your father? No, not at all. What does he want? He wishes to see you, but I don't think he is quite himself. Serpov entered the room, bowed, stamped his foot and said, Serpov, a wayfarer. They shook hands. Nothing but ignorance, no education. I admonish Russia in vain. Russia is a fool. The peasant is industrious, but Russia is a fool. Don't you agree? I knew your father. We used to sit and chat, and he would say, "You will get on. But why are you dressed like that?" I am as plain-spoken as a soldier, and I ask why. I am going to make a journey on foot. I am on the road myself. I am a wayfarer. I have been all the way to Greece, to the Athos monastery, but I never saw anyone as honest as our peasants. Serpov sat down, asked for vodka, and then went to bed. Porcelain was puzzled. Next day Serpov was the listener and, as Porcelain liked to talk, Serpov heard all about his theory and the aim of his journey. Serpov thoroughly approved of it, and ended by offering himself as companion, which Porcelain accepted, partly because he did not know how to get rid of him. Partly because, with all his craziness, Serpov could flatter, partly, and chiefly, because Porcelain regarded the monk as a remarkable, though somewhat complicated, phenomenon of Russian life. They set out, and when we found them on the high road they were nearing the place, where, according to their plan, the first night was to be spent. They had accomplished the first 22 versts of their journey. Serpov had a glass at the public house and was in good spirits. Khodinka 332. An incident of the coronation of Nicholas II. I cannot understand such obstinacy. Why should you do without sleep and go with the people, when you can go straight to the pavilion with your Aunt Vera, and see everything without any trouble? I told you Bear had promised to pass you through, though, as far as that's concerned, you have the right of entry as a maid of honor. It was thus that Prince Paul Golitsyn, known in the aristocratic set as Pigeon, addressed his 23-year-old daughter Alexandra, called for shortness' sake Rena. The conversation took place in Moscow on May 17, 1893, on the eve of the popular fete held to celebrate the coronation. Rena, a strong, handsome girl, with a profile characteristic of her race, the hooked nose of a bird of prey, had long ceased to be passionately devoted to balls or social functions, and was, or at least considered herself to be, an advanced woman and a lover of the people. She was her father's only daughter and his favorite, and always did what he wished. In this particular instance it occurred to her that she would like to go to the popular festival with her cousin, not at midday with the court, but together with the people. The porter and the grooms of their own household, who intended to start in the early morning. But, father, I do not want to look at the people, I want to be with them. I want to see how they feel towards the young Tsar. Surely for once. Well, do as you like. I know how obstinate you are. Don't be angry, father, dear. I promise to be careful, and Alec will not leave my side. Although the plan seemed wild and fantastic to her father, he gave his consent. Yes, of course you may, he answered when she asked if she might have the Victoria. Drive to Khodinka and send it back. All right. She went up to him, and he blessed her, as was his custom, and she kissed his big white hand, and they separated. There was no talk of anything but the Moroz festival among the cigarette makers in the lodgings let by the notorious Marie Yakovlevna. Several of Emelian Tagadin's friends had met in his room to discuss when they should start. It's not worthwhile going to bed at all. You'll only oversleep yourself, said Yakov, a bright youth who occupied a space behind a wooden partition. Why not have a little sleep, retorted Emelian. We'll start at dawn. Everyone says that's the thing to do. Well, if we are going to bed, it's time we went. But, Emelian, mind you call us if we don't wake up in time. Emelian promised he would, and, taking a reel of silk from a drawer in the table, drew the lamp nearer, and began to sew a missing button on his summer overcoat. When he had finished this job he laid out his best clothes and cleaned his boots, and, after saying several prayers, Our Father, Hail Mary, etc., the meaning of which he had never fathomed, and had not even been interested in, he took off his boots, and lay down on the crumpled, creaking bed. Why not, he said to himself. There is such a thing as luck. Perhaps I shall get a lottery ticket and win. The rumor had spread among the people that, besides other gifts, some lottery tickets were to be distributed. Well, the 10,000 ruble prize is expecting too much, but one might win 500 rubles. What couldn't I do with it? I could send something to the old folk. I'd make my wife leave her situation. It's no sort of existence living apart like this. I'd buy a good watch and a fur coat. As it is, it's one long struggle, and you're never out of your difficulties. He began to dream that he and his wife were walking around the Alexander Gardens. And that the same policeman who had taken him up a year ago for using bad language when he was drunk was no longer a policeman, but a general. And that this same general smiled at him and invited him to go to a neighboring public house with him to hear a mechanical organ. The organ sounded just like a clock striking, and Emelian awoke to find that the clock really was striking wheezily, and that the landlady was coughing behind his door. It was not quite so dark as it had been the night before. Don't oversleep yourself. Emelian got up, went barefooted across the room to the wooden partition to awake Yasha, and then proceeded to dress carefully, greasing and brushing his hair before the broken mirror. I'm all right. That's why girls are so fond of me. Only I don't want to get into mischief. He went to the landlady, as arranged the day before, to get some food. He put a meat pie, 2 eggs, some ham, and a small bottle of vodka into a bag, and then left the house with Yasha and walked towards the Peter Park. They were not alone. Some were in front. Others were hurrying up from behind. From all sides happy men, women, and children, dressed in their best, were collecting together, all going in the same direction. At last they reached the field called Khodinka. Its edges were black with people. It was cold in the early dawn, and here and there smoke was arising from the fires which were made from such twigs and branches as were available. Emelian found some friends who also had a fire, and round which they were sitting preparing their food and drink. The sun was rising clear and bright, and the general merriment was increasing. The air was filled with singing and chattering, and with jokes and laughter. Everything gave rise to pleasure, but still greater pleasures were in store. Emelian had a drink, and, lighting a cigarette, felt happier than ever. The people were wearing their best clothes, but several rich merchants, with their wives and children, were also noticeable among the well-dressed working men. Rina Golitsyn, too, was remarkable as she walked at her cousin's side between the wood fires, happy and radiant at having got her own way. And at the thought of celebrating with the people the accession to the throne of a Tsar who was adored by them. Here's to your health, good lady, cried a factory hand to her, raising his glass to his lips. Don't refuse to break bread with us. Thank you. You ought to answer, a good appetite to you, whispered her cousin, showing off his knowledge of popular customs, and they moved on. Accustomed to occupy the best places everywhere, they penetrated through the crowd, going straight for the pavilion. The crowd was so dense that, notwithstanding the bright weather, a thick mist caused by the breath of the people, hung over the field. But the police would not let them pass. I'm rather glad, said Rina. Let us return, and so they went back into the crowd. Lies, all lies, said Emelian, seated with his companions in a circle round the food which was spread out on white paper, in answer to a young factory hand who, on approaching them, told them that the distribution of gifts had begun. I tell you it is so. It's contrary to regulations, but they have begun. I saw it myself. Each one receives a mug and a packet and away they go. Of course, what do the crazy commissionaries care? They give as they choose. But why should they, how can they, against regulations? You see they can. Let's go, friends. Why should we wait? They all rose. Emelian pocketed his bottle with the remains of the vodka and advanced with his comrades. They had not gone more than 20 yards when the crowd became so dense that it was difficult to stir. What are you pushing for? You're pushing yourself. You're not the only one here. That'll do. Oh, Lord! I'm crushed, cried a woman's voice. A child could be heard screaming on the other side. Go to. How dare you? Are you the only one? Everything will be taken before we get there. But I'll be even with them, the beasts, the devils, cried Emelian, squaring his stalwart shoulders and elbowing his way forward as best he could. Seeing everyone else was elbowing and pushing, he, without knowing exactly why, also began to try to force a way for himself through the crowd. On every side people were crushing him, but those in front did not move or let anyone through their ranks, and all were shouting and shrieking and groaning. Emelian silently clenched his strong teeth and frowned, but without losing heart or strength he steadily continued to push those in front, though he made but little progress. All at once there was a sudden agitation, the steady surging and swaying was followed by a rush forward to the right. Emelian looked to that side and saw something whiz over his head and fall among the crowd. 1, 2, 3, he realized what it meant, and a voice near him exclaimed. Cursed devils, they are throwing the things among the crowd. The sound of screaming, laughing and groaning came from that part of the crowd where the bags were falling. Someone gave Emelian a severe blow in the ribs which made him even gloomier and angrier, but before he had time to recover from the blow someone else had trodden on his foot. Then his coat, his new coat, caught and was torn. With a feeling of maliciousness in his heart he exerted all his strength to advance when something suddenly happened which he could not understand. And he found himself in an open space and could see the tents, where the mugs and packets of sweets were to be distributed. Up to then he had seen nothing but the backs of other people in front of him. He felt glad, but only for a moment, for he realized that the reason he could see all these was because those who were in front had reached the trench and were slipping or rolling over into it. And that he himself was knocked down on top of a mass of people. He was tumbling on those below, and others from behind him were in their turn tumbling on him. For the first time he felt afraid. As he fell, a woman in a woolen shawl stumbled over him. Shaking her off, he tried to turn round, but those behind prevented him and his strength began to fail. Then someone clutched his legs and screamed. He neither saw nor heard anything, but fought his way through, treading on human beings on all sides. Friends, help, take my watch, my gold watch, shrieked a man near him. Who wants a watch now, thought Emelian, climbing out to the other side of the trench. His heart was divided between fear for himself and for his own life, and anger at those wild creatures who were pushing him. In spite of this, the aim with which he had set out, to reach the tents and get hold of a packet with a lottery ticket, still drew him on. The tents were now close at hand. He could see the distributors quite distinctly and could hear the cries of those who had arrived at the tents and the creaking of the boards on which the people in front were crowding. Emelian stumbled. He had only about 20 paces more to go when he heard a child scream under or rather between his feet. Emelian looked down and saw a bare-headed boy in a torn shirt lying face downwards, crying incessantly, and clutching at his legs. He felt his heart stop beating. All fear for himself immediately disappeared and with it his anger against the rest. He was sorry for the boy and, stooping down, put his arm round his waist, but those behind him were pushing so violently that he nearly fell and let go the child. Summoning his strength for a supreme effort he caught him up again and lifted him on his shoulders. For a moment the crush became less and Emelian managed to carry off the child. "Give him to me," cried a coachman who was at Emelian's side, and taking the boy, raised him above the crowd. "Run over the people." Looking back, Emelian saw how the child walked further and further away, over the heads and shoulders of the swaying mass, now rising above it, now vanishing in the crowd. Emelian, however, continued to advance. He could not help doing so, but he was no longer attracted by the gifts and had no desire to reach the tents. He thought of the little boy Yasha, of those who had been trampled on, and of those whom he had seen as he crossed the trench. When he reached the pavilion at last he received a mug and a packet of sweets, but they gave him no pleasure. What pleased him was that the crush was over, and that he could breathe and move about. But his pleasure, however, only lasted a moment, on account of the sight which met his eyes. A woman, in a torn striped shawl and in buttoned boots which stuck straight up, with her brown hair loose and in disorder, was lying on her back. One hand lay on the grass, the other, with closed fingers, was folded below her breast. Her face was white, that bluish-white peculiar to the dead. She was the first who had been crushed to death and had been thrown over the fence right in front of the Tsar's pavilion. When Emelian caught sight of her, 2 policemen were standing over her, and a police officer was giving them directions. A minute after a few Cossacks rode up, and no sooner had their officer given them some order, than they rode full speed at Emelian and at the others who were standing there, and drove them back into the crowd. Emelian was again caught in the whirl. The crush became worse than ever. And to add to the horror, one and the same everlasting crying and groaning of women and children, and men trampling their fellows underfoot, and not able to help doing so. Emelian was no longer terrified or angry with those who were crushing him. He had but one desire, to get out, to be free, to have a smoke and a drink, and to explain the meaning of those feelings which arose in his mind. He longed for a smoke and a drink, and when at last he managed to get away from the throng, he satisfied his craving for these. It was not so with Alec and Rena. As they did not expect anything, they moved about among the people who were seated in groups, chatting with the women and children, when the whole people suddenly made a rush for the pavilion. The rumor having spread that the sweets and mugs were being given away contrary to regulations, and before Rena had time to turn round, she was separated from Alec and carried along by the crowd, and was overcome by terror. She tried to be quiet, but could not help screaming out for mercy. But there was no mercy, for they pressed round her more and more. Her dress was torn, and her hat also fell off. She could not be quite sure, but she thought someone snatched at her watch and chain. Though she was a strong girl and might have resisted, she was in mortal fear not being able to breathe. Ragged and battered, she just managed to keep on her feet. But the moment the Cossacks charged the crowd to disperse it, Rena lost hope, and directly she yielded to despair, her strength failed her and she fainted. Falling down, she was not conscious of anything further. When she regained consciousness, she was lying on the grass. A bearded working man in a torn coat was squatting beside her and squirting water into her face. As she opened her eyes, the man crossed himself and spat out the water. It was Emelian. "Who are you? Where am I?" "You're on Khodinka field." "Who am I?" "I'm a man. I've been badly crushed myself, but the likes of us can stand a good deal," said Emelian. "What's this?" Rena asked, pointing to the coppers that lay on her breast. "That's because people thought you were dead, they gave coppers for your burial. But I had a good look at you and thought to myself, no, she's alive, and I got some water for you." Rena glanced at herself and, seeing her torn dress and bare breast, felt ashamed. The man understood and covered her. "You're all right, miss, you'll not die." People came up, and also a policeman, while Rena sat up, and gave her father's name and address, and Emelian went for the cab. The crowd round her continued to increase. When Emelian returned with the cab, she rose, and refusing help, got into the vehicle by herself. She was so ashamed of the condition she was in. "Where is your cousin?" asked an old woman. "I don't know." "I don't know," said Rena in despair. On reaching home, she learnt that Alec had managed to leave the crowd when the crush first began, and he returned home safely. "That man saved me," said Rena. "If it had not been for him, I don't know what would have happened." "What is your name?" she said, turning to Emelian. "Mine? What does my name matter?" "She's a princess," a woman whispered in his ear. "Reich. Come with me to my father, he will thank you." Suddenly the heart of Emelian seemed to be infused with a kind of strength, so that he would not have exchanged this feeling for a lottery ticket worth 200,000 rubles. "Nonsense, go home, miss. What is there to thank me for?" "Oh, no. I would so much rather. Goodbye, miss, God be with you. But, there, don't take away my overcoat, and he showed his white teeth with a merry smile which lived in Rena's memory to console her for the most terrible moments of her life. The Memoirs of a Mother. I had known Marie Alexandrovna ever since we were children. As so often happens with young people, there was no suggestion of lovemaking about our companionship. With the possible exception of one evening when she was at our house and we played ladies and gentlemen. She was 15, with plump, rosy hands, beautiful dark eyes, and a thick plait of black hair. I was so impressed by her during that evening that I imagined that I was in love with her. But that was the only time. During all the rest of our 40 years' acquaintance we were on those excellent terms of friendship which exist between a man and a woman who mutually respect each other. Which are so delightful when, as in our case, they are free from any idea of lovemaking. I got a lot of enjoyment out of our friendship, and it taught me a great deal. I have never known a woman who more perfectly typified the good wife, the good mother. Through her I learned much, and came to understand many things. I saw her for the last time last year, only a month before her death, which neither of us expected. She had just settled down to live alone with Barbara, her cook, in the grounds of a monastery. It was very strange to see this mother of 8 children, this woman who had nearly 50 grandchildren, living alone in that way. But there was an evident finality about her determination to live by herself for the rest of her days in spite of the more or less sincere invitations of her family. As I knew her to be, I will not say a free thinker, for she never laid any stress on that, but one who thought for herself with courage and common sense. I was puzzled at first to see her taking up her abode in the precincts of a monastery. I knew that her heart was too full of real feeling to have any room for superstition, and I was well aware of her hatred of hypocrisy and of everything pharisaical. Then suddenly came this house close to the monastery, this regular attendance at church services, and this complete submission to the guidance of the priest, Father Nicodim. Though all this was done unostentatiously and with moderation, as if she were somewhat ashamed of it. When we met it was evident that she wished to avoid all discussion of her reasons for choosing a life of that sort. But I think that I understood. Although she had a skeptical mind, it was dominated by the fullness of her heart. When, after 40 years of household activity, she found that all her children had outgrown the need for her care, she was at a loose end. And it became necessary to seek some fresh occupation for her heart, some fresh outlet for her feelings. Since the homes of her children could not satisfy her cravings, she decided to go into retreat, hoping that she would find the solace which others found in seclusion, the consolation of religion. Though her pride, both on her own account and for the sake of her children, prevented her from giving more than the merest hint of the truth, there could be no doubt that she was unhappy. I knew all her children, and when I inquired after them she answered reluctantly, for she never blamed them. But I could see what a tragedy, or rather, what a series of tragedies lay buried in her heart. Yes, Volodya has done very well, she said. He is president of the chamber, and has bought an estate. Yes, his children are growing up, 3 boys and 2 girls, and as she stopped talking her black eyebrows were contracted into a frown. And I could see that she was making an effort to prevent herself from expressing her thoughts, trying to rid herself of them. Well, and Basil? Basil is just the same, you know the sort of man he is. Still devoted to society? Yes. Has he any children? 3. That is how we talked when her sons and daughters were our subject of conversation. She would rather talk of Peter than of the others. He was the failure of the family, he had squandered all that he had, did not pay his debts, and caused his mother more distress than any of them. But he was her best beloved in spite of his waywardness, for she saw, as she put it, his heart of gold. There is often a peculiar charm about the reminiscences of those who have gone through hidden sorrows, and it was only when we touched on the days of her careless youth that she let herself go. Our last talk was the best of them all, so delightful that I did not leave her home until after midnight. It was full of tender sympathy. It was about Peter Nikiforovich, the first tutor her children ever had. He was a graduate of Moscow University, and he died of consumption in her house. He was a remarkable man, and had exercised a great influence over her. Though she did not realize it, he was the only man whom she could, or did, love besides her husband. We talked about him and about his theories of life, views which I had known and shared at the time. He was not exactly a disciple of Rousseau, though he knew and approved of his theories, but he had a mind of the same type. He very much resembled our usual conception of the wise men of antiquity. He was full of the gentle humility of unconscious Christianity. Though he was convinced that he hated the teachings of Christianity, his whole life was one long self-sacrifice. He was obviously wretched when he could find no opportunity to deny himself something for the sake of others, and it must be something that could only be relinquished with suffering and difficulty. Then he was really happy. He was as innocent as a child and as tender as a woman. There may be some doubt as to whether she loved him. But there could be absolutely no doubt that she was his only love, his idol, for anyone who ever saw him in her presence. To banish any shadow of question, it was quite enough to watch his great, round, blue eyes following her every movement, reflecting every shade of expression on her face. Frail and attenuated as he was, in his shapeless, ill-fitting coat, it was more than enough to see him draw himself up, to note how he bent or turned toward the spot which she occupied. Alexis Nikolaevich, her late husband, knew it, and did not mind in the least, frequently leaving him alone with her and the children for whole evenings. The children knew it. They loved both their mother and their tutor, and thought it only natural that their mother and their tutor should love one another. Alexis Nikolaevich's only precaution was to call him Peter the Wise. He, too, loved him and respected him. Indeed, he could not help respecting him for his exceptional affectionate devotion to the children, and for the unusual loftiness of his morality. And never for a moment did he think of passion between him and his wife as a possibility. But I am inclined to believe that she did love him. His death was not only a deep grief, but a bereavement. Certain sides of her nature, the best, the fundamental, the most essential, withered away after his death. So we talked about him, and about his opinions on life. How he had believed that the highest morality lay in taking from others as little as possible, and in giving to others as much as possible of oneself, of one's soul. And how, in order that one might take as little as possible, he believed that one should cultivate what Plato ranked as the highest virtue, abstinence, that one should sleep on a plank bed. Wear the same clothing winter and summer, have bread and water for one's nourishment, or, as a great indulgence, milk. That was how he had lived, and Marie Alexandrovna thought that that was how he had ruined his health. He had held that, to equip oneself for giving to others, it was essential to develop one's spiritual forces, chief among which was love, dynamic love, devoted to service in life. To uplifting of life. He would have brought up the children on these lines if he could have had his way, but their parents insisted upon some concession to convention, and an excellent compromise was adopted. But unfortunately, his regime did not last long, as he only lived with them for 4 years. "Just think of it," said Marie Alexandrovna, "I have taken to reading religious tracts, I listen to Father Nikodim's sermons. And believe me," here her smiling eyes shone with a glance so bright that it brought to mind the independence of thought which was so characteristic of her, "believe me. All these pious exhortations are infinitely inferior to the sayings of Peter Nikiforovich. They deal with the same things, but on a much lower plane. But, above all, he taught one not so much by precept as by practice. And how did he do it? Why, his whole life was a flame, and it consumed him. Do you remember when Misha and Vera had scarlatina? You were staying with us. Do you remember how he sat up at night with them? But insisted upon going on with his lessons with the older children during the day? He regarded it as a sacred duty. And then, when Barbara's boy was ill, he did the same thing, and was quite angry because we would not have the child moved to our house. Barbara was talking about him only the other day. Then when Vanya, the page boy, broke his bust of some sage or other, do you remember how, after scolding him, he went out of his way to atone for his anger, begged the boy's pardon, and bought him a ticket for the circus? He was a wonderful man. He insisted that the sort of life we led was not worth living, and begged my husband to give up our land to the peasants and to live by his own labor. Alexander only laughed. But the advice had been given quite earnestly, from a sense of duty. He had arrived at that conclusion, and he was right. Yet we went on living just as others did, and what was the result? I made a round of visits last year, to all my children except Peter. Well, what did I find? Were they happy? Still, it was not possible to alter everything as he wanted. It was not for nothing that the first man fell and that sin came into the world. That was our last talk. I have done a great deal of thinking in my loneliness, she said. Indeed, I have done more than thinking, I have done some writing, and she smiled at me with an air of embarrassment that gave her aged face a sweet, wistful expression. I have put down my thoughts about all these things, or rather, the outcome of my experiences. I kept a diary before I was married, and afterwards too, for a time. But I gave it up later, when it all began, about 10 years ago. She did not say what had begun, but I knew that she meant the strained relations with her older children, the misunderstandings, and the contentions. She had had the entire control of the family estate after her husband's death. In looking through my possessions here I found my old diaries and reread them. There is a good deal in them that is silly, but there is a good deal that is good, and, again the same smile, instructive, too. I could not make up my mind at first whether to burn them or not, so I asked Father Nicodim, and he said, burn them. But that was all nonsense, you know. He could not understand. So I didn't burn them. How well I recognized her characteristic illogical consistency. She was obedient to Father Nicodim in most things, and had settled near the monastery to be under his guidance. But when she thought that his judgment was irrational, she did what seemed best to her. Not only did I not burn them, I wrote 2 more volumes. There is nothing to do here, so I wrote what I thought about it all, and when I die, I don't mean to die yet. My mother lived to be 70. And my father 80, but when I do die these books are to be sent to you. You are to read them and to decide whether there is anything of real value in them, and if there is, you will let others share it. For no one seems to know. We go on suffering incessantly for our children, from before their birth until the time comes when they begin to insist on their rights. Think of the sleepless nights, the anxiety, the pain and the despair we go through. It would not matter if they really loved us, or even if they were happy. But they don't, and they aren't. I don't care what you say, there is something wrong somewhere. That is what I have written about. You will read it when I am dead. But I have said enough about it. I promised, though I assured her that I did not expect to outlive her. We parted, and a month later I received the news of her death. Feeling faint at vespers, she had sat down on a little folding stool she carried with her, leaned her head against the wall, and died. It was some sort of heart trouble. I went to the funeral. All the children were there except Helen, who was abroad, and Misha, the one who had had scarlatina, who could not go because he was in the Caucasus undergoing a cure for a serious illness. It was an ostentatious funeral, and its display inspired the monks with more respect for her than they had felt while she was alive. Her belongings were divided up rather as keepsakes than with a view to any intrinsic value. In memory of our friendship, I received her malachite paperweight as well as 6 old leather-bound diaries and 4 new ordinary manuscript books in which, as she had said, she had written about it all while living near the monastery. The book contains this remarkable woman's touching and instructive story. As I knew her and her husband throughout their life together, and watched the growth and development of her children from the time of their birth to the time of their marriage, I have been able to fill in any omission in her memoirs from my own reminiscences whenever it has seemed necessary to make the story more clear. It is the 3rd of May 1857, and I begin a new diary. My old one covers a long period, but I did not write it properly. There was too much introspection, too much sentimentality and nonsense, about being in love with Ivan Zakharovich, the desire to be famous, or to enter a convent. I have just read over a good deal that was nice, written when I was 15 or 16. But now it is quite different. I am 20, and I really am in love and in a state of ecstasy. I do not worry myself with fears as to whether it is real, or whether this is what true love should be, or whether my love is inadequate. On the contrary, I am afraid that this is the real thing, fate, that I love far, far too much, and cannot help loving, and I am afraid. There is something serious and dignified about him, his face, the sound of his voice, his cheery word, in spite of the fact that he is always bright and laughing, and can turn everything round so that it becomes graceful, clever, and humorous. Everyone is amused, and so am I, yet there is something solemn about it. Our eyes meet, they pierce deep, deep down into the others, and go farther and farther. I am frightened, and I see that he is too. But I will describe it all in order. He is the son of Anna Pavlovna Lutkovsky, and is related to the Obolenskys and the Mikashins. His eldest brother is the Lutkovsky who distinguished himself at the siege of Sevastopol, and he himself, Alexis, is mine, yes mine. He was in Sevastopol, too, but only because he did not want to be safe at home when other men were dying there. He is above ambition. After the campaign he left the army, and did some sort of work in Petersburg. Now he has come to our province, and is on the committee. He is young, but he is liked and appreciated. Michel brought him to our house, and he became intimate with us at once. Mother took a fancy to him, and was very friendly. Father, as usual with all young men who wished to marry his daughters, received him coldly. He at once began to pay attention to Madia, the sort of attention men do pay to girls of 16. But in my innermost heart I knew at once that it was I, only I did not dare to own it even to myself. He used to come often. And from the first day, although nothing was said, I knew that it was all over, that it was he. Yesterday, on leaving, he pressed my hand. We were on the landing of the staircase. I do not know why, but I felt that I was blushing. He looked at me, and he blushed also. And lost his head so completely that he turned round and ran downstairs, dropped his hat, picked it up, and stopped outside in the porch. I went upstairs and looked out of the window. His carriage drove up, but he did not get in. I leaned out to look into the porch. He was standing there, stroking his beard into his mouth, and biting it. I was afraid he might turn round, and so I moved away from the window, and at the same moment I heard his step on the stairs. He was running up quickly, impetuously. How I knew I cannot say, but I went to the door and stood still, waiting. My heart ceased to beat, it seemed to stand still, and my breast heaved painfully, yet joyfully. Why I knew I cannot say. But I knew. He might very well have run upstairs and said, "I beg your pardon, I forgot my cigarettes," or something like that. That might very well have happened. What should I have done then? But no, that was impossible. What was to be, was. His face was solemn, timid, determined, and joyful. His eyes shone, his lips quivered. He had his overcoat on, and held his hat in his hand. We were alone, everyone was on the veranda. "Marie Alexandrovna," he said, stopping on the last step, "it's best to have it over once for all than to go on in misery, and perhaps to upset you." I felt ill at ease, but painfully happy. Those dear eyes, that beautiful forehead, those trembling lips, so much more used to smiling, and the timidity of the strong energetic figure. I felt sobs rising to my throat. I expect he saw the expression on my face. "Marie Alexandrovna, you know what I want to tell you, don't you?" "I don't know," I began. "Yes, I do." "Yes," he went on, "you know what I mean to ask you, and do not dare." He broke off, and then, suddenly, as though angry with himself, "Well, what is to be, will be. Can you love me as I love you? Be my wife. Yes or no? I could not speak. Joy suffocated me. I held out my hand. He took it and kissed it. Is it really yes? Truly? Yes? You knew, didn't you? I have suffered so long. I need not go away. No, no. I said that I loved him, and we kissed. And that first kiss seemed strange and unpleasant rather than pleasant, our lips just touching the other's face, as though by chance. He went down and sent away his carriage, and I ran off to mother. She went to father, who came out of his room. It was all over, we were engaged. It was past 1 when he left, and he will come again tomorrow, and the wedding will be in a month. He wanted it to be next week, but mother would not hear of it. It was 57 years ago. The war was just over. The Voronov household was busy with wedding preparations. The second daughter, Marie, was engaged to Alexis Lutkovsky. They had known each other since childhood. They had played and danced together. Now he had returned from Sevastopol, with the rank of lieutenant. At the very height of the war he had left the civil service to join a regiment as an ensign. On his return he could not make up his mind what to do. He felt nothing but contempt for military service, especially in the Guards, and did not want to go on with it in time of peace. But an uncle wanted him to be his aide-de-camp in Kiev. A cousin offered him a post at Constantinople. His ex-chief asked him to go back to his former post. He had plenty of friends and relatives, and they were all fond of him. They were not quite fond enough of him to miss him when he was not there, but they were fond enough to say when he appeared, at least most of them, "Ah, Alexis. How jolly." He was never in anyone's way, and most people liked to have him about, though for very different reasons. He could tell stories, and sing or play the guitar in first-rate fashion. But, above all, he never gave himself any airs. He was clever, good-looking, good-natured, and sympathetic. While he was looking round and discussing where and with whom he should work, and while he was thinking the matter over and weighing it very carefully, notwithstanding his seeming indifference, he met the Voronovs in Moscow. They invited him to their country house, where he went and stayed a week, then left, and a week later returned and proposed. He was accepted with great pleasure. It was a good match. He became engaged. "There's nothing to be particularly pleased about," said old Voronov to his wife, who was standing near his desk looking at him wistfully. "He is good-natured." "Good-natured, indeed. That's not the point. But, as a matter of fact, he has lived a good deal. I know the Lutkovsky stock. What has he got except good intentions and his service? What we can give them will not provide for them. But they love one another, and they have been so frank about it," she said. She was so gentle and so mild. "Yes, of course, he's all right. They're all alike, but I wanted someone better for Marie. She is such an open-hearted, tender little soul. There was something else I had wished for. But it can't be helped. Come." And they left the room together. Just at first father seemed displeased. No, not exactly displeased, but sad, not quite himself. I know him. Just as though he did not like him. I cannot understand it, I am not the only one. It is not because I am engaged to him, but nobility, truthfulness, and purity are so clearly written all over his being that one could not find more of them anywhere. It is evident that what is in his mind is on his tongue, he has nothing to hide. He only hides his own noble qualities. He cannot bear to speak of his Sevastopol exploits, nor about Michel. He blushed when I spoke of him. I thank thee, Lord. I desire nothing, nothing more. Lutkovsky went to Moscow to make preparations for the wedding. He stopped at the Chevalier, and there on the stairway he met Suschov. "Ah, Alexis, is it true that you are going to get married?" "Yes, it is true. I congratulate you. I know them. It is a charming family. I knew your bride too. She is beautiful. Let us have dinner together. They dined together, and had first one bottle, then a second. Let's be off. Let's drive somewhere, there's nothing else to do. They drove to the Hermitage, which had only just been opened. As they approached the theater they met Anna. Anna did not know. But even if she had known he was going to be married, she would not have altered her manner, and would have smiled and shown her dimples with even more delight. "Oh, there, how dull you are. Come along." She took his hand. "Take care," said Suschov behind them. Directly. Lutkovsky walked as far as the theater with her, and then handed her over to Basil, whom he happened to meet there. "No, it is wrong. I will go home. Why did I come?" Notwithstanding urgent requests to remain, he went home. In his hotel room he drank 2 glasses of seltzer water, and sat down at the table to make up his accounts. In the morning he had to go out on business, to borrow money. His brother had refused to lend him any, and so he had got it from a moneylender. He sat there making his calculations, and all the while his thoughts returned to Anna, and he felt annoyed that he had refused her, though he felt proud that he had done so. He took out Marie's photograph. She was a strong, well-developed, slender Russian beauty. He looked at the picture with admiration, then put it in front of him and went on with his work. Suddenly in the corridor he heard the voices of Anna and Suschov. He was leading her straight to his door. "Alexis, how could you?" She entered his room. Next morning Lutkovsky went to breakfast with Suschov, who reproached him. "You must know how terribly this would grieve her." "Of course I do. Don't worry. I am as dumb as a fish. May I? Alexis has returned from Moscow, the same clear, childlike soul. I see he is unhappy because he is not rich, for my sake, only for my sake. Last night the conversation turned on children, on our future children. I cannot believe I shall have children, or even one child. It is impossible. I shall die of happiness. Oh, but if I had them, how could I love them and him? The two things do not go together. Well, what is to be will be." A month later the wedding took place. In the autumn Lutkovsky got a post in the civil service, and they went to St. Petersburg. In September they discovered that she was going to be a mother, and in March her first son was born. The accouchement, as is usually the case, was unexpected, and confusion ensued just because everyone had wanted to foresee everything, and things actually turned out quite different. Father Vasily. A fragment. Chapter 1. It was autumn. Before daybreak a cart rattled over the road, which was in bad repair, and drove up to Father Vasily's double-fronted thatched house. A peasant in a cap, with the collar of his kaftan turned up, jumped out of the cart, and, turning his horse round, knocked with his big whip at the window of the room which he knew to be that of the priest's cook. "Who's there?" "I want the priest." "What for?" "For someone who is sick." "Where do you come from?" "From Vozdrevo." A man struck a light, and, coming out into the yard, opened the gate for the peasant. The priest's wife, a short, stout woman, dressed in a quilted jacket, with a shawl over her head and felt boots on her feet, came out and began to speak in an angry, hoarse voice. "What evil spirit has brought you here?" "I have come for the priest." "What are you servants thinking about? You haven't lit the fire yet. Is it time yet?" "If it were not time I shouldn't say anything." The peasant from Vozdrevo went to the kitchen, crossed himself before the icon, and, making a low bow to the priest's wife, sat down on a bench near the door. The peasant's wife had been suffering a long time, and, having given birth to a stillborn child, was now at the point of death. While gazing at what was going on in the hut he sat busily thinking how he should carry off the priest. Should he drive him across the Kaso, as he had come, or should he go round another way? The road was bad near the village. The river was frozen over, but was not strong enough to bear. He had hardly been able to get across. A laborer came in and threw down an armful of birch logs near the stove, asking the peasant to break up some of it to light the fire, whereupon the peasant took off his coat and set to work. The priest awoke, as he always did, full of life and spirits. While still in bed, he crossed himself and said his favorite prayer, to the King of Heaven, and repeated, "Lord have mercy on us," several times. Getting up, he washed, brushed his long hair, put on his boots and an old cassock, and then, standing before the icons, began his morning prayers. When he reached the middle of the Lord's Prayer, and had come to the words, "Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us," he stopped. Remembering the deacon who was drunk the day before, and who on meeting him muttered audibly, "Hypocrite, Pharisee." These words, Pharisee and hypocrite, pained Father Vasily particularly because, although conscious of having many faults, he did not believe hypocrisy to be one of them. He was angry with the deacon. "Yes, I forgive," he said to himself, "God be with him," and he continued his prayers. The words, "Lead us not into temptation," reminded him how he had felt when hot tea with rum had been handed to him the night before after Vespers in the house of a rich landowner. Having said his prayers, he glanced at himself in a little mirror which distorted everything, and passed his hands over his smooth, fair hair, which grew in a circle round a moderately large bald patch, and then he looked with pleasure at this broad, kind face, with its thin beard, which looked young in spite of his 42 years. After this he went into the sitting-room, where he found his wife hurriedly and with difficulty bringing in the samovar, which was on the point of boiling over. "Why do you do that yourself? Where's Thekla?" "Why do you do it yourself?" mocked his wife. "Who else is to do it?" "But why so early? A man from Vozdrevo has come to fetch you. His wife is dying." "Has he been here long?" "Yes, some time." "Why was I not called before?" Father Vasily drank his tea without milk. It was Friday. And then, taking the sacred elements, put on his fur coat and cap and went out into the porch with a resolute air. The peasant was awaiting for him there. "Good morning, Matri," said Father Vasily, and turning up his sleeve, made the sign of the cross, after which he stretched out his small strong hand with its short-cut nails for him to kiss, and walked out onto the steps. The sun had risen, but was not yet visible behind the overhanging clouds. The peasant brought the cart out from the yard, and drove up to the front door. Father Vasily stepped quickly on the axle of the back wheel and sat down on the seat, which was bound round with hay. Mitri, getting in beside him, whipped up the big-barreled mare with its drooping ears, and the cart rattled over the frozen mud. A fine snow was falling. Chapter 2. Father Vasily's family consisted of his wife, her mother, the widow of the former priest of the parish, and 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son had finished his course at the seminary, and was now preparing to enter the university. The second son, the mother's favorite, a boy of 15, was still at the seminary, and his 16-year-old daughter, Lena, lived at home, though discontented with her lot, doing little to help her mother. Father Vasily himself had studied at the seminary in his youth, and had done so brilliantly that, when he left in 1840, he was at the top of his class. He then began to prepare for entrance into the ecclesiastical academy, and even dreamt of a professorship, or of a bishopric. But his mother, the widow of a verger, with 3 daughters and an elder son who drank, lived in the greatest poverty. The step he took at that time gave a suggestion of self-sacrifice and renunciation to his whole life. To please his mother he left the academy, and became a village priest. He did this out of love for his mother, though he never confessed it to himself, but ascribed his decision to indolence and dislike for intellectual pursuits. The place to which he was presented was a living in a small village, and was offered to him on condition that he would marry the former priest's daughter. 333 The living was not a rich one, for the old priest had been poor and had left a widow and 2 daughters in distress. Anna, by whose aid he was to obtain the living, was a plain girl, but bright in every sense of the word. She literally fascinated Vasily and forced him to marry her, which he did. So he became Father Vasily, first wearing his hair short and afterwards long, and he lived happily with his wife, Anna Tikhonovna, for 22 years. Notwithstanding her romantic attachment to a student, the son of a former deacon, he was as kind to her as ever, as if he loved her still more tenderly, and wished to atone for the angry feelings which her attachment to the student had awakened in him. It had afforded him an opportunity for the same self-sacrifice and self-denial, the result of which was that he gave up the academy, and felt a calm, almost unconscious, inner joy. Chapter 3. At first the two men drove on in silence. The road through the village was so uneven that although they moved slowly the cart was thrown from side to side, while the priest kept sliding off his seat, settling himself again and wrapping his cloak round him. It was only after they had left the village behind, and crossed over the trench into the meadow that the priest spoke. "Is your wife very bad?" he asked. "We don't expect her to live," answered the peasant reluctantly. "It is in God's, not man's hands." "It is God's will," said the priest. "There is nothing for it but to submit." The peasant raised his head and glanced at the priest's face. Apparently he was on the point of making an angry rejoinder, but the kind look which met his eyes disarmed him, so shaking his head he only said, "It may be God's will, but it is very hard on me. Father, I am alone. What will become of my little ones? Don't be faint-hearted, God will protect them." The peasant did not reply, but swearing at the mare, who had changed from a trot into a slow walk, he pulled the rope reins sharply. They entered a forest where the tracks were all equally bad, and drove along in silence for some time, trying to pick out the best of them. It was only after they had passed through the forest, and were on the high road which led through fields bright with springing shoots of the autumn-sown corn, that the priest spoke again. "There is promise of a good crop," he said. "Not bad," answered the peasant, and was silent. All further attempts at conversation on the part of the priest were in vain. They reached the patient's house about breakfast time. The woman, who was still alive, had ceased to suffer, but lay on her bed too weak to move, her expressive eyes alone showing that life was not yet extinct. She gazed at the priest with a look of entreaty, and kept her eyes fixed on him alone. An old woman stood near her, and the children were up on the stove. The eldest girl, a child of 10, dressed in a loose shirt, was standing, as if she were grown up, at a table near the bed, and resting her chin on her right hand, and supporting the right arm with her left, silently stared at her mother. The priest went to the bedside and administered the sacrament, and turning towards the icon, began to pray. The old woman drew near to the dying woman, and looking at her shook her head and then covered her face with a piece of linen, after which she approached the priest, and put a coin into his hand. He knew it was a 5-kopeck 334 piece, and accepted it. At that moment the husband came into the hut. "Is she dead?" he asked. "She is dying," said the old woman. On hearing this the girl burst into tears, muttering something. The 3 children on the stove began to howl in chorus. The peasant crossed himself, and going up to his wife, uncovered her face and looked at her. The white face was calm and still. He stood over the dead woman for a few minutes, then tenderly covered the face again, and crossing himself several times, came to the priest and said, "Shall we start?" "Yes, we had better go." "All right. I'll just water the mare." And he left the hut. The old woman began a wailing chant about the orphans left motherless, with no one to feed or clothe them, comparing them to young birds who have fallen from their nest. At every verse of her chant she breathed heavily, and was more and more carried away by her own wailing. The priest listened, and became sad and sorry for the children and wanted to help them. He felt for his purse in the pocket of his cassock, remembering that he had a half-ruble 335 coin in it, which he had received from the landowner at whose house he had said vespers the evening before. He had not found time to hand it over to his wife, as he always did with his money. And, regardless of the consequences, he took out the coin, and showing it to the old woman, put it on the windowsill. The peasant came in without his coat on and said that he had asked a friend to drive the priest back, as he had to go himself to fetch some boards for the coffin. Chapter 4. Theodore, the friend who drove Father Vasily back, was a sociable, merry giant with red hair and a red beard. His son had just been taken as a recruit, and to celebrate the event, Theodore had had a drink, and was therefore in a particularly happy frame of mind. Mitry's mare was tired out, he said. Why not help a friend? Why not help a friend? We ought to be kind to one another, oughtn't we? Now then, my beauty. He shouted to the bay horse with its tightly plaited tail, and touched it with the whip. Gently, gently, said Father Vasily, shaken as he was by the jolting. Well, we can go slower. Is she dead? Yes, she is at rest, said the priest. The red-haired man wanted to express his sympathy, but he also wanted to have a joke. God's taken one wife. He'll send another, he said, wishing to have a laugh. Oh, it is terribly sad for the poor fellow, said the priest. Of course it is. He is poor and has no one to help him. He came to me and said, take the priest home, will you, my mare can't do any more. We must help one another, mustn't we? You've been drinking, I see. It's wrong of you, Theodore. It's a working day. Do you think I drank at the expense of others? I drank at my own. I was seeing my son off. Forgive me, Father, for God's sake. It is not my business to forgive. I only say it is better not to drink. Of course it is, but what am I to do? If I were just nobody, but, thank God, I am well off. I live openly. I am sorry for Mitry. Who could help being sorry for him? Why, only last year someone stole his horse. Oh, you have to keep a sharp eye on folk nowadays. Theodore began a long story about some horses that were stolen from a fair. How one was killed for the sake of its skin, but the thief was caught and was beaten black and blue, said Theodore, with evident satisfaction. They ought not to have beaten him. Do you think they ought to have patted him on the back? While conversing in this manner they reached Father Vasily's house. Father Vasily wanted to go to his room and rest, but during his absence 2 letters had come, one from his son, one from the bishop. The bishop's circular was of no importance, but the son's letter gave rise to a stormy scene, which increased when his wife asked him for the half-ruble and found that he had given it away. Her anger grew, but the real cause was the boy's letter and their inability to satisfy his demands, due entirely to her husband's carelessness, she thought. 3 days in the village. First day. Tramps. Something entirely new, unseen and unheard of formerly, has lately shown itself in our country districts. To our village, consisting of 80 homesteads, from half a dozen to a dozen cold, hungry, tattered tramps come every day, wanting a night's lodging. These people, ragged, half-naked, barefoot, often ill, and extremely dirty, come into the village and go to the village policeman. That they should not die in the street of hunger and exposure, he quarters them on the inhabitants of the village, regarding only the peasants as inhabitants. He does not take them to the squire, who besides his own 10 rooms has 10 other apartments, office, coachman's room, laundry, servants' and upper servants' hall and so on. Nor does he take them to the priest or deacon or shopkeeper, in whose houses, though not large, there is still some spare room. But he takes them to the peasants, whose whole family, wife, daughters-in-law, unmarried daughters, and big and little children, all live in one room, 16, 19, or 23 feet long. And the master of the hut takes the cold, hungry, stinking, ragged, dirty man, and not merely gives him a night's lodging, but feeds him as well. When you sit down to table yourself, an old peasant householder told me, it's impossible not to invite him too, or your own soul accepts nothing. So one feeds him and gives him a drink of tea. Those are the nightly visitors. But during the day, not 2 or 3, but 10 or more such visitors call at each hut, and again it is, why, it is impossible, etc. And for almost every tramp the housewife cuts a slice of bread, thinner or thicker according to the man's appearance, though she knows her rye will not last till next harvest. If you were to give to all who come, a loaf 336 would not last a day, some housewives said to me. So sometimes one hardens one's heart and refuses. And this goes on every day, all over Russia. An enormous yearly increasing army of beggars, cripples, administrative exiles, helpless old men, and above all unemployed workmen, lives, that is to say, shelters itself from cold and wet, and is actually fed by the hardest worked and poorest class, the country peasants. We have workhouses, 337 foundlings hospitals, boards of public relief, and all sorts of philanthropic organizations in our towns. And in all those institutions, in buildings with electric light, parquet floors, neat servants, and various well-paid attendants, thousands of helpless people of all sorts are sheltered. But however many such there may be, they are but a drop in the ocean of the enormous, unnumbered, but certainly enormous, population which now tramps destitute over Russia, and is sheltered and fed apart from any institutions, solely by the village peasants whose own Christian feelings induce them to bear this heavy and gigantic tax. Just think what people who are not peasants would say, if, even once a week, such a shivering, starving, dirty, lousy tramp were placed in each of their bedrooms. But the peasants not only house them, but feed them and give them tea, because one's own soul accepts nothing unless one has them to table. In the more remote parts of Saratov, Tambov, and other provinces, the peasants do not wait for the policemen to bring these tramps, but always receive them and feed them of their own accord. And, as is the case with all really good deeds, the peasants do this without knowing that they are doing a good deed. And yet it is not merely a good deed for one's soul, but is of enormous importance for the whole of Russian society. It is of such importance for Russian society because, but for this peasant population and the Christian feeling that lives so strongly in it, it is difficult to imagine what the fate would be. Not only of these hundreds of thousands of unfortunate, houseless tramps, but of all the well-to-do, and especially of the wealthy who have their houses in the country. It is only necessary to see the state of privation and suffering to which these homeless tramps have come or have been brought, and to imagine the mental condition they must be in. And to realize that it is only this help rendered to them by the peasants that restrains them from committing violence, which would be quite natural in their position, upon those who possess in superfluity all the things these unfortunates lack to keep themselves alive. So that it is not the philanthropic organizations, not the government with its police and all its juridical institutions, that protects us, the well-to-do, from being attacked by those who wander cold, hungry, and homeless, after having sunk, or, for the most part, having been brought, to the lowest depths of poverty and despair. But we are protected, as well as fed and supported, by that same basic strength of the Russian nation, the peasantry. Yes. Were it not that there is among Russia's vast peasant population a deep religious consciousness of the brotherhood of all men, not only would these homeless people, having reached the last stages of despair, have long since destroyed the houses of the rich, in spite of any police force, there are and must be so few of them in country districts. But they would even have killed all who stood in their way. So that we ought not to be horrified or surprised when we hear or read of people being robbed, or killed that they may be robbed. But we should understand and remember that if such things happen as seldom as they do, we owe this to the unselfish help rendered by the peasants to this unfortunate tramping population. Every day from 10 to 15 people come to our house to beg. Some among them are regular beggars, who for some reason have chosen that means of livelihood, and having clothed and shod themselves as best they might, and having made sacks to hold what they collect, have started out to tramp the country. Among them some are blind, and some have lost a leg or an arm, and sometimes, though rarely, there are women and children among them. But these are only a small part. The majority of the beggars that come now are passers-by, without a beggar's sack, mostly young, and not crippled. They are all in a most pitiable state, barefoot, half-naked, emaciated, and shivering with cold. You ask them, where are you going? The answer is always the same, to look for work. Or, have been looking for work, but found none, and am making my way home. There's no work, they are shutting down everywhere. Many of these people are returning from exile. A few days ago I was barely awake when our servant, Ilya Vasilievich, told me. There are 5 tramps waiting near the porch. Take some money there is on the table, and give it them, said I. Ilya Vasilievich took it, and, as is the custom, gave each of them 5 kopecks. 338. About an hour passed. I went out into the porch. A dreadfully tattered little man with a sickly face, swollen eyelids, restless eyes, and boots all falling to pieces, began bowing, and held out a certificate to me. Have you received something? Your Excellency, what am I to do with 5 kopecks? Your Excellency, put yourself in my place. Please, Your Excellency, look, please see, and he shows me his clothing. Where am I to go to, Your Excellency? It is Excellency after every word, though his face expresses hatred. What am I to do? Where am I to go? I tell him that I give to all alike. He continues to entreat, and demands that I should read his certificate. I refuse. He kneels down. I ask him to leave me. Very well. That means, it seems, that I must put an end to myself. That's all that's left me to do. Give me something, if only a trifle. I give him 20 kopecks, and he goes away, evidently angry. There are a great many such peculiarly insistent beggars, who feel they have a right to demand their share from the rich. They are literate for the most part, and some of them are even well-read persons on whom the revolution has had an effect. These men, unlike the ordinary, old-fashioned beggars, look on the rich, not as on people who wish to save their souls by distributing alms, but as on highwaymen and robbers who suck the blood of the working classes. It often happens that a beggar of this sort does no work himself and carefully avoids work, and yet considers himself, in the name of the workers, not merely justified, but bound to hate the robbers of the people, that is to say, the rich, and to hate them from the depths of his heart. And if, instead of demanding from them, he begs, that is only a pretense. There are a great number of these men, many of them drunkards, of whom one feels inclined to say, it's their own fault. But there are also a great many tramps of quite a different type, meek, humble, and very pathetic, and it is terrible to think of their position. Here is a tall, good-looking man, with nothing on over his short, tattered jacket. His boots are bad and trodden down. He has a good, intelligent face. He takes off his cap and begs in the ordinary way. I give him something, and he thanks me. I ask him where he comes from and where he is going to. From Petersburg, home to our village in Tula government. I ask him, why on foot? It's a long story, he answers, shrugging his shoulders. I ask him to tell it me. He relates it with evident truthfulness. I had a good place in an office in Petersburg, and received 30 rubles 339 a month. Lived very comfortably. I have read your books War and Peace and Anna Karenina, says he, again smiling a particularly pleasant smile. Then my folks at home got the idea of migrating to Siberia, to the province of Tomsk. They wrote to him asking whether he would agree to sell his share of land in the old place. He agreed. His people left, but the land allotted them in Siberia turned out worthless. They spent all they had, and came back. Being now landless, they are living in hired lodgings in their former village, and work for wages. It happened, just at the same time, that he lost his place in Petersburg. It was not his doing. The firm he was with became bankrupt, and dismissed its employees. And just then, to tell the truth, I came across a seamstress. He smiled again. She quite entangled me. I used to help my people, and now see what a smart chap I have become. Ah well, God is not without mercy, maybe I'll manage somehow. He was evidently an intelligent, strong, active fellow, and only a series of misfortunes had brought him to his present condition. Take another, his legs swathed in strips of rag, girdled with a rope, his clothing quite threadbare and full of small holes, evidently not torn, but worn out to the last degree. His face, with its high cheekbones, pleasant, intelligent, and sober. I give him the customary 5 kopecks, and he thanks me and we start a conversation. He has been an administrative exile in Vyatka. It was bad enough there, but it is worse here. He is going to Ryazan, where he used to live. I ask him what he has been. A newspaper man. I took the papers round. For what were you exiled? For selling forbidden literature. We began talking about the revolution. I told him my opinion, that the evil was all in ourselves. And that such an enormous power as that of the government cannot be destroyed by force. Evil outside ourselves will only be destroyed when we have destroyed it within us, said I. That is so, but not for a long time. It depends on us. I have read your book on revolution. It is not mine, but I agree with it. I wish to ask you for some of your books. I should be very pleased. Only I'm afraid they may get you into trouble. I'll give you the most harmless. Oh, I don't care. I am no longer afraid of anything. Prison is better for me than this. I am not afraid of prison. I even long for it sometimes, he said sadly. What a pity it is that so much strength is wasted uselessly, said I. How people like you destroy your own lives. Well, and what do you mean to do now? He said, looking intently into my face. At first, while we talked about past events and general topics, he had answered me boldly and cheerfully. But as soon as our conversation referred to himself personally and he noticed my sympathy, he turned away, hid his eyes with his sleeve, and I noticed that the back of his head was shaking. And how many such people there are! They are pitiable and pathetic, and they, too, stand on the threshold beyond which a state of despair begins that makes even a kindly man ready to go all lengths. Stable as our civilization may seem to us, says Henry George, disintegrating forces are already developing within it. Not in deserts and forests, but in city slums and on the highways, the barbarians are being bred who will do for our civilization what the Huns and Vandals did for the civilization of former ages. Yes. What Henry George foretold some 20 years ago, is happening now before our eyes, and in Russia most glaringly, thanks to the amazing blindness of our government, which carefully undermines the foundations on which alone any and every social order stands or can stand. We have the Vandals foretold by Henry George quite ready among us in Russia. And, strange as it may seem to say so, these Vandals, these doomed men, are specially dreadful here among our deeply religious population. These Vandals are specially dreadful here, because we have not the restraining principles of convention, propriety, and public opinion, that are so strongly developed among the European nations. We have either real, deep, religious feeling, or, as in Stenka Razin and Pugachev, a total absence of any restraining principle, and, dreadful to say, this army of Stenkas and Pugachevs is growing greater and greater, thanks to the Pugachev-like conduct of our government in these later days, with its horrors of police violence. Insane banishments, imprisonments, exiles, fortresses, and daily executions. Such actions release the Stenka Razins from the last remnants of moral restraint. If the learned gentlefolk act like that, God himself permits us to do so, say and think they. I often receive letters from that class of men, chiefly exiles. They know I have written something about not resisting evil by violence, and for the greater part they retort ungrammatically, though with great fervor, that what the government and the rich are doing to the poor, can and must be answered only in one way: revenge, revenge, revenge. Yes. The blindness of our government is amazing. It does not and will not see that all it does to disarm its enemies merely increases their number and energy. Yes. These people are terrible, terrible for the government and for the rich, and for those who live among the rich. But besides the feeling of terror these people inspire, there is also another feeling, much more imperative than that of fear, and one we cannot help experiencing towards those who, by a series of accidents, have fallen into this terrible condition of vagrancy. That feeling is one of shame and sympathy. And it is not fear, so much as shame and pity, that should oblige us, who are not in that condition, to respond in one way or other to this new and terrible phenomenon in Russian life. 340. Second day. The living and the dying. As I sat at my work, Ilya Vasilievich entered softly and, evidently reluctant to disturb me at my work. Told me that some wayfarers and a woman had been waiting a long time to see me. Here, I said, please take this, and give it them. The woman has come about some business. I told him to ask her to wait a while, and continued my work. By the time I came out, I had quite forgotten about her, till I saw a young peasant woman with a long, thin face, and clad very poorly and too lightly for the weather, appear from behind a corner of the house. What do you want? What is the matter? I've come to see you, Your Honor. Yes, what about? What is the matter? To see you, Your Honor. Well, what is it? He's been taken wrongfully. I'm left with 3 children. Who's been taken, and where to? My husband, sent off to Krapovny. Why? What for? For a soldier, you know. But it's wrong, because, you see, he's the breadwinner. We can't get on without him. Be a father to us, sir. But how is it? Is he the only man in the family? Just so, the only man. Then how is it they have taken him, if he's the only man? Who can tell why they've done it? Here am I, left alone with the children. There's nothing for me but to die. Only I'm sorry for the children. My last hope is in your kindness, because, you see, it was not right. I wrote down the name of her village, and her name and surname, and told her I would see about it and let her know. Help me, if it's only ever so little. The children are hungry, and, God's my witness, I haven't so much as a crust. The baby is worst of all, there's no milk in my breasts. If only the Lord would take him. Haven't you a cow? I asked. A cow? Oh, no. Why, we're all starving, said she, crying, and trembling all over in her tattered coat. I let her go, and prepared for my customary walk. It turned out that the doctor, who lives with us, was going to visit a patient in the village the soldier's wife had come from. And another patient in the village where the district police station is situated, so I joined him, and we drove off together. I went into the police station, while the doctor attended to his business in that village. The district elder was not in, nor the clerk, but only the clerk's assistant, a clever lad whom I knew. I asked him about the woman's husband, and why, being the only man in the family, he had been taken as a conscript. The clerk's assistant looked up the particulars, and replied that the woman's husband was not the only man in the family, he had a brother. Then why did she say he was the only one? She lied. They always do, replied he, with a smile. I made some inquiries about other matters I had to attend to, and then the doctor returned from visiting his patient, and we drove towards the village in which the soldier's wife lived. But before we were out of the first village, a girl of about 12 came quickly across the road towards us. I suppose you're wanted? I said to the doctor. No, it's your honor I want, said the girl to me. What is it? I've come to your honor, as mother is dead, and we are left orphans, 5 of us. Help us. Think of our needs. Where do you come from? The girl pointed to a brick house, not badly built. From here, that is our house. Come and see for yourself. I got out of the sledge, and went towards the house. A woman came out and asked me in. She was the orphan's aunt. I entered a large, clean room. All the children were there, 4 of them, besides the eldest girl, 2 boys, a girl, and another boy of about 2. Their aunt told me all about the family's circumstances. 2 years ago the father had been killed in a mine. The widow tried to get compensation, but failed. She was left with 4 children, the 5th was born after her husband's death. She struggled on alone as best she could, hiring a laborer at first to work her land. But without her husband things went worse and worse. First they had to sell their cow, then the horse, and at last only 2 sheep were left. Still they managed to live somehow. But 2 months ago the woman herself fell ill and died, leaving 5 children, the eldest 12 years old. They must get along as best they can. I try to help them, but can't do much. I can't think what's to become of them. I wish they'd die. If one could only get them into some orphanage, or at least some of them. The eldest girl evidently understood and took in the whole of my conversation with her aunt. If at least one could get little Nicky placed somewhere. It's awful. One can't leave him for a moment, said she, pointing to the sturdy little 2-year-old urchin, who with his little sister was merrily laughing at something or other. And evidently did not at all share his aunt's wish. I promised to take steps to get 1 or more of the children into an orphanage. The eldest girl thanked me, and asked when she should come for an answer. The eyes of all the children, even of Nicky, were fixed on me, as on some fairy being capable of doing anything for them. Before I had reached the sledge, after leaving the house, I met an old man. He bowed, and at once began speaking about these same orphans. What misery, he said, it's pitiful to see them. And the eldest little girlie, how she looks after them, just like a mother. Wonderful how the Lord helps her. It's a mercy the neighbors don't forsake them, or they'd simply die of hunger, the dear little things. They are the sort of people it does no harm to help, he added, evidently advising me to do so. I took leave of the old man, the aunt, and the little girl, and drove with the doctor to the woman who had been to see me that morning. At the first house we came to, I inquired where she lived. It happened to be the house of a widow I know very well. She lives on the alms she begs, and she has a particularly importunate and pertinacious way of extorting them. As usual, she at once began to beg. She said she was just now in special need of help to enable her to rear a calf. She's eating me and the old woman out of house and home. Come in and see her. And how is the old woman? What about the old woman? She's hanging on. I promised to come and see, not so much the calf as the old woman, and again inquired where the soldier's wife lived. The widow pointed to the next hut but one, and hastened to add that no doubt they were poor, but her brother-in-law does drink dreadfully. Following her instructions, I went to the next house but one. Miserable as are the huts of all the poor in our villages, it is long since I saw one so dilapidated as that. Not only the whole roof, but the walls were so crooked that the windows were aslant. Inside, it was no better than outside. The brick oven took up 1/3 of the black, dirty little hut, which to my surprise was full of people. I thought I should find the widow alone with her children. But here was a sister-in-law, a young woman with children, and an old mother-in-law. The soldier's wife herself had just returned from her visit to me, and was warming herself on the top of the oven. While she was getting down, her mother-in-law began telling me of their life. Her 2 sons had lived together at first, and they all managed to feed themselves. But who remain together nowadays? All separate, the garrulous old woman went on. The wives began quarreling, so the brothers separated, and life became still harder. We had little land, and only managed to live by their wage labor, and now they have taken Peter as a soldier. So where is she to turn to with her children? She's living with us now, but we can't manage to feed them all. We can't think what we are to do. They say he may be got back. The soldier's wife, having climbed down from the oven, continued to implore me to take steps to get her husband back. I told her it was impossible, and asked what property her husband had left behind with his brother, to keep her and the children. There was none. He had handed over his land to his brother, that he might feed her and the children. They had had 3 sheep. But 2 had been sold to pay the expenses of getting her husband off, and there was only some old rubbish left, she said, besides a sheep and 2 fowls. That was all she had. Her mother-in-law confirmed her words. I asked the soldier's wife where she had come from. She came from Sergievsko. Sergievsko is a large, well-to-do village some 30 miles off. I asked if her parents were alive. She said they were alive, and living comfortably. Why should you not go to them? I asked. I thought of that myself, but am afraid they won't have the 4 of us. Perhaps they will. Why not write to them? Shall I write for you? The woman agreed, and I noted down her parents' address. While I was talking to the woman, the eldest child, a fat-bellied girl, came up to her mother, and, pulling at her sleeve, began asking for something, probably food. The woman went on talking to me, and paid no attention to the girl, who again pulled and muttered something. "There's no getting rid of you," exclaimed the woman, and with a swing of her arm struck her on the head. The girl burst into a howl. Having finished my business there, I left the hut and went back to the widow. She was outside her house, waiting for me, and again asked me to come and look at her calf. I went in, and in the passage there really was a calf. The widow asked me to look at it. I did so, feeling that she was so engrossed in her calf that she could not imagine that anyone could help being interested in seeing it. Having looked at the calf, I stepped inside, and asked, "Where is the old woman?" "The old woman?" The widow repeated, evidently surprised that after having seen the calf, I could still be interested in the old woman. "Why, on the top of the oven. Where else should she be?" I went up to the oven, and greeted the old woman. "Oh, oh," answered a hoarse, feeble voice. "Who is it?" I told her, and asked how she was getting on. "What's my life worth? Are you in pain? Everything aches." "Oh, oh. The doctor is here with me, shall I call him in?" "Doctor? Oh, oh. What do I want with your doctor?" "My doctor is up there." "Oh. Oh. She's old, you know," said the widow. "Not older than I am," replied I. "Not older?" "Much older. People say she is 90, said the widow. "All her hair has come out. I cut it all off the other day." "Why did you do that?" "Why, it had nearly all come out, so I cut it off." "Oh, oh," moaned the old woman, "oh. God has forgotten me. He does not take my soul. If the Lord won't take it, it can't go of itself. Oh, oh. It must be for my sins. I've nothing to moisten my throat. If only I had a drop of tea to drink before I die. Oh, oh." The doctor entered the hut, and I said goodbye and went out into the street. We got into the sledge, and drove to a small neighboring village to see the doctor's last patient, who had sent for him the day before. We went into the hut together. The room was small, but clean. In the middle of it a cradle hung from the ceiling, and a woman stood rocking it energetically. At the table sat a girl of about 8, who gazed at us with surprised and frightened eyes. "Where is he?" the doctor asked. "On the oven," replied the woman, not ceasing to rock the cradle. The doctor climbed up, and, leaning over the patient, did something to him. I drew nearer, and asked about the sick man's condition. The doctor gave me no answer. I climbed up, too, and gazing through the darkness gradually began to discern the hairy head of the man on the oven top. Heavy, stifling air hung about the sick man, who lay on his back. The doctor was holding his left hand to feel the pulse. "Is he very bad?" I asked. Without answering me, the doctor turned to the woman. "Light a lamp," he said. She called the girl, told her to rock the cradle, and went and lit a lamp and handed it to the doctor. I got down, so as not to be in his way. He took the lamp, and continued to examine the patient. The little girl, staring at us, did not rock the cradle strongly enough, and the baby began to cry piercingly and piteously. The mother, having handed the lamp to the doctor, pushed the girl angrily aside and again began to rock the cradle. I returned to the doctor, and again asked how the patient was. The doctor, still occupied with the patient, softly whispered one word. I did not hear, and asked again. The death agony, he repeated, purposely using a non-Russian word, and got down and placed the lamp on the table. The baby did not cease crying in a piteous and angry voice. What's that? Is he dead? Said the woman, as if she had understood the foreign word the doctor had used. Not yet, but there is no hope, replied he. Then I must send for the priest, said the woman in a dissatisfied voice, rocking the screaming baby more and more violently. If only my husband was at home. But now, who can I send? They've all gone to the forest for firewood. I can do nothing more here, said the doctor, and we went away. I heard afterwards that the woman found someone to send for the priest, who had just time to administer the sacrament to the dying man. We drove home in silence, both, I think, experiencing the same feeling. What was the matter with him? I asked at length. Inflammation of the lungs. I did not expect it to end so quickly. He had a very strong constitution, but the conditions were deadly. With 105 degrees of fever, he went and sat outside the hut, where there were only 20 degrees. Again we drove on in silence for a long time. I noticed no bedding or pillow on the oven, said I. Nothing, replied the doctor. And, evidently knowing what I was thinking about, he went on. Yesterday I was at Khodinka to see a woman who has had a baby. To examine her properly, as was necessary, she should have been placed so that she could lie stretched out full length, but there was no place in the whole hut where that could be done. Again we were silent, and again we probably both had the same thoughts. We reached home in silence. At the porch stood a fine pair of horses, harnessed tandem to a carpet-upholstered sledge. The handsome coachman was dressed in a sheepskin coat, and wore a thick fur cap. They belonged to my son, who had driven over from his estate. And here we are sitting at the dinner table, laid for 10 persons. One of the places is empty. It is my little granddaughter's. She is not quite well today, and is having her dinner in her room with her nurse. A specially hygienic dinner has been prepared for her, beef tea and sago. At our big dinner of 4 courses, with 2 kinds of wine, served by 2 footmen, and eaten at a table decorated with flowers. This is the kind of talk that goes on. Where do these splendid roses come from? Asks my son. My wife tells him that a lady, who will not divulge her name, sends them from Petersburg. Roses like these cost 3 shillings each, says my son, and goes on to relate how at some concert or play such roses were showered on a performer till they covered the stage. The conversation passes on to music, and then to a man who is a very good judge and patron of music. By the by, how is he? Oh, he is always ailing. He is again going to Italy. He always spends the winter there, and his health improves wonderfully. But the journey is very trying and tedious. Oh no! Not if one takes the express, it is only 39 hours. All the same, it is very dull. Wait a bit. We shall fly before long. 3rd day. Taxes. Besides my ordinary visitors and applicants, there are today some special ones. The first is a childless old peasant who is ending his life in great poverty. The second is a poor woman with a crowd of children. The third is, I believe, a well-to-do peasant. All 3 have come from our village, and all have come about the same business. The taxes are being collected before the new year, and the old man's samovar, the woman's only sheep, and one of the well-to-do peasant's cows, have been noted down for seizure in case of non-payment. They all ask me to defend them or assist them, or to do both. The well-to-do peasant, a tall, handsome, elderly man, is the first to speak. He tells me that the village elder came, noted down the cow, and demands 27 rubles. This levy is for the obligatory grain reserve fund, and ought not, the peasant thinks, to be collected at this time of year. I know nothing about it, and tell him that I will inquire in the district government office, and will let him know whether the payment of the tax can be postponed or not. The second to speak is the old man whose samovar has been noted. The small, thin, weakly, poorly clad man relates, with pathetic grief and bewilderment, how they came, took his samovar, and demanded 3 rubles and 70 kopecks of him, which he has not got and can't get. I ask him what the tax is for. Some kind of government tax. Who can tell what it is? Where am I and my old woman to get the money? As it is, we hardly manage to live. What kind of laws are these? Have pity on our old age, and help us somehow. I promise to inquire, and to do what I can, and I turn to the woman. She is thin and worn out. I know her, and know that her husband is a drunkard, and that she has 5 children. They have seized my sheep. They come and say, "Pay the money." My husband is away, working, I say. "Pay up," say they. But where am I to find it? I only had 1 sheep, and they are taking it. And she begins to cry. I promise to find out, and to help her if I can. First, I go to the village elder, to find out what the taxes are, and why they are collecting them so rigorously. In the village street, 2 other petitioners stop me. Their husbands are away at work. One asks me to buy some of her home-woven linen, and offers it for 2 rubles. Because they have seized my hens. I had just reared them, and live by selling the eggs. Do buy it, it is good linen. I would not let it go for 3 rubles if I were not in great need. I send her away, promising to consider matters when I return, perhaps I may be able to arrange about the tax. Before I reach the elder's house, a woman comes to meet me, a quick-eyed, black-eyed ex-pupil of mine, Olga, now already an old woman. She is in the same plight, they have seized her calf. I come to the elder. He is a strong, intelligent-looking peasant, with a grizzly beard. He comes out into the street to me. I ask him what taxes are being collected, and why so rigorously. He replies that he has had very strict orders to get in all arrears before the new year. Have you had orders to confiscate samovars and cattle? Of course. Replies the village elder, shrugging his shoulders. The taxes must be paid. Take Abakumov now, for instance, said he, referring to the well-to-do peasant whose cow had been taken in payment of some grain reserve fund. His son is an isvostchik, they have 3 horses. Why shouldn't he pay? He's always trying to get out of it. Well, suppose it's so in his case, say I, but how about those who are really poor? And I name the old man whose samovar they are taking. Yes, they really are poor, and have nothing to pay with. But just as if such things get considered up there. I name the woman whose sheep was taken. The elder is sorry for her too, but, as if excusing himself, explains that he must obey orders. I inquire how long he has been an elder, and what pay he gets. How much do I get? He says, replying not to the question I ask, but to the question in my mind, which he guesses, namely, why he takes part in such proceedings. Well, I do want to resign. We get 30 rubles a month, but are obliged to do things that are wrong. Well, and will they really confiscate the samovars and sheep and fowls? I ask. Why, of course. We are bound to take them, and the district government will arrange for their sale. And will the things be sold? The folk will manage to pay up somehow. I go to the woman who came to me about her sheep. Her hut is tiny, and in the passage outside is her only sheep, which is to go to support the imperial budget. Seeing me, she, a nervous woman worn out by want and overwork, begins to talk excitedly and rapidly, as peasant women do. See how I live. They're taking my last sheep, and I myself and these brats are barely alive. She points up at the bunks and the oven top, where her children are. Come down. Now then, don't be frightened. There now, how's one to keep oneself and them naked brats? The brats, almost literally naked, with nothing on but tattered shirts, not even any trousers, climb down from the oven and surround their mother. The same day I go to the district office, to make inquiries about this way of exacting taxation, which is new to me. The district elder is not in. He will be back soon. In the office several persons are standing behind the grating, also waiting to see him. I ask them who they are, and what they have come about. 2 of them have come to get passports, in order to be able to go out to work at a distance. They have brought money to pay for the passports. Another has come to get a copy of the district court's decision rejecting his petition that the homestead, where he has lived and worked for 23 years, and which has belonged to his uncle, who adopted him, now that his uncle and aunt are dead, should not be taken from him by his uncle's granddaughter. She, being the direct heiress, and taking advantage of the law of the November 9th, is selling the freehold of the land and homestead on which the petitioner lived. His petition has been rejected, but he cannot believe that this is the law, and wants to appeal to some higher court, though he does not know what court. I explain that there is such a law, and this provokes disapproval, amounting to perplexity and incredulity, among all those who are present. Hardly have I finished talking with this man, when a tall peasant with a stern, severe face asks me for an explanation of his affairs. The business he has come about is this: he and his fellow villagers have, from time immemorial, been getting iron ore from their land, and now a decree has been published prohibiting this. Not dig on one's own land? What laws are these? We only live by digging the iron. We have been trying for more than a month, and can't get anything settled. We don't know what to think of it. They'll ruin us completely, and that will be the end of the matter. I can say nothing comforting to this man. And turn to the elder, who has just come back, to inquire about the vigorous measures which are being taken to exact payment of arrears of taxation in our village. I ask under what clauses of the act the taxes are being levied. The elder tells me that there are 7 different kinds of rates and taxes, the arrears of all of which are now being collected from the peasants. 1. The imperial taxes. 2. The local government taxes. 3. The insurance taxes. 4. The arrears of former grain reserve funds. 5. New grain reserve funds in lieu of contributions in kind. 6. Communal and district taxes. And 7. Village taxes. The district elder tells me, as the village elder had done, that the taxes were being collected with special rigor by order of the higher authorities. He admits that it is no easy task to collect the taxes from the poor, but he shows less sympathy than the village elder did. He does not venture to censure the authorities. And, above all, he has hardly any doubt of the usefulness of his office, or of the rightness of taking part in such activity. One can't, after all, encourage. Soon after, I had occasion to talk about these things with a zemsky nachalnik. 341 He had very little compassion for the hard lot of the poverty-stricken folk whom he scarcely ever saw, and just as little doubt of the morality and lawfulness of his activity. In his conversation with me he admitted that, on the whole, it would be pleasanter not to serve at all. But he considered himself a useful functionary, because other men in his place would do even worse things. And once one is living in the country, why not take the salary, small as it is, of a zemsky nachalnik? The views of a governor on the collection of taxes necessary to meet the needs of those who are occupied in arranging for the nation's welfare were entirely free from any considerations as to samovars, sheep, homespun linen, or calves taken from the poorest inhabitants of the villages. And he had not the slightest doubt as to the usefulness of his activity. And finally, the ministers and those who are busy managing the liquor traffic, those who are occupied in teaching men to kill one another, and those who are engaged in condemning people to exile, to prison, to penal servitude, or to the gallows, all the ministers and their assistants are quite convinced that samovars and sheep and linen and calves taken from beggars are put to their best use in producing vodka, which poisons the people, weapons for killing men, the erection of jails and lockups, and, among other things, in paying to them and to their assistants the salaries they require to furnish drawing rooms, to buy dresses for their wives, and for journeys and amusements which they undertake as relaxations after fulfilling their arduous labors for the welfare of the coarse and ungrateful masses. Conclusion. A dream. A few nights ago I dreamt so significant a dream that several times during the following day I asked myself, what has happened today that is so specially important? And then I remembered that the specially important thing was what I had seen, or rather heard, in my dream. It was a speech that struck me greatly, spoken by one who, as often happens in dreams, was a combination of two men, my old friend, now dead, Vladimir Orlov, with grey curls on each side of his bald head, and Nicholas Andreevich, a copyist who lived with my brother. The speech was evoked by the conversation of a rich lady, the hostess, with a landowner who was visiting her house. The lady had recounted how the peasants on a neighboring estate had burnt the landlord's house and several sheds which sheltered century-old cherry trees and duchesse pears. Her visitor, the landowner, related how the peasants had cut down some oaks in his forest, and had even carted away a stack of hay. Neither arson nor robbery is considered a crime nowadays. The immorality of our people is terrible, they have all become thieves, said someone. And in answer to those words, that man, combined of two, spoke as follows. The peasants have stolen oaks and hay, and are thieves, and the most immoral class, he began, addressing no one in particular. Now, in the Caucasus, a chieftain used to raid the ales and carry off all the horses of the inhabitants. But one of them found means to get back from the chieftain's herds at least one of the horses that had been stolen from him. Was that man a thief, because he got back one of the many horses stolen from him? And is it not the same with the trees, the grass, the hay, and all the rest of the things you say the peasants have stolen from you? The earth is the Lord's, and common to all. And if the peasants have taken what was grown on the common land of which they have been deprived, they have not stolen, but have only resumed possession of a small part of what has been stolen from them. I know you consider land to be the property of the landlord, and therefore call the restoration to themselves of its produce by the peasants, robbery, but, you know, that is not true. The land never was, and never can be, anyone's property. If a man has more of it than he requires, while others have none, then he who possesses the surplus land possesses not land but men. And men cannot be the property of other men. Because a dozen mischievous lads have burnt some cherry tree sheds, and have cut down some trees, you say the peasants are thieves, and the most immoral class. How can your tongue frame such words? They have stolen 10 oaks from you. Stolen. To prison with them. Why, if they had taken not your oaks alone but everything that is in this house, they would only have taken what is theirs, made by them and their brothers, but certainly not by you. Stolen oaks. But for ages you have been stealing from them, not oaks but their lives, and the lives of their children. Their womenfolk and their old men, who withered away before their time, only because they were deprived of the land God gave to them in common with all men, and they were obliged to work for you. Only think of the life those millions of men have lived and are living, and of how you live. Only consider what they do, supplying you with all the comforts of life, and of what you do for them. Depriving them of everything, even of the possibility of supporting themselves and their families. All you live on, everything in this room, everything in this house, and in all your splendid cities, all your palaces, all your mad, literally mad, luxuries, has been made. And is still continually being made, by them. And they know this. They know that these parks of yours, and your racehorses, motor cars, palaces, dainty dishes and finery, and all the nastiness and stupidity you call science and art, are purchased with the lives of their brothers and sisters. They know and cannot help knowing this. Then think what feelings these people would have towards you, if they were like you. One would suppose that, knowing all you inflict on them, they could not but hate you from the bottom of their souls, and could not help wishing to revenge themselves on you. And you know there are tens of millions of them, and only some thousands of you. But what do? Why, instead of crushing you as useless and harmful reptiles, they continue to repay your evil with good, and live their laborious and reasonable, though hard life, patiently biding the day when you will become conscious of your sin and will amend your ways. But instead of that, what do? From the height of your refined, self-confident immorality, you deign to stoop to those depraved, coarse people. You enlighten them, and play the benefactor to them. That is to say, with the means supplied to you by their labor, you inoculate them with your depravity, and blame, correct, and best of all, punish them. As unreasoning or vicious infants bite the breasts that feed them. Yes, look at yourselves, and consider what you are and what they are. Realize that they alone live, while you, with your domas, ministries, synods, academies, universities, conservatoires, law courts, armies, and all such stupidities and nastinesses, are but playing at life, and spoiling it for yourselves and others. They, the people, are alive. They are the tree, and you are harmful growths, fungi on the plant. Realize, then, all your insignificance and their grandeur. Understand your sin, and try to repent, and at all costs set the people free. How well he speaks, thought I, can it be a dream? And as I thought that, I awoke. This dream set me again thinking about the land question, a question of which those who live constantly in the country, among a poverty-stricken agricultural peasant population, cannot help thinking. I know I have often written about it, but under the influence of that dream, even at the risk of repeating myself, I once more felt the need to express myself. Carthago delenda est. As long as people's attitude towards private property in land remains unchanged, the cruelty, madness and evil of this form of the enslavement of some men by others cannot be pointed out too frequently. People say that land is property, and they say this because the government recognizes private property in land. But 50 years ago the government upheld private property in human beings. Yet a time came when it was admitted that human beings cannot be private property, and the government ceased to hold them to be property. So it will be with property in land. The government now upholds that property, and protects it by its power, but a day will come when the government will cease to acknowledge this kind of property, and will abolish it. The government will have to abolish it, because private property in land is just such an injustice as property in men, serfdom, used to be. The difference lies only in the fact that serfdom was a direct, definite slavery, while land slavery is indirect and indefinite. Then Peter was John's slave, whereas now Peter is the slave of some person unknown, but certainly of him who owns the land Peter requires in order to feed himself and his family. And not only is land slavery as unjust and cruel a slavery as serfdom used to be, it is even harder on the slaves, and more criminal on the part of the slaveholders. For under serfdom, if not from sympathy, then at least from self-interest, the owner was obliged to see to it that his serf did not wither away and die of want. But to the best of his ability and understanding he looked after his slave's morality. Now the landowner cares nothing if his landless slave withers away or becomes demoralized. For he knows that however many men die or become depraved at his work, he will always be able to find workmen. The injustice and cruelty of the new, present-day slavery, land slavery, is so evident, and the condition of the slaves is everywhere so hard, that one would have expected this new slavery to have been recognized by this time as out of date, just as serfdom was admittedly out of date half a century ago. And it should, one would have thought, have been abolished, as serfdom was abolished. But, it is said, property in land cannot be abolished, for it would be impossible to divide equally among all the laborers and non-laborers the advantages given by land of different qualities. But that is not true. To abolish property in land, no distribution of land is necessary. Just as, when serfdom was abolished, no distribution of the people liberated was necessary, but all that was needed was the abolition of the law that upheld serfdom. So with the abolition of private property in land, no distribution of land is needed, but only the abolition of the law sanctioning private property in land. And as when serfdom was abolished, the serfs of their own accord settled down as best suited them, so when private property in land is abolished, people will find a way of sharing the land among themselves so that all may have equal advantage from it. How this will be arranged, whether by Henry George's single tax system, or in some other way, we cannot foresee. But it is certain that the government need only cease to uphold by force the obviously unjust and oppressive rights of property in land, and the people, released from those restrictions, will always find means of apportioning the land by common consent, in such a way that everyone will have an equal share of the benefits the use of the land confers. It is only necessary for the majority of landowners, that is, slave owners, to understand, as they did in the matter of serfdom, that property in land is as hard on the present-day slaves, and as great an iniquity on the part of the slave owners, as serfdom was. And, having understood that, it is only necessary for them to impress on the government the necessity of repealing the laws sanctioning property in land, that is, land slavery. One would have thought that, as in the 50s, the best members of society, chiefly the serf-owning nobles themselves, having understood the criminality of their position, explained to the government the necessity for abolishing their evidently out-of-date and immoral rights, and serfdom was abolished, so it should be now with regard to private property in land, which is land slavery. But strange to say, the present slave owners, the landed proprietors, not only fail to see the criminality of their position, and do not impress on the government the necessity of abolishing land slavery, but on the contrary they consciously and unconsciously, by all manner of means, blind themselves and their slaves to the criminality of their position. The reasons of this are, first, that serfdom in the 50s, being the plain, downright enslavement of man by man, ran too clearly counter to religious and moral feeling, while land slavery is not a direct, immediate slavery, but is a form of slavery more hidden from the slaves, and especially from the slave owners, by complicated governmental, social and economic institutions. And the second reason is that, while in the days of serfdom only one class were slave owners, all classes, except the most numerous one, consisting of peasants who have too little land, laborers and working men, are slave owners now. Nowadays nobles, merchants, officials, manufacturers, professors, teachers, authors, musicians, painters, rich peasants, rich men's servants, well-paid artisans, electricians, mechanics, etc., are all slave owners of the peasants who have insufficient land, and of the unskilled workmen who, apparently as a result of most varied causes, but in reality as a result of one cause alone, the appropriation of land by the landed proprietors, are obliged to give their labor and even their lives to those who possess the advantages land affords. These two reasons, that the new slavery is less evident than the old, and that the new slave owners are much more numerous than the old ones, account for the fact that the slave owners of our day do not see, and do not admit, the cruelty and criminality of their position, and do not free themselves from it. The slave owners of our day not only do not admit that their position is criminal, and do not try to escape from it, but are quite sure that property in land is a necessary institution, essential to the social order, and that the wretched condition of the working classes, which they cannot help noticing, results from most varied causes, but certainly not from the recognition of some people's right to own land as private property. This opinion of landowning, and of the causes of the wretched condition of the laborers, is so well established in all the leading countries of the Christian world, France, England, Germany, America, etc., that with very rare exceptions it never occurs to their public men to look in the right direction for the cause of the wretched condition of the workers. That is so in Europe and America. But one would have expected that for us Russians, with our 100 million peasant population who deny the principle of private ownership in land, and with our enormous tracts of land, and with the almost religious desire of our people for agricultural life, an answer very different to the general European answer to questions as to the causes of the distress among the workers, And as to the means of bettering their position, would naturally present itself. One would think that we Russians might understand that if we really are concerned about, and desire to improve the position of the people and to free them from the aggravating and demoralizing fetters with which they are bound, the means to do this are indicated both by common sense and by the voice of the people, and are simply, the abolition of private property in land, that is to say, the abolition of land slavery. But, strange to relate, in Russian society, occupied with questions of the improvement of the condition or the working classes, there is no suggestion of this one, natural, simple and self-evident means of improving their condition. We Russians, though our peasants' outlook on the land question is probably centuries ahead of the rest of Europe, can devise nothing better for the improvement of our people's condition than to establish among ourselves, on the European model, domas, councils, ministries, courts, zemstvos, universities, extension lectures, academies, elementary schools, fleets, submarines, airships, and many other of the queerest things quite foreign to and unnecessary for the people. And we do not do the one thing that is demanded by religion, morality, and common sense, as well as by the whole of the peasantry. Nor is this all. While arranging the fate of our people, who do not and never did acknowledge land ownership, we, imitating Europe, try in all sorts of cunning ways, and by deception, bribery, and even force, to accustom them to the idea of property in land, that is to say, we try to deprave them and to destroy their consciousness of the truth they have held for ages, and which sooner or later will certainly be acknowledged by the whole human race, the truth that all who live on the earth cannot but have an equal right to its use. These efforts to inoculate the people with the idea of landed property that is so foreign to them, are unceasingly made, with great perseverance and zeal by the government. And consciously or for the most part unconsciously, from an instinct of self-preservation, by all the slaveholders of our time. And the slaveholders of our time are not the landowners alone, but are all those who, as a result of the people being deprived of the land, enjoy power over them. Most strenuous efforts are made to deprave the people, but, thank God, it may be safely said that till now all those efforts have only had an effect on the smallest and worst part of Russia's peasant population. The many-millioned majority of Russian workmen who hold but little land and live, not the depraved, parasitic life of the slave owners, but their own reasonable, hard-working lives, do not yield to those efforts. Because for them the solution of the land question is not one of personal advantage, as it is regarded by all the different slave owners of today. For the enormous majority of peasants, the solution of that problem is not arrived at by mutually contradictory economic theories that spring up today and tomorrow are forgotten, but is found in the one truth, which is realized by them, and always has been and is realized by all reasonable men the world over, the truth that all men are brothers and have therefore all an equal right to all the blessings of the world and, among the rest, to the most necessary of all rights, namely, the equal right of all to the use of the land. Living in this truth, an enormous majority of the peasants attach no importance to all the wretched measures adopted by the government about this or that alteration of the laws of land ownership. For they know that there is only one solution to the land question, the total abolition of private property in land, and of land slavery. And, knowing this, they quietly await their day, which sooner or later must come. Singing in the village. Voices and an accordion sounded as if close by, though through the mist nobody could be seen. It was a workday morning, and I was surprised to hear music. Oh, it's the recruits' leave-taking, thought I, remembering that I had heard something a few days before about 5 men being drawn from our village. Involuntarily attracted by the merry song, I went in the direction whence it proceeded. As I approached the singers, the sound of song and accordion suddenly stopped. The singers, that is the lads who were leave-taking, entered the double-fronted brick cottage belonging to the father of one of them. Before the door stood a small group of women, girls, and children. While I was finding out whose sons were going, and why they had entered that cottage, the lads themselves, accompanied by their mothers and sisters, came out at the door. There were 5 of them, 4 bachelors and 1 married man. Our village is near the town where nearly all these conscripts had worked. They were dressed town fashion, evidently wearing their best clothes, pea jackets, new caps, and high, showy boots. Conspicuous among them was a young fellow, well-built though not tall, with a sweet, merry, expressive face, a small beard and mustache just beginning to sprout, and bright hazel eyes. As he came out, he at once took a big, expensive-looking accordion that was hanging over his shoulders and, having bowed to me, started playing the merry tune of Barinya. Running his fingers nimbly over the keys and keeping exact time, as he moved with rhythmic step jauntily down the road. Beside him walked a thick-set, fair-haired lad, also of medium height. He looked gaily from side to side, and sang second with spirit, in harmony with the first singer. He was the married one. These 2 walked ahead of the other 3, who were also well dressed, and not remarkable in any way except that one of them was tall. Together with the crowd I followed the lads. All their songs were merry, and no expression of grief was heard while the procession was going along. But as soon as we came to the next house at which the lads were to be treated, the lamentations of the women began. It was difficult to make out what they were saying. Only a word here and there could be distinguished: death, father and mother, native land. And after every verse, the woman who led the chanting took a deep breath, and burst out into long-drawn moans, followed by hysterical laughter. The women were the mothers and sisters of the conscripts. Beside the lamentations of these relatives, one heard the admonitions of their friends. "Now then, Matryona, that's enough. You must be tired out," I heard one woman say, consoling another who was lamenting. The lads entered the cottage. I remained outside, talking with a peasant acquaintance, Vasily Orhov, a former pupil of mine. His son, one of the 5, was the married man who had been singing second as he went along. "Well," I said, "it is a pity. What's to be done? Pity or not, one has to serve." And he told me of his domestic affairs. He had 3 sons, the eldest was living at home, the second was now being taken, and a third, who, like the second, had gone away to work, was contributing dutifully to the support of the home. The one who was leaving had evidently not sent home much. He has married a townswoman. His wife is not fit for our work. He is a lopped-off branch and thinks only of keeping himself. To be sure it's a pity, but it can't be helped." While we were talking, the lads came out into the street, and the lamentations, shrieks, laughter, and adjurations recommenced. After standing about for some 5 minutes, the procession moved on with songs and accordion accompaniment. One could not help marveling at the energy and spirit of the player, as he beat time accurately, stamped his foot, stopped short, and then after a pause again took up the melody most merrily. Exactly on the right beat, while he gazed around with his kind, hazel eyes. Evidently he had a real and great talent for music. I looked at him, and, so at least it seemed to me, he felt abashed when he met my eyes, and with a twitch of his brows he turned away, and again burst out with even more spirit than before. When we reached the 5th and last of the cottages, the lads entered, and I followed them. All 5 of them were made to sit round a table covered with a cloth, on which were bread and vodka. The host, the man I had been talking to, who was now to take leave of his married son, poured out the vodka and handed it round. The lads hardly drank at all, at most a quarter of a glass, or even handed it back after just raising it to their lips. The hostess cut some bread, and served slices round to eat with the vodka. While I was looking at the lads, a woman, dressed in clothes that seemed to me strange and incongruous, got down from the top of the oven, close to where I sat. She wore a light green dress, silk, I think, with fashionable trimmings, and high-heeled boots. Her fair hair was arranged in quite the modern style, like a large round cap, and she wore big, ring-shaped, gold earrings. Her face was neither sad nor cheerful, but looked as if she were offended. After getting down, she went out into the passage, clattering with the heels of her new boots and paying no heed to the lads. All about this woman, her clothing, the offended expression of her face. And above all, her earrings, was so foreign to the surroundings that I could not understand how she had come to be on the top of Vasily Orhov's oven. I asked a woman sitting near me who she was. Vasily's daughter-in-law, she has been a housemaid, was the answer. The host began offering vodka a third time, but the lads refused, rose, said grace, thanked the hosts, and went out. In the street, the lamentations recommenced at once. The first to raise her voice was a very old woman with a bent back. She lamented in such a peculiarly piteous voice, and wailed so, that the women kept soothing the sobbing, staggering old creature, and supported her by her elbows. "Who is she?" I inquired. "Why, it's his granny, Vasily's mother, that is." The old woman burst into hysterical laughter and fell into the arms of the women who supported her, and just then the procession started again. And again the accordion and the merry voices struck up their tune. At the end of the village the procession was overtaken by the carts which were to carry the conscripts to the district office. The weeping and wailing stopped. The accordion player, getting more and more elated, bending his head to one side and resting on one foot, turned out the toes of the other and stamped with it, while his fingers produced brilliant fioritures, and exactly at the right instant the bold, high, merry tones of his song, and the second of Vasily's son, again chimed in. Old and young, and especially the children who surrounded the crowd, and I with them, fixed their eyes admiringly on the singer. "He is clever, the rascal," said one of the peasants. "Sorrow weeps, and sorrow sings," replied another. At that moment one of the young fellows whom we were seeing off, the tall one, came up with long, energetic strides, and stooped to speak to the one who played the accordion. "What a fine fellow," I thought, "they will put him in the guards." I did not know who he was or what house he belonged to. "Whose son is that one? That gallant fellow?" I asked a little old man, pointing to the fine lad. The old man raised his cap and bowed to me, but did not hear my question. "What did you say?" asked he. I had not recognized him, but as soon as he spoke I knew him at once. He is a hard-working, good peasant who, as often happens, seems specially marked out for misfortune. First, 2 horses were stolen from him, then his house burnt down, and then his wife died. I had not seen Prokofy for a long time, and remembered him as a bright red-haired man of medium height, whereas he was now not red, but quite grey-haired, and small. "Ah, Prokofy, it's you," I said. "I was asking whose son that fine fellow is, that one who has just spoken to Alexander?" "That one?" Prokofy replied, pointing with a motion of his head to the tall lad. He shook his head and mumbled something I did not understand. "I'm asking whose son the lad is," I repeated, and turned to look at Prokofy. His face was puckered, and his jaw trembled. "He's mine," he muttered, and, turning away and hiding his face in his hand, began to whimper like a child. And only then, after the 2 words, "He's mine," spoken by Prokofy, did I realize, not only in my mind but in my whole being, the horror of what was taking place before my eyes that memorable misty morning. All the disjointed, incomprehensible, strange things I had seen suddenly acquired a simple, clear, and terrible significance. I became painfully ashamed of having looked on as at an interesting spectacle. I stopped, conscious of having acted ill, and I turned to go home. And to think that these things are at the present moment being done to tens of thousands of men all over Russia, and have been done, and will long continue to be done, to the meek, wise, and saintly Russian people, who are so cruelly and treacherously deceived. Traveler and Peasant. The interior of a peasant hut. An old traveler is sitting on a bench, reading a book. A peasant, the master of the hut, just home from his work, sits down to supper and asks the traveler to share it. The traveler declines. The peasant eats, and when he has finished, rises, says grace, and sits down beside the old man. Peasant. What brings you? Traveler. Taking off his spectacles and putting down his book. There is no train till tomorrow. The station is crowded, so I asked your missus to let me stay the night with you, and she allowed it. Peasant. That's all right, you can stay. Traveler. Thank you. Well, and how are you living nowadays? Peasant. Living? What's our life like? As bad as can be. Traveler. How's that? Peasant. Why, because we've nothing to live on. Our life is so hard that if we wanted a worse one, we couldn't get it. You see, there are 9 of us in family, all want to eat, and I have only got in 4 bushels of corn. Try and live on that. Whether one likes it or not, one has to go and work for wages, and when you look for a job, wages are down. The rich do what they like with us. The people increase, but the land doesn't, and taxes keep piling up. There's rent, and the district tax, and the land tax, and the tax for bridges, and insurance, and police, and for the corn store, too many to count. And there are the priests and the landlords. They all ride on our backs, except those who are too lazy. Traveler. I thought the peasants were doing well nowadays. Peasant. So well, that we go hungry for days at a time. Traveler. The reason I thought so, was that they have taken to squandering so much money. Peasant. Squandering what money? How strange you talk. Here are people starving to death, and you talk of squandering money. Traveler. But how is it? The papers say that 700 million rubles, and a million is 1,000 thousands, 700 million were spent by the peasants on vodka last year. Peasant. Are we the only ones that drink? Just look at the priests. Don't they swill first rate? And the gentlefolk aren't behindhand. Traveler. Still, that's only a small part. The greater part still falls to the peasants. Peasant. What of that? Are we not to drink at all? Traveler. No, what I mean is that if 700 millions were squandered on vodka in 1 year, it shows that life can't be so very hard. 700 millions. It's no joke, one can hardly imagine it. Peasant. But how can one do without it? We didn't start the custom, and it's not for us to stop it. There are the church feasts, and weddings, and memorial feasts, and bargains to be wedded with a drink. Whether one likes it or not, one can't get on without it. It's the custom. Traveler. But there are people who never drink, and yet they manage to live. After all, there's not much good in it. Peasant. No good at all. Only evil. Traveler. Then one ought not to drink. Peasant. Well, anyhow, drink or no drink, we've nothing to live on. We've not enough land. If we had land we could at least live, but there's none to be had. Traveler. No land to be had? Why, isn't there plenty of land? Wherever one looks, one sees land. Peasant. There's land, right enough, but it's not ours. Your elbow's not far from your mouth, but just you try to bite it. Traveler. Not yours. Whose is it, then? Peasant. Whose? Whose, indeed. There's that fat-bellied devil over there, he's seized 5,000 acres. He has no family, but he's never satisfied, while we've had to give up keeping fowls, there's nowhere for them to run about. It's nearly time for us to stop keeping cattle, too, we've no fodder for them. And if a calf, or maybe a horse, happens to stray into his field, we have to pay fines and give him our last farthing. Traveler. What does he want all that land for? Peasant. What does he want the land for? Why, of course, he sows and reaps and sells, and puts the money in the bank. Traveler. How can he plow a stretch like that, and get his harvest in? Peasant. You talk as if you were a child. What's he got money for, if not to hire laborers? It's they that do the plowing and reaping. Traveler. These laborers are some of you peasants, I expect? Peasant. Some are from these parts, and some from elsewhere. Traveler. Anyway, they are peasants? Peasant. Of course they are, the same as ourselves. Who but a peasant ever works? Of course they are peasants. Traveler. And if the peasants did not go and work for him? Peasant. Go or stay, he wouldn't let us have it. If the land were to lie idle, he'd not part with it. Like the dog in the manger, that doesn't eat the hay himself and won't let others eat it. Traveler. But how can he keep his land? I suppose it stretches over some 3 or 4 miles. How can he watch it all? Peasant. How queer you talk. He himself lies on his back, and fattens his paunch, but he keeps watchmen. Traveler. And those watchmen, I dare say, are also peasants? Peasant. What else could they be? Of course they are. Traveler. So that the peasants work the rich man's land for him, and guard it for him from themselves? Peasant. But how can one help it? Traveler. Simply by not going to work for him, and not being his watchman. Then the land would be free. The land is God's, and the people are God's. Let him who needs it, plow and sow and gather in the harvest. Peasant. That is to say, you think we ought to strike? To meet that, my friend, they have the soldiers. They'd send their soldiers, 1, 2, fire, some would get shot, and others taken up. Soldiers give short shrift. Traveler. But is it not also the likes of you that are soldiers? Why should they shoot at their own fellows? Peasant. How can they help it? That's what the oath is for. Traveler. The oath? What oath? Peasant. Don't you understand? Aren't you a Russian? The oath is, well, it's the oath. Traveler. It means swearing, doesn't it? Peasant. Well, of course. They swear by the cross and by the Gospels, to lay down their life for their country. Traveler. Well, I think that should not be done. Peasant. What should not be done? Traveler. Taking the oath. Peasant. Not done. Why, the law demands it. Traveler. No, it is not in the law. In the law of Christ, it is plainly forbidden. He said, swear not at all. Peasant. Come now. What about the priests? Traveler. Takes a book, looks for the place, and reads, it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but I say unto you, swear not at all. But let your speech be, yea, yea, nay, nay, and whatsoever is more than these is of the evil one. Matthew 5 verse 33. So, according to Christ's law, you must not swear. Peasant. If there were no oath, there would be no soldiers. Traveler. Well, and what good are the soldiers? Peasant. What good? But supposing other tsars were to come and attack our tsar, what then? Traveler. If the tsars quarrel, let them fight it out themselves. Peasant. Come. How could that be possible? Traveler. It's very simple. He that believes in God, no matter what you may tell him, will never kill a man. Peasant. Then why did the priest read out in church that war was declared, and the reserves were to be ready? Traveler. I know nothing about that. But I know that in the commandments, in the 6th, it says quite plainly, thou shalt do no murder. You see, it is forbidden for a man to kill a man. Peasant. That means, at home. At the wars, how could you help it? They're enemies. Traveler. According to Christ's gospel, there is no such thing as an enemy. You are told to love everybody. Opens the Bible and looks for place. Peasant. Well, read it. Traveler. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill. And whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. Ye have heard that it was said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, and pray for them that persecute you. Matthew 5 verses 21 and 43, 44. A long pause. Peasant. Well, but what about taxes? Ought we to refuse to pay them too? Traveler. That's as you think best. If your own children are hungry, naturally you should first feed them. Peasant. So you think soldiers are not wanted at all? Traveler. What good do they do? Millions and millions are collected from you and your folk for them. It's no joke to clothe and feed such a host. There are nearly 1 million of those idlers, and they're only useful to keep the land from you, and it is on you they will fire. The peasant sighs, and shakes his head. Peasant. That's true enough. If everybody were to do it at once, but if one or two make a stand, they'll be shot or sent to Siberia, and that will be the end of the matter. Traveler. And yet there are men, even now, young men, who by themselves stand up for the law of God, and refuse to serve. They say, according to Christ's law, I dare not be a murderer. Do as you please, but I won't take a rifle in my hands. Peasant. Well, and what happens? Traveler. They are put in prison, they remain there, poor fellows, 3 years, or 4. But I've heard that it's not so bad for them, for the authorities themselves respect them. And some are even let out as unfit for service, bad health. Though he is sometimes a strapping, broad-shouldered fellow, he's not fit, because they're afraid of taking a man of that kind, for fear he should tell others that soldiering is against God's law. So they let him go. Peasant. Really? Traveler. Yes, sometimes it happens that they are let off, but it also happens that they die there. Still, soldiers die too, and even get maimed in service, lose a leg, or an arm. Peasant. Oh, you're a clever fellow. It would be a good thing, only it won't work out like that. Traveler. Why not? Peasant. That's why. Traveler. What's that? Peasant. That the authorities have power given them. Traveler. They only have power, because you obey them. Do not obey the authorities, and they won't have any power. Peasant. Shakes his head. You do talk queer. How can one do without the authorities? It is quite impossible to do without some authority. Traveler. Of course it is. Only whom will you take for authority, the policeman, or God? Whom will you obey, the policeman, or God? Peasant. That goes without saying. No one is greater than God. To live for God is the chief thing. Traveler. Well, if you mean to live for God, you must obey God and not man. And if you live according to God, you will not drive people off the land, you will not be a policeman, a village elder, a tax collector, a watchman, or above all, a soldier. You will not promise to kill men. Peasant. And how about those long-maned fellows, the priests? They must see that things are being done not according to God's law. Then why don't they teach how it ought to be? Traveler. I don't know anything about that. Let them go their way, and you go yours. Peasant. They are long-maned devils. Traveler. It's not right to judge others like that. We must each remember our own faults. Peasant. Yes, that's right enough. Long pause. The peasant shakes his head, and smiles. What it comes to is this, that if we all were to tackle it at once, the land would be ours at one go, and there would be no more taxes. Traveler. No, friend, that's not what I mean. I don't mean that if we live according to God's will, the land will be ours, and there will be no more taxes. I mean that our life is evil, only because we ourselves do evil. If one lived according to God's will, life would not be evil. What our life would be like if we lived according to God's will, God alone knows, but certainly life would not be evil. We drink, scold, fight, go to law, envy, and hate men. We do not accept God's law, we judge others, call one fat-paunched and another long-maned. But if anyone offers us money, we are ready to do anything for it, go as watchmen, policemen, or soldiers, to help ruin others, and to kill our own brothers. We ourselves live like devils, and yet we complain of others. Peasant. That's so. But it is hard, oh, how hard. Sometimes it's more than one can bear. Traveler. But, for our souls' sakes, we must bear it. Peasant. That's quite right. We live badly, because we forget God. Traveler. Yes, that's it. That's why life is evil. Take the revolutionaries, they say, let's kill this or that squire, or these fat-paunched rich folk, it's all because of them, and then our life will be happy. So they kill, and go on killing, and it profits them nothing. It's the same with the authorities, give us time. They say, and we'll hang, and do to death in the prisons, 1,000 or a couple of thousand people, and then life will become good, but it only gets worse and worse. Peasant. Yes, that's just it. How can judging and punishing do any good? It must be done according to God's law. Traveler. Yes, that is just it. You must serve either God or the devil. If it's to be the devil, go and drink, scold, fight, hate, covet, don't obey God's law, but man's laws, and life will be evil. If it is God, obey him alone. Don't rob or kill, and don't even condemn, and do not hate anyone. Do not plunge into evil actions, and then there will be no evil life. Peasant. Sighs. You speak well, Daddy, very well, only we are taught so little. Oh, if we were taught more like that, things would be quite different. But people come from the town, and chatter about their way of bettering things, they chatter fine, but there's nothing in it. Thank you, Daddy, your words are good. Well, where will you sleep? On the oven, yes? The missus will make up a bed for you. A talk with a wayfarer. I have come out early. My soul feels light and joyful. It is a wonderful morning. The sun is only just appearing from behind the trees. The dew glitters on them and on the grass. Everything is lovely, everyone is lovable. It is so beautiful that, as the saying has it, one does not want to die. And, really, I do not want to die. I would willingly live a little longer in this world with such beauty around me and such joy in my heart. That, however, is not my affair, but the master's. I approach the village. Before the first house I see a man standing, motionless, sideways to me. He is evidently waiting for somebody or something, and waiting as only working people know how to wait, without impatience or vexation. I draw nearer. He is a bearded, strong, healthy peasant, with shaggy, slightly gray hair, and a simple, worker's face. He is smoking not a cigar, twisted out of paper, but a short pipe. We greet one another. Where does old Alexei live? I ask. I don't know, friend, we are strangers here. Not, I am a stranger, but, we are strangers. A Russian is hardly ever alone. If he is doing something wrong, he may perhaps say, I, otherwise it is always, we, the family, we, the artel, we, the commune. Strangers? Where do you come from? We are from Kaluga. I point to his pipe. And how much do you spend a year on smoking? 3 or more rubles, I dare say. 3? That would hardly be enough. Why not give it up? How can one give it up when one's accustomed to it? I also used to smoke, but have given it up, and I feel so well, so free. Well, of course, but it's dull without it. Give it up, and the dullness will go. Smoking is no good, you know. No good at all. If it's no good, you should not do it. Seeing you smoke, others will do the same, especially the young folk. They'll say, if the old folk smoke, God himself bids us do it. That's true enough. And your son, seeing you smoke, will do it too. Of course, my son too. Well then, give it up. I would, only it's so dull without it. It's chiefly from dullness. When one feels dull, one has a smoke. That's where the mischief lies. It's dull. At times it's so dull, so dull, so dull, drawled he. The best remedy for that is to think of one's soul. He threw a glance at me, and at once the expression of his face quite changed. Instead of his former kindly, humorous, lively and talkative expression, he became attentive and serious. Think of the soul, you say? He asked, gazing questioningly into my eyes. Yes. When you think of the soul, you give up all foolish things. His face lit up affectionately. You are right, Daddy. You say truly. To think of the soul is the great thing. The soul's the chief thing. He paused. Thank you, Daddy, it is quite true, and he pointed to his pipe. What is it? Good-for-nothing rubbish. The soul's the chief thing, repeated he. What you say is true, and his face grew still kindlier and more serious. I wished to continue the conversation, but a lump rose in my throat. I have grown very weak in the matter of tears, and I could not speak. With a joyful, tender feeling I took leave of him, swallowing my tears, and I went away. Yes, how can one help being joyful, living amid such people? How can one help expecting from such people all that is most excellent? From the diary. I am again staying with my friend, Chertkov, in the Moscow government, and am visiting him now for the same reason that once caused us to meet on the border of the Orlov government. And that brought me to the Moscow government a year ago. The reason is that Chertkov is allowed to live anywhere in the whole world, except in Tula government. So I travel to different ends of it to see him. Before 8 o'clock I go out for my usual walk. It is a hot day. At first I go along the hard clay road, past the acacia bushes already preparing to crack their pods and shed their seeds. Then past the yellowing rye field, with its still fresh and lovely cornflowers, and come out into a black fallow field, now almost all ploughed up. To the right an old man, in rough peasant boots, ploughs with a Soha 342 and a poor, skinny horse, and I hear an angry old voice shout, "Gee up," and, from time to time, "Now, you devil." And again, "Gee up, devil." I want to speak with him, but when I pass his furrow, he is at the other end of the field. I go on. There is another ploughman further on. This one I shall probably meet when he reaches the road. If so, I'll speak to him, if there is a chance. And we do meet just as he reaches the road. He ploughs with a proper plough, harnessed to a big roan horse, and is a well-built young lad, well-clad, and wearing good boots, and he answers my greeting of "God aid you," pleasantly. The plough does not cut into the hard, beaten track that crosses the field, and he lifts it over and halts. You find the plough better than a Soha? Why, certainly, much easier. Have you had it long? Not long, and it nearly got stolen. But you got it back? Yes. One of our own villagers had it. Well, and did you have the law of him? Why, naturally. But why prosecute, if you got the plough back? Why, you see, he's a thief. What then? The man will go to prison, and learn to steal worse. He looks at me seriously and attentively, evidently neither agreeing nor contradicting this, to him, new idea. He has a fresh, healthy, intelligent face, with hair just appearing on his chin and upper lip, and with intelligent grey eyes. He leaves the plough, evidently wishing to have a rest, and inclined for a talk. I take the plough handles, and touch the perspiring, well-fed, full-grown mare. She presses her weight into her collar, and I take a few steps. But I do not manage the plough, the share jumps out of the furrow, and I stop the horse. No, you can't do it. I have only spoilt your furrow. That doesn't matter, I'll put it right. He backs his horse, to plough the part one have missed, but does not go on ploughing. It is hot in the sun. Let's go and sit under the bushes, says he, pointing to a little wood just across the field. We go into the shade of the young birches. He sits down on the ground, and I stop in front of him. What village are you from? From Botvinino. Is that far? There it is, shimmering on the hill, says he, pointing. Why are you ploughing so far from home? This is not my land, it belongs to a peasant here. I have hired myself out to him. Hired yourself out for the whole summer? No, to plough this ground twice, and sow it, all properly. Has he much land, then? Yes, he sows about 15 bushels of seed. Does he? And is that horse your own? It's a good horse. Yes, it's not a bad mare, he answers, with quiet pride. The mare really is, in build, size, and condition, such as a peasant rarely possesses. I expect you are in service somewhere, and do carting? No, I live at home. I'm my own master. What, so young? Yes. I was left fatherless at 7. My brother works at a Moscow factory. At first my sister helped, she also worked at a factory. But since I was 14 I've had no help in all my affairs, and have worked and earned, says he, with calm consciousness of his dignity. Are you married? No. Then, who does your housework? Why, mother. And you have a cow? 2 cows. Have you, really? And how old are you? I ask. 18, he replies, with a slight smile, understanding that it interests me to see that so young a fellow has been able to manage so well. This, evidently, pleases him. How young you still are. I say. And will you have to go as a soldier? Of course, be conscripted. Says he, with the calm expression with which people speak of old age, death, and in general of things it is useless to argue about, because they are unavoidable. As always happens now when one speaks to peasants, our talk touches on the land, and, describing his life, he says he has not enough land, and that if he did not do wage labor, sometimes with and sometimes without his horse, he would not have anything to live on. But he says this with merry, pleased and proud self-satisfaction, and again remarks that he was left alone, master of the house, when he was 14, and has earned everything himself. And do you drink vodka? He evidently does not like to say that he does, and still does not wish to tell a lie. I do, he says, softly, shrugging his shoulders. And can you read and write? Very well. And haven't you read books about strong drink? No, I haven't. Well, but wouldn't it be better not to drink at all? Of course. Little good comes of it. Then why not give it up? He is silent, evidently understanding, and thinking it over. It can be done, you know, say I, and what a good thing it would be. The day before yesterday I went to Ivino. When I reached one of the houses, the master came out to greet me, calling me by name. It turned out that we had met 12 years before. It was Kuzin, do you know him? Of course I do. Sergei Timofeyevich, you mean? I tell him how we started a temperance society 12 years ago with Kuzin, who, though he used to drink, has quite given it up, and now tells me he is very glad to be rid of so nasty a habit. And, one sees, is living well, with his house and everything well managed, and who, had he not given up drinking, would have had none of these things. Yes, that is so. Well then, you know, you should do the same. You are such a nice, good lad. What do you need vodka for, when you say yourself there is no good in it? You, too, should give it up. It would be such a good thing. He remains silent, and looks at me intently. I prepare to go, and hold out my hand to him. Truly, give it up from now. It would be such a good thing. With his strong hand he firmly presses mine, evidently regarding my gesture as challenging him to promise. Very well then, it can be done, says he, quite unexpectedly, and in a joyous and resolute tone. Do you really promise? Say I, surprised. Well, of course. I promise, he says, nodding his head and smiling slightly. The quiet tone of his voice, and his serious, attentive face, show that he is not joking, but that he is really making a promise he means to keep. Old age or illness, or both together, has made me very ready to cry when I am touched with joy. The simple words of that kindly, firm, strong man, so evidently ready for all that is good, and standing so alone, touch me so that sobs rise to my throat, and I step aside, unable to utter a word. After going a few steps, I regain control of myself, and turn to him and say, I have already asked his name. Mind, Alexander. The proverb says, be slow to promise, but having promised, keep it. Yes, that's so. It will be safe. I have seldom experienced a more joyful feeling than I had when I left him. I have omitted to say that during our talk I had offered to give him some leaflets on drink and some booklets. A man in a neighboring village posted up one of those same leaflets on the wall outside his house lately, but it was pulled down and destroyed by the policeman. He thanked me, and said he would come and fetch them in the dinner hour. He did not come in the dinner hour, and I, sinner that I am, suspected that our whole conversation was not so important to him as it seemed to me, and that he did not want the books, and that, in general, I had attributed to him what was not in him. But he came in the evening, all perspiring from his work and from the walk. After finishing his work, he had ridden home, put up the plough, attended to his horse, and had now come 1/4 mile to fetch the books. I was sitting, with some visitors, on a splendid veranda, looking out onto flower beds with ornamental vases on flower-set mounds, in short, in luxurious surroundings such as one is always ashamed of when one enters into human relations with working people. I went out to him, and at once asked, have you not changed your mind? Will you really keep your promise? And again, with the same kindly smile, he replied, of course. I have already told Mother. She's glad, and thanks you. I saw a bit of paper behind his ear. You smoke? I do, he said, evidently expecting that I should begin persuading him to leave that off too. But I did not try to. He remained silent. And then, by some strange connection of thoughts, I think he saw the interest I felt in his life, and wished to tell me of the important event awaiting him in the autumn, he said. But I did not tell you. I am already betrothed. And he smiled, looking questioningly into my eyes. It's to be in the autumn. Really? That's a good thing. Where is she from? He told me. Has she a dowry? No, what dowry should she have? But she's a good girl. The idea came to me to put to him the question which always interests me when I come in contact with good young people of our day. Tell me, said I, and forgive my asking, but please tell the truth, either do not answer at all, or tell the whole truth. He looked at me quietly and attentively. Why should I not tell you? Have you ever sinned with a woman? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied simply. God preserve me. There's been nothing of the sort. That's good, very good. Said I am glad for you. There was nothing more to say just then. Well then, I will fetch you the books, and God's help be with you. And we took leave of one another. Yes, what a splendid, fertile soil on which to sow, and what a dreadful sin it is to cast upon it the seeds of falsehood, violence, drunkenness and profligacy. The Forged Coupon. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Fyodor Mikhailovich Smokovnikov, the president of the local income tax department, a man of unswerving honesty, and proud of it, too, a gloomy liberal, a free thinker, and an enemy to every manifestation of religious feeling, which he thought a relic of superstition, came home from his office feeling very much annoyed. The governor of the province had sent him an extraordinarily stupid minute, almost assuming that his dealings had been dishonest. Fyodor Mikhailovich felt embittered, and wrote at once a sharp answer. On his return home everything seemed to go contrary to his wishes. It was 5 minutes to 5, and he expected the dinner to be served at once, but he was told it was not ready. He banged the door and went to his study. Somebody knocked at the door. "Who the devil is that?" he thought, and shouted, "Who is there?" The door opened and a boy of 15 came in, the son of Fyodor Mikhailovich, a pupil of the 5th class of the local school. "What do you want?" "It is the 1st of the month today, father." "Well. You want your money?" It had been arranged that the father should pay his son a monthly allowance of 3 rubles as pocket money. Fyodor Mikhailovich frowned, took out of his pocketbook a coupon of 2 rubles 50 kopecks which he found among the banknotes, and added to it 50 kopecks in silver out of the loose change in his purse. The boy kept silent, and did not take the money his father proffered him. "Father, please give me some more in advance." "What?" "I would not ask for it, but I have borrowed a small sum from a friend, and promised upon my word of honor to pay it off. My honor is dear to me, and that is why I want another 3 rubles. I don't like asking you, but, please, father, give me another 3 rubles. I have told you." "I know, father, but just for once. You have an allowance of 3 rubles and you ought to be content. I had not 50 kopecks when I was your age. Now, all my comrades have much more. Petrov and Ivanitsky have 50 rubles a month. And I tell you that if you behave like them you will be a scoundrel. Mind that." "What is there to mind? You never understand my position. I shall be disgraced if I don't pay my debt. It is all very well for you to speak as you do. Be off, you silly boy. Be off." Fyodor Mikhailovich jumped from his seat and pounced upon his son. "Be off, I say," he shouted. "You deserve a good thrashing, all you boys." His son was at once frightened and embittered. The bitterness was even greater than the fright. With his head bent down he hastily turned to the door. Fyodor Mikhailovich did not intend to strike him, but he was glad to vent his wrath, and went on shouting and abusing the boy till he had closed the door. When the maid came in to announce that dinner was ready, Fyodor Mikhailovich rose. "At last," he said. "I don't feel hungry any longer." He went to the dining room with a sullen face. At table his wife made some remark, but he gave her such a short and angry answer that she abstained from further speech. The son also did not lift his eyes from his plate, and was silent all the time. The trio finished their dinner in silence, rose from the table and separated, without a word. After dinner the boy went to his room, took the coupon and the change out of his pocket, and threw the money on the table. After that he took off his uniform and put on a jacket. He sat down to work, and began to study Latin grammar out of a dog's-eared book. After a while he rose, closed and bolted the door, shifted the money into a drawer, took out some cigarette papers, rolled one up, stuffed it with cotton wool, and began to smoke. He spent nearly 2 hours over his grammar and writing books without understanding a word of what he saw before him. Then he rose and began to stamp up and down the room, trying to recollect all that his father had said to him. All the abuse showered upon him, and worst of all his father's angry face, were as fresh in his memory as if he saw and heard them all over again. "Silly boy. You ought to get a good thrashing." And the more he thought of it the angrier he grew. He remembered also how his father said, "I see what a scoundrel you will turn out. I know you will. You are sure to become a cheat, if you go on like that." He had certainly forgotten how he felt when he was young. "What crime have I committed, I wonder? I wanted to go to the theater, and having no money borrowed some from Petya Grachetsky. Was that so very wicked of me? Another father would have been sorry for me. Would have asked how it all happened, whereas he just called me names. He never thinks of anything but himself. When it is he who has not got something he wants, that is a different matter. Then all the house is upset by his shouts. And I am a scoundrel, a cheat, he says. No, I don't love him, although he is my father. It may be wrong, but I hate him. There was a knock at the door. The servant brought a letter, a message from his friend. They want an answer, said the servant. The letter ran as follows. I ask you now for the third time to pay me back the 6 rubles you have borrowed. You are trying to avoid me. That is not the way an honest man ought to behave. Will you please send the amount by my messenger? I am myself in a frightful fix. Can you not get the money somewhere? Yours, according to whether you send the money or not, with scorn or love. Gruchetsky. There we have it. Such a pig. Could he not wait a while? I will have another try. Misha went to his mother. This was his last hope. His mother was very kind, and hardly ever refused him anything. She would probably have helped him this time also out of his trouble, but she was in great anxiety. Her younger child, Petya, a boy of 2, had fallen ill. She got angry with Misha for rushing so noisily into the nursery, and refused him almost without listening to what he had to say. Misha muttered something to himself and turned to go. The mother felt sorry for him. Wait, Misha, she said, I have not got the money you want now, but I will get it for you tomorrow. But Misha was still raging against his father. What is the use of having it tomorrow, when I want it today? I am going to see a friend. That is all I have got to say. He went out, banging the door. Nothing else is left to me. He will tell me how to pawn my watch, he thought, touching his watch in his pocket. Misha went to his room, took the coupon and the watch from the drawer, put on his coat, and went to Mahin. Chapter 2. Mahin was his schoolfellow, his senior, a grown-up young man with a mustache. He gambled, had a large feminine acquaintance, and always had ready cash. He lived with his aunt. Misha quite realized that Mahin was not a respectable fellow, but when he was in his company he could not help doing what he wished. Mahin was in when Misha called, and was just preparing to go to the theater. His untidy room smelt of scented soap and eau de cologne. That's awful, old chap, said Mahin, when Misha, telling him about his troubles, showed the coupon and the 50 kopecks, and added that he wanted 9 rubles more. We might, of course, go and pawn your watch. But we might do something far better. And Mahin winked an eye. What's that? Something quite simple. Mahin took the coupon in his hand. Put 1 before the 2.50 and it will be 12.50. But do such coupons exist? Why, certainly, the 1,000 rubles notes have coupons of 12.50. I have cashed one in the same way. You don't say so? Well, yes or no, asked Mahin, taking the pen and smoothing the coupon with the fingers of his left hand. But it is wrong. Nonsense. Nonsense, indeed, thought Misha, and again his father's hard words came back to his memory. Scoundrel. As you called me that, I might as well be it. He looked into Mahin's face. Mahin looked at him, smiling with perfect ease. Well, he said. All right. I don't mind. Mahin carefully wrote the unit in front of 2.50. Now let us go to the shop across the road. They sell photographers' materials there. I just happen to want a frame, for this young person here. He took out of his pocket a photograph of a young lady with large eyes, luxuriant hair, and an uncommonly well-developed bust. Is she not sweet? Yes, yes, of course. Well, you see. But let us go. Mahin took his coat, and they left the house. Chapter 3. The 2 boys, having rung the doorbell, entered the empty shop, which had shelves along the walls and photographic appliances on them, together with showcases on the counters. A plain woman, with a kind face, came through the inner door and asked from behind the counter what they required. "A nice frame, if you please, madam." "At what price?" asked the woman. She wore mittens on her swollen fingers with which she rapidly handled picture frames of different shapes. "These are 50 kopecks each, and these are a little more expensive. There is rather a pretty one, of quite a new style, 1 ruble and 20 kopecks." "All right, I will have this." "But could not you make it cheaper? Let us say 1 ruble." "We don't bargain in our shop," said the shopkeeper with a dignified air. "Well, I will take it," said Mahin, and put the coupon on the counter. "Wrap up the frame and give me change. But please be quick. We must be off to the theater, and it is getting late." "You have plenty of time," said the shopkeeper, examining the coupon very closely because of her short-sightedness. "It will look lovely in that frame, don't you think so?" said Mahin, turning to Misha. "Have you no small change?" asked the shopwoman. "I am sorry, I have not. My father gave me that, so I have to cash it." "But surely you have 1 ruble 20? I have only 50 kopecks in cash." "But what are you afraid of? You don't think, I suppose, that we want to cheat you and give you bad money?" "Oh, no, I don't mean anything of the sort. You had better give it to me back. We will cash it somewhere else." "How much have I to pay you back?" 11 and something. She made a calculation on the counter, opened the desk, took out a 10 rubles note, looked for change and added to the sum 6 20 kopecks coins and 2 5-kopeck pieces. "Please make a parcel of the frame," said Mahin, taking the money in a leisurely fashion. "Yes, sir." She made a parcel and tied it with a string. Misha only breathed freely when the door-bell rang behind them, and they were again in the street. "There are 10 rubles for you, and let me have the rest. I will give it back to you." Mahin went off to the theater, and Misha called on Grachetsky to repay the money he had borrowed from him. Chapter 4. An hour after the boys were gone, Eugene Mihailovich, the owner of the shop, came home, and began to count his receipts. "Oh, you clumsy fool! Idiot that you are!" he shouted, addressing his wife, after having seen the coupon and noticed the forgery. "But I have often seen you, Eugene, accepting coupons in payment, and precisely 12-ruble ones," retorted his wife, very humiliated, grieved, and all but bursting into tears. "I really don't know how they contrived to cheat me," she went on. "They were pupils of the school, in uniform. One of them was quite a handsome boy, and looked so comme il faut. A comme il faut fool, that is what you are." The husband went on scolding her, while he counted the cash. "When I accept coupons, I see what is written on them. And you probably looked only at the boys' pretty faces. You had better behave yourself in your old age." His wife could not stand this, and got into a fury. "That is just like you men. Blaming everybody around you. But when it is you who lose 54 rubles at cards, that is of no consequence in your eyes. That is a different matter." "I don't want to talk to you," said his wife, and went to her room. There she began to remind herself that her family was opposed to her marriage, thinking her present husband far below her in social rank, and that it was she who insisted on marrying him. Then she went on thinking of the child she had lost, and how indifferent her husband had been to their loss. She hated him so intensely at that moment that she wished for his death. Her wish frightened her, however, and she hurriedly began to dress and left the house. When her husband came from the shop to the inner rooms of their flat, she was gone. Without waiting for him, she had dressed and gone off to friends, a teacher of French in the school, a Russified Pole, and his wife, who had invited her and her husband to a party in their house that evening. Chapter 5. The guests at the party had tea and cakes offered to them, and sat down after that to play whist at a number of card tables. The partners of Eugene Mihailovich's wife were the host himself, an officer, and an old and very stupid lady in a wig, a widow who owned a music shop. She loved playing cards and played remarkably well. But it was Eugene Mihailovich's wife who was the winner all the time. The best cards were continually in her hands. At her side she had a plate with grapes and a pear and was in the best of spirits. "And Eugene Mihailovich? Why is he so late?" asked the hostess, who played at another table. "Probably busy settling accounts," said Eugene Mihailovich's wife. "He has to pay off the tradesmen, to get in firewood." The quarrel she had with her husband revived in her memory. She frowned, and her hands, from which she had not taken off the mittens, shook with fury against him. "Oh, there he is. We have just been speaking of you," said the hostess to Eugene Mihailovich, who came in at that very moment. "Why are you so late?" "I was busy," answered Eugene Mihailovich, in a gay voice, rubbing his hands. And to his wife's surprise he came to her side and said, "You know, I managed to get rid of the coupon." "No. You don't say so." "Yes, I used it to pay for a cartload of firewood I bought from a peasant." And Eugene Mihailovich related with great indignation to the company present, his wife adding more details to his narrative, how his wife had been cheated by two unscrupulous schoolboys. "Well, and now let us sit down to work," he said, taking his place at one of the whist tables when his turn came, and beginning to shuffle the cards. Chapter 6. Eugene Mihailovich had actually used the coupon to buy firewood from the peasant Ivan Mironov, who had thought of setting up in business on the 17 rubles he possessed. He hoped in this way to earn another 8 rubles, and with the 25 rubles thus amassed he intended to buy a good strong horse, which he would want in the spring for work in the fields and for driving on the roads, as his old horse was almost played out. Ivan Mironov's commercial method consisted in buying from the stores a cord of wood and dividing it into 5 cartloads, and then driving about the town, selling each of these at the price the stores charged for a quarter of a cord. That unfortunate day Ivan Mironov drove out very early with half a cartload, which he soon sold. He loaded up again with another cartload which he hoped to sell, but he looked in vain for a customer. No one would buy it. It was his bad luck all that day to come across experienced townspeople, who knew all the tricks of the peasants in selling firewood, and would not believe that he had actually brought the wood from the country as he assured them. He got hungry, and felt cold in his ragged woolen coat. It was nearly below zero when evening came on. His horse, which he had treated without mercy, hoping soon to sell it to the knacker's yard, refused to move a step. So Ivan Mironov was quite ready to sell his firewood at a loss when he met Eugene Mihailovich, who was on his way home from the tobacconist. "Buy my cartload of firewood, sir. I will give it to you cheap. My poor horse is tired, and can't go any farther." "Where do you come from?" "From the country, sir. This firewood is from our place. Good dry wood, I can assure you. Good wood indeed. I know your tricks. Well, what is your price?" Ivan Mironov began by asking a high price, but reduced it once, and finished by selling the cartload for just what it had cost him. "I'm giving it to you cheap, just to please you, sir. Besides, I am glad it is not a long way to your house," he added. Eugene Mihailovich did not bargain very much. He did not mind paying a little more, because he was delighted to think he could make use of the coupon and get rid of it. With great difficulty Ivan Mironov managed at last, by pulling the shafts himself, to drag his cart into the courtyard, where he was obliged to unload the firewood unaided and pile it up in the shed. The yard porter was out. Ivan Mironov hesitated at first to accept the coupon, but Eugene Mihailovich insisted, and as he looked a very important person the peasant at last agreed. He went by the back stairs to the servant's room, crossed himself before the icon, wiped his beard which was covered with icicles, turned up the skirts of his coat, took out of his pocket a leather purse, and out of the purse 8 rubles and 50 kopecks, and handed the change to Eugene Mihailovich. Carefully folding the coupon, he put it in the purse. Then, according to custom, he thanked the gentleman for his kindness, and, using the whip handle instead of the lash, he belabored the half-frozen horse that he had doomed to an early death, and betook himself to a public house. Arriving there, Ivan Mironov called for vodka and tea, for which he paid 8 kopecks. Comfortable and warm after the tea, he chatted in the very best of spirits with a yard porter who was sitting at his table. Soon he grew communicative and told his companion all about the conditions of his life. He told him he came from the village Vasilievsky, 12 miles from town, and also that he had his allotment of land given to him by his family, as he wanted to live apart from his father and his brothers. That he had a wife and 2 children, the elder boy went to school, and did not yet help him in his work. He also said he lived in lodgings and intended going to the horse fair the next day to look for a good horse, and, maybe, to buy one. He went on to state that he had now nearly 25 rubles, only 1 ruble short, and that half of it was a coupon. He took the coupon out of his purse to show to his new friend. The yard porter was an illiterate man, but he said he had had such coupons given him by lodgers to change, that they were good, but that one might also chance on forged ones. So he advised the peasant, for the sake of security, to change it at once at the counter. Ivan Mironov gave the coupon to the waiter and asked for change. The waiter, however, did not bring the change, but came back with the manager, a bald-headed man with a shining face, who was holding the coupon in his fat hand. "Your money is no good," he said, showing the coupon, but apparently determined not to give it back. "The coupon must be all right. I got it from a gentleman." "It is bad, I tell you. The coupon is forged." "Forged? Give it back to me." "I will not. You fellows have got to be punished for such tricks. Of course, you did it yourself, you and some of your rascally friends. Give me the money." "What right have you?" "Sitter." "Call a policeman," said the barman to the waiter. Ivan Mironov was rather drunk, and in that condition was hard to manage. He seized the manager by the collar and began to shout. "Give me back my money, I say. I will go to the gentleman who gave it to me. I know where he lives." The manager had to struggle with all his force to get loose from Ivan Mironov, and his shirt was torn. "Oh, that's the way you behave. Get hold of him." The waiter took hold of Ivan Mironov. At that moment the policeman arrived. Looking very important, he inquired what had happened, and unhesitatingly gave his orders. "Take him to the police station." As to the coupon, the policeman put it in his pocket. Ivan Mironov, together with his horse, was brought to the nearest station. Chapter 7. Ivan Mironov had to spend the night in the police station, in the company of drunkards and thieves. It was noon of the next day when he was summoned to the police officer, put through a close examination, and sent in the care of a policeman to Eugene Mihailovich's shop. Ivan Mironov remembered the street and the house. The policeman asked for the shopkeeper, showed him the coupon and confronted him with Ivan Mironov, who declared that he had received the coupon in that very place. Eugene Mihailovich at once assumed a very severe and astonished air. "You are mad, my good fellow," he said. "I have never seen this man before in my life," he added, addressing the policeman. "It is a sin, sir," said Ivan Mironov. "Think of the hour when you will die." "Why, you must be dreaming. You have sold your firewood to someone else," said Eugene Mihailovich. "But wait a minute. I will go and ask my wife whether she bought any firewood yesterday." Eugene Mihailovich left them and immediately called the yard porter Vasily, a strong, handsome, quick, cheerful, well-dressed man. He told Vasily that if anyone should inquire where the last supply of firewood was bought, he was to say they'd got it from the stores, and not from a peasant in the street. "A peasant has come," he said to Vasily, "who has declared to the police that I gave him a forged coupon. He is a fool and talks nonsense, but you are a clever man. Mind you say that we always get the firewood from the stores. And, by the way, I've been thinking some time of giving you money to buy a new jacket," added Eugene Mihailovich, and gave the man 5 rubles. Vasily looking with pleasure first at the 5-ruble note, then at Eugene Mihailovich's face, shook his head and smiled. "I know, those peasant folks have no brains. Ignorance, of course. Don't you be uneasy. I know what I have to say." Ivan Mironov, with tears in his eyes, implored Eugene Mihailovich over and over again to acknowledge the coupon he had given him, and the yard porter to believe what he said. But it proved quite useless. They both insisted that they had never bought firewood from a peasant in the street. The policeman brought Ivan Mironov back to the police station, and he was charged with forging the coupon. Only after taking the advice of a drunken office clerk in the same cell with him, and bribing the police officer with 5 rubles, did Ivan Mironov get out of jail, without the coupon. And with only 7 rubles left out of the 25 he had the day before. Of these 7 rubles he spent 3 in the public house and came home to his wife dead drunk, with a bruised and swollen face. His wife was expecting a child, and felt very ill. She began to scold her husband, he pushed her away, and she struck him. Without answering a word he lay down on the plank and began to weep bitterly. Not till the next day did he tell his wife what had actually happened. She believed him at once, and thoroughly cursed the dastardly rich man who had cheated Ivan. He was sobered now, and remembering the advice a workman had given him, with whom he had many a drink the day before, decided to go to a lawyer and tell him of the wrong the owner of the photograph shop had done him. Chapter 8. The lawyer consented to take proceedings on behalf of Ivan Mironov, not so much for the sake of the fee, as because he believed the peasant, and was revolted by the wrong done to him. Both parties appeared in the court when the case was tried, and the yard porter Vasily was summoned as witness. They repeated in the court all they had said before to the police officials. Ivan Mironov again called to his aid the name of the divinity, and reminded the shopkeeper of the hour of death. Eugene Mihailovich, although quite aware of his wickedness, and the risks he was running, despite the rebukes of his conscience, could not now change his testimony, and went on calmly to deny all the allegations made against him. The yard porter Vasily had received another 10 rubles from his master, and, quite unperturbed, asserted with a smile that he did not know anything about Ivan Mironov. And when he was called upon to take the oath, he overcame his inner qualms, and repeated with assumed ease the terms of the oath, read to him by the old priest appointed to the court. By the Holy Cross and the Gospel, he swore that he spoke the whole truth. The case was decided against Ivan Mironov, who was sentenced to pay 5 rubles for expenses. This sum Eugene Mihailovich generously paid for him. Before dismissing Ivan Mironov, the judge severely admonished him, saying he ought to take care in the future not to accuse respectable people, and that he also ought to be thankful that he was not forced to pay the costs, and that he had escaped a prosecution for slander, for which he would have been condemned to 3 months' imprisonment. "I offer my humble thanks," said Ivan Mironov, and, shaking his head, left the court with a heavy sigh. The whole thing seemed to have ended well for Eugene Mihailovich and the yard porter Vasily. But only in appearance. Something had happened which was not noticed by anyone, but which was much more important than all that had been exposed to view. Vasily had left his village and settled in town over 2 years ago. As time went on he sent less and less money to his father, and he did not ask his wife, who remained at home, to join him. He was in no need of her, he could in town have as many wives as he wished, and much better ones too than that clumsy, village-bred woman. Vasily, with each recurring year, became more and more familiar with the ways of the town people, forgetting the conventions of a country life. There everything was so vulgar, so grey, so poor and untidy. Here, in town, all seemed on the contrary so refined, nice, clean, and rich, so orderly too. And he became more and more convinced that people in the country live just like wild beasts, having no idea of what life is, and that only life in town is real. He read books written by clever writers, and went to the performances in the People's Palace. In the country, people would not see such wonders even in dreams. In the country old men say, obey the law, and live with your wife, work, don't eat too much. don't care for finery, while here, in town, all the clever and learned people, those, of course, who know what in reality the law is, only pursue their own pleasures. And they are the better for it. Previous to the incident of the forged coupon, Vasily could not actually believe that rich people lived without any moral law. But after that, still more after having perjured himself, and not being the worse for it in spite of his fears, on the contrary. He had gained 10 rubles out of it. Vasily became firmly convinced that no moral laws whatever exist, and that the only thing to do is to pursue one's own interests and pleasures. This he now made his rule in life. He accordingly got as much profit as he could out of purchasing goods for lodgers. But this did not pay all his expenses. Then he took to stealing, whenever chance offered, money and all sorts of valuables. One day he stole a purse full of money from Eugene Mihailovich, but was found out. Eugene Mihailovich did not hand him over to the police, but dismissed him on the spot. Vasily had no wish whatever to return home to his village, and remained in Moscow with his sweetheart, looking out for a new job. He got one as yard porter at a grocer's, but with only small wages. The next day after he had entered that service he was caught stealing bags. The grocer did not call in the police, but gave him a good thrashing and turned him out. After that he could not find work. The money he had left was soon gone. He had to sell all his clothes and went about nearly in rags. His sweetheart left him. But notwithstanding, he kept up his high spirits, and when the spring came he started to walk home. Chapter 9. Peter Nikolaevich Sventizky, a short man in black spectacles, he had weak eyes, and was threatened with complete blindness, got up, as was his custom, at dawn of day, had a cup of tea, and putting on his short fur coat trimmed with astrakhan, went to look after the work on his estate. Peter Nikolaevich had been an official in the customs, and had gained 18,000 rubles during his service. About 12 years ago he quitted the service, not quite of his own accord. As a matter of fact he had been compelled to leave, and bought an estate from a young landowner who had dissipated his fortune. Peter Nikolaevich had married at an earlier period, while still an official in the customs. His wife, who belonged to an old noble family, was an orphan and was left without money. She was a tall, stoutish, good-looking woman. They had no children. Peter Nikolaevich had considerable practical talents and a strong will. He was the son of a Polish gentleman, and knew nothing about agriculture and land management. But when he acquired an estate of his own, he managed it so well that after 15 years the waste piece of land, consisting of 300 acres, became a model estate. All the buildings, from the dwelling house to the corn stores and the shed for the fire engine, were solidly built, had iron roofs, and were painted at the right time. In the tool house carts, plows, harrows, stood in perfect order, the harness was well cleaned and oiled. The horses were not very big, but all homebred, grey, well-fed, strong and devoid of blemish. The threshing machine worked in a roofed barn, the forage was kept in a separate shed, and a paved drain was made from the stables. The cows were homebred, not very large, but giving plenty of milk. Fowls were also kept in the poultry yard, and the hens were of a special kind, laying a great quantity of eggs. In the orchard the fruit trees were well whitewashed and propped on poles to enable them to grow straight. Everything was looked after, solid, clean, and in perfect order. Peter Nikolaevich rejoiced in the perfect condition of his estate, and was proud to have achieved it, not by oppressing the peasants, but, on the contrary, by the extreme fairness of his dealings with them. Among the nobles of his province he belonged to the advanced party, and was more inclined to liberal than conservative views. Always taking the side of the peasants against those who were still in favor of serfdom. "Treat them well, and they will be fair to you," he used to say. Of course, he did not overlook any carelessness on the part of those who worked on his estate, and he urged them on to work if they were lazy. But then he gave them good lodging, with plenty of good food, paid their wages without any delay, and gave them drinks on days of festival. Walking cautiously on the melting snow, for the time of the year was February, Peter Nikolaevich passed the stables, and made his way to the cottage where his workmen were lodged. It was still dark, the darker because of the dense fog, but the windows of the cottage were lighted. The men had already got up. His intention was to urge them to begin work. He had arranged that they should drive out to the forest and bring back the last supply of firewood he needed before spring. "What is that?" he thought, seeing the door of the stable wide open. "Hello, who is there?" No answer. Peter Nikolaevich stepped into the stable. It was dark, the ground was soft under his feet, and the air smelt of dung. On the right side of the door were 2 loose boxes for a pair of grey horses. Peter Nikolaevich stretched out his hand in their direction. One box was empty. He put out his foot. The horse might have been lying down. But his foot did not touch anything solid. Where could they have taken the horse, he thought. They certainly had not harnessed it. All the sledges stood still outside. Peter Nikolaevich went out of the stable. "Stepan, come here," he called. Stepan was the head of the workmen's gang. He was just stepping out of the cottage. "Here I am," he said, in a cheerful voice. "Oh, is that you, Peter Nikolaevich? Our men are coming. Why is the stable door open? Is it? I don't know anything about it. I say, Proshka, bring the lantern." Proshka came with the lantern. They all went to the stable, and Stepan knew at once what had happened. "Thieves have been here, Peter Nikolaevich," he said. "The lock is broken." "No, you don't say so." "Yes, the brigands. I don't see Mashka. Hawk is here. But Beauty is not. Nor yet Dapple Grey. 3 horses had been stolen." Peter Nikolaevich did not utter a word at first. He only frowned and took deep breaths. "Oh," he said after a while. "If only I could lay hands on them." Who was on guard? Peter. He evidently fell asleep. Peter Nikolaevich called in the police, and making an appeal to all the authorities, sent his men to track the thieves. But the horses were not to be found. "Wicked people," said Peter Nikolaevich. "How could they? I was always so kind to them. Now, wait. Brigands. Brigands, the whole lot of them. I will no longer be kind." Chapter 10. In the meanwhile the horses, the grey ones, had all been disposed of. Mashka was sold to the gypsies for 18 rubles. Dapple Grey was exchanged for another horse, and passed over to another peasant who lived 40 miles away from the estate, and Beauty died on the way. The man who conducted the whole affair was Ivan Mironov. He had been employed on the estate, and knew all the whereabouts of Peter Nikolaevich. He wanted to get back the money he had lost, and stole the horses for that reason. After his misfortune with the forged coupon, Ivan Mironov took to drink. And all he possessed would have gone on drink if it had not been for his wife, who locked up his clothes, the horses' collars, and all the rest of what he would otherwise have squandered in public houses. In his drunken state Ivan Mironov was continually thinking, not only of the man who had wronged him, but of all the rich people who live on robbing the poor. One day he had a drink with some peasants from the suburbs of Podolsk, and was walking home together with them. On the way the peasants, who were completely drunk, told him they had stolen a horse from a peasant's cottage. Ivan Mironov got angry, and began to abuse the horse thieves. "What a shame," he said. "A horse is like a brother to the peasant. And you robbed him of it? It is a great sin, I tell you. If you go in for stealing horses, steal them from the landowners. They are worse than dogs, and deserve anything." The talk went on, and the peasants from Podolsk told him that it required a great deal of cunning to steal a horse on an estate. You must know all the ins and outs of the place, and must have somebody on the spot to help you. Then it occurred to Ivan Mironov that he knew a landowner, Sventisky. He had worked on his estate, and Sventisky, when paying him off, had deducted 1.5 rubles for a broken tool. He remembered well the grey horses which he used to drive at Sventisky's. Ivan Mironov called on Peter Nikolaevich pretending to ask for employment, but really in order to get the information he wanted. He took precautions to make sure that the watchman was absent, and that the horses were standing in their boxes in the stable. He brought the thieves to the place, and helped them to carry off the 3 horses. They divided their gains, and Ivan Mironov returned to his wife with 5 rubles in his pocket. He had nothing to do at home, having no horse to work in the field, and therefore continued to steal horses in company with professional horse thieves and gypsies. Chapter 11. Peter Nikolaevich Sventisky did his best to discover who had stolen his horses. He knew somebody on the estate must have helped the thieves, and began to suspect all his staff. He inquired who had slept out that night, and the gang of the working men told him Proshka had not been in the whole night. Proshka, or Prokofy Nikolaevich, was a young fellow who had just finished his military service, handsome, and skillful in all he did. Peter Nikolaevich employed him at times as coachman. The district constable was a friend of Peter Nikolaevich, as were the provincial head of the police, the marshal of the nobility, and also the rural councillor and the examining magistrate. They all came to his house on his saint's day, drinking the cherry brandy he offered them with pleasure, and eating the nice preserved mushrooms of all kinds to accompany the liqueurs. They all sympathized with him in his trouble and tried to help him. "You always used to take the side of the peasants," said the district constable, "and there you are. I was right in saying they are worse than wild beasts. Flogging is the only way to keep them in order." "Well, you say it is all Proshka's doings. Is it not he who was your coachman sometimes?" "Yes, that is he." "Will you kindly call him?" Proshka was summoned before the constable, who began to examine him. "Where were you that night?" Proshka pushed back his hair, and his eyes sparkled. "At home." "How so?" "All the men say you were not in." "Just as you please, your honor. My pleasure has nothing to do with the matter. Tell me where you were that night." "At home." "Very well. Policeman, bring him to the police station." The reason why Proshka did not say where he had been that night was that he had spent it with his sweetheart, Parasha, and had promised not to give her away. He kept his word. No proofs were discovered against him, and he was soon discharged. But Peter Nikolaevich was convinced that Prokofy had been at the bottom of the whole affair, and began to hate him. One day Proshka bought as usual at the merchant's 2 measures of oats. 1.5 he gave to the horses, and half a measure he gave back to the merchant. The money for it he spent in drink. Peter Nikolaevich found it out, and charged Prokofy with cheating. The judge sentenced the man to 3 months' imprisonment. Prokofy had a rather proud nature, and thought himself superior to others. Prison was a great humiliation for him. He came out of it very depressed. There was nothing more to be proud of in life. And more than that, he felt extremely bitter, not only against Peter Nikolaevich, but against the whole world. On the whole, as all the people around him noticed, Prokofy became another man after his imprisonment, both careless and lazy. He took to drink, and he was soon caught stealing clothes at some woman's house, and found himself again in prison. All that Peter Nikolaevich discovered about his grey horses was the hide of one of them, Beauty, which had been found somewhere on the estate. The fact that the thieves had got off scot-free irritated Peter Nikolaevich still more. He was unable now to speak of the peasants or to look at them without anger. And whenever he could he tried to oppress them. Chapter 12. After having got rid of the coupon, Eugene Mihailovich forgot all about it. But his wife, Maria Vasilievna, could not forgive herself for having been taken in, nor yet her husband for his cruel words. And most of all she was furious against the 2 boys who had so skillfully cheated her. From the day she had accepted the forged coupon as payment, she looked closely at all the schoolboys who came in her way in the streets. One day she met Mahin, but did not recognize him, for on seeing her he made a face which quite changed his features. But when, a fortnight after the incident with the coupon, she met Misha Smokovnikov face to face, she knew him at once. She let him pass her, then turned back and followed him, and arriving at his house she made inquiries as to whose son he was. The next day she went to the school and met the divinity instructor, the priest Michael Vidensky, in the hall. He asked her what she wanted. She answered that she wished to see the head of the school. "He is not quite well," said the priest. "Can I be of any use to you, or give him your message?" Maria Vasilievna thought that she might as well tell the priest what was the matter. Michael Vidensky was a widower, and a very ambitious man. A year ago he had met Misha Smokovnikov's father in society, and had had a discussion with him on religion. Smokovnikov had beaten him decisively on all points. Indeed, he had made him appear quite ridiculous. Since that time the priest had decided to pay special attention to Smokovnikov's son. And, finding him as indifferent to religious matters as his father was, he began to persecute him, and even brought about his failure in examinations. When Maria Vasilievna told him what young Smokovnikov had done to her, Vidensky could not help feeling an inner satisfaction. He saw in the boy's conduct a proof of the utter wickedness of those who are not guided by the rules of the Church. He decided to take advantage of this great opportunity of warning unbelievers of the perils that threatened them. At all events, he wanted to persuade himself that this was the only motive that guided him in the course he had resolved to take. But at the bottom of his heart he was only anxious to get his revenge on the proud atheist. "Yes, it is very sad indeed," said Father Michael, toying with the cross he was wearing over his priestly robes, and passing his hands over its polished sides. "I am very glad you have given me your confidence. As a servant of the Church I shall admonish the young man, of course with the utmost kindness. I shall certainly do it in the way that befits my holy office," said Father Michael to himself, really thinking that he had forgotten the ill feeling the boy's father had towards him. He firmly believed the boy's soul to be the only object of his pious care. The next day, during the divinity lesson which Father Michael was giving to Misha Smokovnikov's class, he narrated the incident of the forged coupon, adding that the culprit had been one of the pupils of the school. "It was a very wicked thing to do," he said, "but to deny the crime is still worse. If it is true that the sin has been committed by one of you, let the guilty one confess." In saying this, Father Michael looked sharply at Misha Smokovnikov. All the boys, following his glance, turned also to Misha, who blushed, and felt extremely ill at ease, with large beads of perspiration on his face. Finally, he burst into tears, and ran out of the classroom. His mother, noticing his trouble, found out the truth, ran at once to the photographer's shop, paid over the 12 rubles and 50 kopecks to Maria Vasilievna, and made her promise to deny the boy's guilt. She further implored Misha to hide the truth from everybody, and in any case to withhold it from his father. Accordingly, when Fyodor Mikhailovich had heard of the incident in the divinity class, and his son, questioned by him, had denied all accusations, he called at once on the head of the school, told him what had happened, expressed his indignation at Father Michael's conduct, and said he would not let matters remain as they were. Father Michael was sent for, and immediately fell into a hot dispute with Smokovnikov. "A stupid woman first falsely accused my son, then retracts her accusation, and you of course could not hit on anything more sensible to do than to slander an honest and truthful boy. I did not slander him, and I must beg you not to address me in such a way. You forget what is due to my cloth. Your cloth is of no consequence to me. Your perversity in matters of religion is known to everybody in the town," replied Father Michael, and he was so transported with anger that his long thin head quivered. "Gentlemen! Father Michael," exclaimed the director of the school, trying to appease their wrath. But they did not listen to him. "It is my duty as a priest to look after the religious and moral education of our pupils. Oh, cease your pretense to be religious. Oh, stop all this humbug of religion. As if I did not know that you believe neither in God nor devil. I consider it beneath my dignity to talk to a man like you," said Father Michael, very much hurt by Smokovnikov's last words, the more so because he knew they were true. Michael Vidensky carried on his studies in the Academy for Priests, and that is why, for a long time past, he ceased to believe in what he confessed to be his creed and in what he preached from the pulpit. He only knew that men ought to force themselves to believe in what he tried to make himself believe. Smokovnikov was not shocked by Father Michael's conduct. He only thought it illustrative of the influence the Church was beginning to exercise on society, and he told all his friends how his son had been insulted by the priest. Seeing not only young minds, but also the elder generation, contaminated by atheistic tendencies, Father Michael became more and more convinced of the necessity of fighting those tendencies. The more he condemned the unbelief of Smokovnikov, and those like him, the more confident he grew in the firmness of his own faith, and the less he felt the need of making sure of it, or of bringing his life into harmony with it. His faith, acknowledged as such by all the world around him, became Father Michael's very best weapon with which to fight those who denied it. The thoughts aroused in him by his conflict with Smokovnikov, together with the annoyance of being blamed by his chiefs in the school, made him carry out the purpose he had entertained ever since his wife's death, of taking monastic orders, and of following the course carried out by some of his fellow pupils in the academy. One of them was already a bishop, another an archimandrite and on the way to become a bishop. At the end of the term Michael Vidensky gave up his post in the school, took orders under the name of Missal, and very soon got a post as rector in a seminary in a town on the river Volga. Chapter 13. Meanwhile the yard porter Vasily was marching on the open road down to the south. He walked in daytime, and when night came some policeman would get him shelter in a peasant's cottage. He was given bread everywhere, and sometimes he was asked to sit down to the evening meal. In a village in the Oral district, where he had stayed for the night, he heard that a merchant who had hired the landowner's orchard for the season was looking out for strong and able men to serve as watchmen for the fruit crops. Vasily was tired of tramping, and as he had also no desire whatever to go back to his native village, he went to the man who owned the orchard, and got engaged as watchman for 5 rubles a month. Vasily found it very agreeable to live in his orchard shed, and all the more so when the apples and pears began to grow ripe, and when the men from the barn supplied him every day with large bundles of fresh straw from the threshing machine. He used to lie the whole day long on the fragrant straw, with fresh, delicately smelling apples in heaps at his side, looking out in every direction to prevent the village boys from stealing fruit. And he used to whistle and sing meanwhile, to amuse himself. He knew no end of songs, and had a fine voice. When peasant women and young girls came to ask for apples, and to have a chat with him, Vasily gave them larger or smaller apples according as he liked their looks, and received eggs or money in return. The rest of the time he had nothing to do, but to lie on his back and get up for his meals in the kitchen. He had only one shirt left, one of pink cotton, and that was in holes. But he was strongly built and enjoyed excellent health. When the kettle with black gruel was taken from the stove and served to the working men, Vasily used to eat enough for 3, and filled the old watchman on the estate with unceasing wonder. At nights Vasily never slept. He whistled or shouted from time to time to keep off thieves, and his piercing, cat-like eyes saw clearly in the darkness. One night a company of young lads from the village made their way stealthily to the orchard to shake down apples from the trees. Vasily, coming noiselessly from behind, attacked them. They tried to escape, but he took one of them prisoner to his master. Vasily's first shed stood at the farthest end of the orchard, but after the pears had been picked he had to remove to another shed only 40 paces away from the house of his master. He liked this new place very much. The whole day long he could see the young ladies and gentlemen enjoying themselves, going out for drives in the evenings and quite late at nights, playing the piano or the violin, and singing and dancing. He saw the ladies sitting with the young students on the window sills, engaged in animated conversation, and then going in pairs to walk the dark avenue of lime trees, lit up only by streaks of moonlight. He saw the servants running about with food and drink, he saw the cooks, the stewards, the laundresses, the gardeners, the coachmen. Hard at work to supply their masters with food and drink and constant amusement. Sometimes the young people from the master's house came to the shed, and Vasily offered them the choicest apples, juicy and red. The young ladies used to take large bites out of the apples on the spot, praising their taste. And spoke French to one another. Vasily quite understood it was all about him, and asked Vasily to sing for them. Vasily felt the greatest admiration for his master's mode of living, which reminded him of what he had seen in Moscow. And he became more and more convinced that the only thing that mattered in life was money. He thought and thought how to get hold of a large sum of money. He remembered his former ways of making small profits whenever he could, and came to the conclusion that that was altogether wrong. Occasional stealing is of no use, he thought. He must arrange a well-prepared plan, and after getting all the information he wanted, carry out his purpose so as to avoid detection. After the feast of Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the last crop of autumn apples was gathered. The master was content with the results, paid off Vasily, and gave him an extra sum as reward for his faithful service. Vasily put on his new jacket, and a new hat, both were presents from his master's son, but did not make his way homewards. He hated the very thought of the vulgar peasant's life. He went back to Moscow in company of some drunken soldiers, who had been watchmen in the orchard together with him. On his arrival there he at once resolved, under cover of night, to break into the shop where he had been employed, and beaten, and then turned out by the proprietor without being paid. He knew the place well, and knew where the money was locked up. So he bade the soldiers, who helped him, keep watch outside, and forcing the courtyard door entered the shop and took all the money he could lay his hands on. All this was done very cleverly, and no trace was left of the burglary. The money Vasily had found in the shop amounted to 370 rubles. He gave 100 rubles to his assistants, and with the rest left for another town where he gave way to dissipation in company of friends of both sexes. The police traced his movements, and when at last he was arrested and put into prison he had hardly anything left out of the money which he had stolen. Chapter 14. Ivan Mironov had become a very clever, fearless and successful horse thief. Euphemia, his wife, who at first used to abuse him for his evil ways, as she called it, was now quite content and felt proud of her husband, who possessed a new sheepskin coat, while she also had a warm jacket and a new fur cloak. In the village and throughout the whole district everyone knew quite well that Ivan Mironov was at the bottom of all the horse stealing. But nobody would give him away, being afraid of the consequences. Whenever suspicion fell on him, he managed to clear his character. Once during the night he stole horses from the pasture ground in the village Khodinka. He generally preferred to steal horses from landowners or tradespeople. But this was a harder job, and when he had no chance of success he did not mind robbing peasants too. In Khodinka he drove off the horses without making sure whose they were. He did not go himself to the spot, but sent a young and clever fellow, Gerasim, to do the stealing for him. The peasants only got to know of the theft at dawn. They rushed in all directions to hunt for the robbers. The horses, meanwhile, were hidden in a ravine in the forest lands belonging to the state. Ivan Mironov intended to leave them there till the following night, and then to transport them with the utmost haste 100 miles away to a man he knew. He visited Gerasim in the forest, to see how he was getting on, brought him a pie and some vodka, and was returning home by a side track in the forest where he hoped to meet nobody. But by ill luck, he chanced on the keeper of the forest, a retired soldier. "I say, have you been looking for mushrooms?" asked the soldier. "There were none to be found," answered Ivan Mironov, showing the basket of lime bark he had taken with him in case he might want it. "Yes, mushrooms are scarce this summer," said the soldier. He stood still for a moment, pondered, and then went his way. He clearly saw that something was wrong. Ivan Mironov had no business whatever to take early morning walks in that forest. The soldier went back after a while and looked round. Suddenly he heard the snorting of horses in the ravine. He made his way cautiously to the place whence the sounds came. The grass in the ravine was trodden down, and the marks of horses' hoofs were clearly to be seen. A little further he saw Gerasim, who was sitting and eating his meal, and the horses tied to a tree. The soldier ran to the village and brought back the bailiff, a police officer, and 2 witnesses. They surrounded on 3 sides the spot where Gerasim was sitting and seized the man. He did not deny anything, but, being drunk, told them at once how Ivan Mironov had given him plenty of drink, and induced him to steal the horses. He also said that Ivan Mironov had promised to come that night in order to take the horses away. The peasants left the horses and Gerasim in the ravine, and hiding behind the trees prepared to lie in ambush for Ivan Mironov. When it grew dark, they heard a whistle. Gerasim answered it with a similar sound. The moment Ivan Mironov descended the slope, the peasants surrounded him and brought him back to the village. The next morning a crowd assembled in front of the bailiff's cottage. Ivan Mironov was brought out and subjected to a close examination. Stepan Pelagishkin, a tall, stooping man with long arms, an aquiline nose, and a gloomy face, was the first to put questions to him. Stepan had terminated his military service, and was of a solitary turn of mind. When he had separated from his father, and started his own home, he had his first experience of losing a horse. After that he worked for 2 years in the mines, and made money enough to buy 2 horses. These 2 had been stolen by Ivan Mironov. "Tell me where my horses are," shouted Stepan, pale with fury, alternately looking at the ground and at Ivan Mironov's face. Ivan Mironov denied his guilt. Then Stepan aimed so violent a blow at his face that he smashed his nose and the blood spurted out. "Tell the truth, I say, or I'll kill you." Ivan Mironov kept silent, trying to avoid the blows by stooping. Stepan hit him twice more with his long arm. Ivan Mironov remained silent, turning his head backwards and forwards. "Beat him, all of you," cried the bailiff, and the whole crowd rushed upon Ivan Mironov. He fell without a word to the ground, and then shouted, "Devils, wild beasts, kill me if that's what you want. I am not afraid of you." Stepan seized a stone out of those that had been collected for the purpose, and with a heavy blow smashed Ivan Mironov's head. Chapter 15. Ivan Mironov's murderers were brought to trial, Stepan Pelagishkin among them. He had a heavier charge to answer than the others, all the witnesses having stated that it was he who had smashed Ivan Mironov's head with a stone. Stepan concealed nothing when in court. He contented himself with explaining that, having been robbed of his 2 last horses, he had informed the police. Now it was comparatively easy at that time to trace the horses with the help of professional thieves among the gypsies. But the police officer would not even permit him, and no search had been ordered. Nothing else could be done with such a man. He has ruined us all. But why did not the others attack him? It was you alone who broke his head open. That is false. We all fell upon him. The village agreed to kill him. I only gave the final stroke. What is the use of inflicting unnecessary sufferings on a man? The judges were astonished at Stepan's wonderful coolness in narrating the story of his crime, how the peasants fell upon Ivan Mironov, and how he had given the final stroke. Stepan actually did not see anything particularly revolting in this murder. During his military service he had been ordered on one occasion to shoot a soldier, and, now with regard to Ivan Mironov, he saw nothing loathsome in it. A man shot is a dead man, that's all. It was him today, it might be me tomorrow, he thought. Stepan was only sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment, which was a mild punishment for what he had done. His peasant's dress was taken away from him and put in the prison stores, and he had a prison suit and felt boots given to him instead. Stepan had never had much respect for the authorities, but now he became quite convinced that all the chiefs, all the fine folk, all except the Tsar, who alone had pity on the peasants and was just, all were robbers who suck blood out of the people. All he heard from the deported convicts, and those sentenced to hard labor, with whom he had made friends in prisons, confirmed him in his views. One man had been sentenced to hard labor for having convicted his superiors of a theft, another for having struck an official who had unjustly confiscated the property of a peasant. A third because he forged bank notes. The well-to-do people, the merchants, might do whatever they chose and come to no harm. But a poor peasant, for a trumpery reason or for none at all, was sent to prison to become food for vermin. He had visits from his wife while in prison. Her life without him was miserable enough, when, to make it worse, her cottage was destroyed by fire. She was completely ruined, and had to take to begging with her children. His wife's misery embittered Stepan still more. He got on very badly with all the people in the prison, was rude to everyone. And one day he nearly killed the cook with an axe, and therefore got an additional year in prison. In the course of that year he received the news that his wife was dead, and that he had no longer a home. When Stepan had finished his time in prison, he was taken to the prison stores, and his own dress was taken down from the shelf and handed to him. "Where am I to go now?" he asked the prison officer, putting on his old dress. "Why, home. I have no home. I shall have to go on the road. Robbery will not be a pleasant occupation. In that case you will soon be back here." "I am not so sure of that." And Stepan left the prison. Nevertheless he took the road to his own place. He had nowhere else to turn. On his way he stopped for a night's rest in an inn that had a public bar attached to it. The inn was kept by a fat man from the town, Vladimir, and he knew Stepan. He knew that Stepan had been put into prison through ill luck, and did not mind giving him shelter for the night. He was a rich man, and had persuaded his neighbor's wife to leave her husband and come to live with him. She lived in his house as his wife, and helped him in his business as well. Stepan knew all about the innkeeper's affairs, how he had wronged the peasant, and how the woman who was living with him had left her husband. He saw her now sitting at the table in a rich dress, and looking very hot as she drank her tea. With great condescension she asked Stepan to have tea with her. No other travelers were stopping in the inn that night. Stepan was given a place in the kitchen where he might sleep. Karenina, that was the woman's name, cleared the table and went to her room. Stepan went to lie down on the large stove in the kitchen, but he could not sleep, and the wood splinters put on the stove to dry were crackling under him, as he tossed from side to side. He could not help thinking of his host's fat paunch protruding under the belt of his shirt, which had lost its color from having been washed ever so many times. Would not it be a good thing to make a good clean incision in that paunch? And that woman, too, he thought. One moment he would say to himself, "I had better go from here tomorrow, bother them all." But then again Ivan Mironov came back to his mind, and he went on thinking of the innkeeper's paunch and Matrina's white throat bathed in perspiration. Kill I must, and it must be both. He heard the cock crow for the second time. I must do it at once, or dawn will be here. He had seen in the evening before he went to bed a knife and an axe. He crawled down from the stove, took the knife and axe, and went out of the kitchen door. At that very moment he heard the lock of the entrance door open. The innkeeper was going out of the house to the courtyard. It all turned out contrary to what Stepan desired. He had no opportunity of using the knife. He just swung the axe and split the innkeeper's head in two. The man tumbled down on the threshold of the door, then on the ground. Stepan stepped into the bedroom. Karenina jumped out of bed, and remained standing by its side. With the same axe Stepan killed her also. Then he lighted the candle, took the money out of the desk, and left the house. Chapter 16. In a small district town, some distance away from the other buildings, an old man, a former official, who had taken to drink, lived in his own house with his 2 daughters and his son-in-law. The married daughter was also addicted to drink and led a bad life, and it was the elder daughter, the widow Maria Semenovna, a wrinkled woman of 50, who supported the whole family. She had a pension of 250 rubles a year, and the family lived on this. Maria Semenovna did all the work in the house, looked after the drunken old father, who was very weak, attended to her sister's child, and managed all the cooking and the washing of the family. And, as is always the case, whatever there was to do, she was expected to do it, and was, moreover, continually scolded by all the 3 people in the house. Her brother-in-law used even to beat her when he was drunk. She bore it all patiently, and as is also always the case, the more work she had to face, the quicker she managed to get through it. She helped the poor, sacrificing her own wants, she gave them her clothes, and was a ministering angel to the sick. Once the lame, crippled village tailor was working in Maria Semenovna's house. He had to mend her old father's coat, and to mend and repair Maria Semenovna's fur jacket for her to wear in winter when she went to market. The lame tailor was a clever man, and a keen observer. He had seen many different people owing to his profession, and was fond of reflection, condemned as he was to a sedentary life. Having worked a week at Maria Semenovna's, he wondered greatly about her life. One day she came to the kitchen, where he was sitting with his work, to wash a towel, and began to ask him how he was getting on. He told her of the wrong he had suffered from his brother, and how he now lived on his own allotment of land, separated from that of his brother. "I thought I should have been better off that way," he said. "But I am now just as poor as before." "It is much better never to change, but to take life as it comes," said Maria Semenovna. "Take life as it comes," she repeated. "Why, I wonder at you, Maria Semenovna," said the lame tailor. "You alone do the work, and you are so good to everybody. But they don't repay you in kind, I see." Maria Semenovna did not utter a word in answer. "I dare say you have found out in books that we are rewarded in heaven for the good we do here." "We don't know that. But we must try to do the best we can." "Is it said so in books?" "In books as well," she said, and read to him the Sermon on the Mount. The tailor was much impressed. When he had been paid for his job and gone home, he did not cease to think about Maria Semenovna, both what she had said and what she had read to him. Chapter 17. Peter Nikolaevich Sventensky's views of the peasantry had now changed for the worse, and the peasants had an equally bad opinion of him. In the course of a single year they felled 27 oaks in his forest, and burnt a barn which had not been insured. Peter Nikolaevich came to the conclusion that there was no getting on with the people around him. At that very time the landowner, Livantsov, was trying to find a manager for his estate. And the marshal of the nobility recommended Peter Nikolaevich as the ablest man in the district in the management of land. The estate owned by Livantsov was an extremely large one, but there was no revenue to be got out of it, as the peasants appropriated all its wealth to their own profit. Peter Nikolaevich undertook to bring everything into order, rented out his own land to somebody else, and settled with his wife on the Livantsov estate, in a distant province on the river Volga. Peter Nikolaevich was always fond of order, and wanted things to be regulated by law. And now he felt less able of allowing those raw and rude peasants to take possession, quite illegally too, of property that did not belong to them. He was glad of the opportunity of giving them a good lesson, and set seriously to work at once. One peasant was sent to prison for stealing wood. To another he gave a thrashing for not having made way for him on the road with his cart, and for not having lifted his cap to salute him. As to the pasture ground, which was a subject of dispute, and was considered by the peasants as their property, Peter Nikolaevich informed the peasants that any of their cattle grazing on it would be driven away by him. The spring came and the peasants, just as they had done in previous years, drove their cattle onto the meadows belonging to the landowner. Peter Nikolaevich called some of the men working on the estate and ordered them to drive the cattle into his yard. The peasants were working in the fields, and, disregarding the screaming of the women, Peter Nikolaevich's men succeeded in driving in the cattle. When they came home the peasants went in a crowd to the cattle yard on the estate, and asked for their cattle. Peter Nikolaevich came out to talk to them with a gun slung on his shoulder. He had just returned from a ride of inspection. He told them that he would not let them have their cattle unless they paid a fine of 50 kopecks for each of the horned cattle, and 20 kopecks for each sheep. The peasants loudly declared that the pasture ground was their property, because their fathers and grandfathers had used it, and protested that he had no right whatever to lay hand on their cattle. "Give back our cattle, or you will regret it," said an old man coming up to Peter Nikolaevich. "How shall I regret it?" cried Peter Nikolaevich, turning pale, and coming close to the old man. "Give them back, you villain, and don't provoke us." "What?" cried Peter Nikolaevich, and slapped the old man in the face. "You dare to strike me? Come along, you fellows, let us take back our cattle by force." The crowd drew close to him. Peter Nikolaevich tried to push his way through them, but the peasants resisted him. Again he tried force. His gun, accidentally discharged in the melee, killed one of the peasants. Instantly the fight began. Peter Nikolaevich was trodden down, and 5 minutes later his mutilated body was dragged into the ravine. The murderers were tried by martial law, and 2 of them sentenced to the gallows. Chapter 18. In the village where the lame tailor lived, in the Zemlyansk district of the Voronezh province, 5 rich peasants hired from the landowner 105 acres of rich arable land, black as tar, and let it out on lease to the rest of the peasants at 15 to 18 rubles an acre. Not 1 acre was given under 12 rubles. They got a very profitable return, and the 5 acres which were left to each of their company practically cost them nothing. One of the 5 peasants died, and the lame tailor received an offer to take his place. When they began to divide the land, the tailor gave up drinking vodka, and, being consulted as to how much land was to be divided, and to whom it should be given, he proposed to give allotments to all on equal terms, not taking from the tenants more than was due for each piece of land out of the sum paid to the landowner. "Why so? We are no heathens, I should think," he said. "It is all very well for the masters to be unfair, but we are true Christians. We must do as God bids. Such is the law of Christ." "Where have you got that law from?" "It is in the book, in the Gospels. Just come to me on Sunday, I will read you a few passages, and we will have a talk afterwards." They did not all come to him on Sunday, but 3 came, and he began reading to them. He read 5 chapters of St. Matthew's Gospel, and they talked. One man only, Ivan Chuv, accepted the lesson and carried it out completely, following the rule of Christ in everything from that day. His family did the same. Out of the arable land he took only what was his due, and refused to take more. The lame tailor and Ivan had people calling on them, and some of these people began to grasp the meaning of the Gospels, and in consequence gave up smoking, drinking, swearing, and using bad language and tried to help one another. They also ceased to go to church, and took their icons to the village priest, saying they did not want them any more. The priest was frightened, and reported what had occurred to the bishop. The bishop was at a loss what to do. At last he resolved to send the archimandrite Missile to the village, the one who had formerly been Misha Smokovnikov's teacher of religion. Chapter 19. Asking Father Missile on his arrival to take a seat, the bishop told him what had happened in his diocese. "It all comes from weakness of spirit and from ignorance. You are a learned man, and I rely on you. Go to the village, call the parishioners together, and convince them of their error. If your grace bids me go, and you give me your blessing, I will do my best," said Father Missile. He was very pleased with the task entrusted to him. Every opportunity he could find to demonstrate the firmness of his faith was a boon to him. In trying to convince others he was chiefly intent on persuading himself that he was really a firm believer. "Do your best." "I am greatly distressed about my flock," said the bishop, leisurely taking a cup with his white plump hands from the servant who brought in the tea. "Why is there only one kind of jam?" "Bring another," he said to the servant. "I am greatly distressed," he went on, turning to Father Missile. Missile earnestly desired to prove his zeal. But, being a man of small means, he asked to be paid for the expenses of his journey. And being afraid of the rough people who might be ill-disposed towards him, he also asked the bishop to get him an order from the governor of the province. so that the local police might help him in case of need. The bishop complied with his wishes, and Missel got his things ready with the help of his servant and his cook. They furnished him with a case full of wine, and a basket with the victuals he might need in going to such a lonely place. Fully provided with all he wanted, he started for the village to which he was commissioned. He was pleasantly conscious of the importance of his mission. All his doubts as to his own faith passed away, and he was now fully convinced of its reality. His thoughts, far from being concerned with the real foundation of his creed, this was accepted as an axiom, were occupied with the arguments used against the forms of worship. Chapter 20. The village priest and his wife received Father Missel with great honors, and the next day after he had arrived the parishioners were invited to assemble in the church. Missel in a new silk cassock, with a large cross on his chest, and his long hair carefully combed, ascended the pulpit. The priest stood at his side, the deacons and the choir at a little distance behind him, and the side entrances were guarded by the police. The dissenters also came in their dirty sheepskin coats. After the service Missel delivered a sermon, admonishing the dissenters to return to the bosom of their mother, the Church, threatening them with the torments of hell, and promising full forgiveness to those who would repent. The dissenters kept silent at first. Then, being asked questions, they gave answers. To the question why they dissented, they said that their chief reason was the fact that the Church worshipped gods made of wood, which, far from being ordained, were condemned by the Scriptures. When asked by Missel whether they actually considered the holy icons to be mere planks of wood, Chuv answered, "Just look at the back of any icon you choose and you will see what they are made of." When asked why they turned against the priests, their answer was that the Scripture says, "As you have received it without fee, so you must give it to the others." Whereas the priests require payment for the grace they bestow by the sacraments. To all attempts which Missel made to oppose them by arguments founded on Holy Writ, the tailor and Ivan Chuv gave calm but very firm answers, contradicting his assertions by appeal to the Scriptures, which they knew uncommonly well. Missel got angry and threatened them with persecution by the authorities. Their answer was, "It is said, I have been persecuted and so will you be." The discussion came to nothing, and all would have ended well if Missel had not preached the next day at Mass, denouncing the wicked seducers of the faithful and saying that they deserved the worst punishment. Coming out of the church, the crowd of peasants began to consult whether it would not be well to give the infidels a good lesson for disturbing the minds of the community. The same day, just when Missel was enjoying some salmon and gangfish, dining at the village priest's in company with the inspector, a violent brawl arose in the village. The peasants came in a crowd to Chuv's cottage, and waited for the dissenters to come out in order to give them a thrashing. The dissenters assembled in the cottage numbered about 20 men and women. Missel's sermon and the attitude of the Orthodox peasants, together with their threats, aroused in the mind of the dissenters angry feelings, to which they had before been strangers. It was near evening, the women had to go and milk the cows, and the peasants were still standing and waiting at the door. A boy who stepped out of the door was beaten and driven back into the house. The people within began consulting what was to be done, and could come to no agreement. The tailor said, "We must bear whatever is done to us, and not resist." Chuv replied that if they decided on that course they would, all of them, be beaten to death. In consequence, he seized a poker and went out of the house. "Come," he shouted, "let us follow the law of Moses." And, falling upon the peasants, he knocked out one man's eye, and in the meanwhile all those who had been in his house contrived to get out and make their way home. Chuv was thrown into prison and charged with sedition and blasphemy. Chapter 21. 2 years previous to those events a strong and handsome young girl of an Eastern type, Katia Turchaninova, came from the Don military settlements to St. Petersburg to study in the University College for Women. In that town she met a student, Turin, the son of a district governor in the Simbursk province, and fell in love with him. But her love was not of the ordinary type, and she had no desire to become his wife and the mother of his children. He was a dear comrade to her, and their chief bond of union was a feeling of revolt they had in common, as well as the hatred they bore, not only to the existing forms of government, but to all those who represented that government. They had also in common the sense that they both excelled their enemies in culture, in brains, as well as in morals. Katia Turchaninova was a gifted girl, possessed of a good memory, by means of which she easily mastered the lectures she attended. She was successful in her examinations, and, apart from that, read all the newest books. She was certain that her vocation was not to bear and rear children, and even looked on such a task with disgust and contempt. She thought herself chosen by destiny to destroy the present government, which was fettering the best abilities of the nation, and to reveal to the people a higher standard of life, inculcated by the latest writers of other countries. She was handsome, a little inclined to stoutness, she had a good complexion, shining black eyes, abundant black hair. She inspired the men she knew with feelings she neither wished nor had time to share, busy as she was with propaganda work, which consisted chiefly in mere talking. She was not displeased, however, to inspire these feelings, and, without dressing too smartly, did not neglect her appearance. She liked to be admired, as it gave her opportunities of showing how little she prized what was valued so highly by other women. In her views concerning the method of fighting the government she went further than the majority of her comrades, and than her friend Turin. All means, she taught, were justified in such a struggle, not excluding murder. And yet, with all her revolutionary ideas, Katia Turchaninova was in her soul a very kind girl, ready to sacrifice herself for the welfare and the happiness of other people, and sincerely pleased when she could do a kindness to anybody, a child, an old person, or an animal. She went in the summer to stay with a friend, a schoolmistress in a small town on the river Volga. Turin lived near that town, on his father's estate. He often came to see the two girls. They gave each other books to read, and had long discussions, expressing their common indignation with the state of affairs in the country. The district doctor, a friend of theirs, used also to join them on many occasions. The estate of the Turins was situated in the neighborhood of the Livantsov estate, the one that was entrusted to the management of Peter Nikolaevich Sventisky. Soon after Peter Nikolaevich had settled there, and begun to enforce order, young Turin, having observed an independent tendency in the peasants on the Livantsov estate, as well as their determination to uphold their rights, became interested in them. He came often to the village to talk with the men, and developed his socialistic theories, insisting particularly on the nationalization of the land. After Peter Nikolaevich had been murdered, and the murderers sent to trial, the revolutionary group of the small town boiled over with indignation, and did not shrink from openly expressing it. The fact of Turin's visits to the village and his propaganda work among the students, became known to the authorities during the trial. A search was made in his house, and, as the police found a few revolutionary leaflets among his effects, he was arrested and transferred to prison in St. Petersburg. Katia Turchaninova followed him to the metropolis, and went to visit him in prison. She was not admitted on the day she came, and was told to come on the day fixed by regulations for visits to the prisoners. When that day arrived, and she was finally allowed to see him, she had to talk to him through two gratings separating the prisoner from his visitor. This visit increased her indignation against the authorities, and her feelings become all the more revolutionary after a visit she paid to the office of a gendarme officer who had to deal with the Turin case. The officer, a handsome man, seemed obviously disposed to grant her exceptional favors in visiting the prisoner, if she would allow him to make love to her. Disgusted with him, she appealed to the chief of police. He pretended, just as the officer did when talking officially to her, to be powerless himself, and to depend entirely on orders coming from the Minister of State. She sent a petition to the minister asking for an interview, which was refused. Then she resolved to do a desperate thing and bought a revolver. Chapter 22. The minister was receiving petitioners at the usual hour appointed for the reception. He had talked successively to three of them, and now a pretty young woman with black eyes, who was holding a petition in her left hand, approached. The minister's eyes gleamed when he saw how attractive the petitioner was, but recollecting his high position he put on a serious face. "What do you want?" he asked, coming down to where she stood. Without answering his question, the young woman quickly drew a revolver from under her cloak and aiming it at the minister's chest fired, but missed him. The minister rushed at her, trying to seize her hand, but she escaped, and taking a step back, fired a second time. The minister ran out of the room. The woman was immediately seized. She was trembling violently, and could not utter a single word. After a while she suddenly burst into a hysterical laugh. The minister was not even wounded. That woman was Katia Turchaninova. She was put into the prison of preliminary detention. The minister received congratulations and marks of sympathy from the highest quarters, and even from the emperor himself, who appointed a commission to investigate the plot that had led to the attempted assassination. As a matter of fact, there was no plot whatever, but the police officials and the detectives set to work with the utmost zeal to discover all the threads of the non-existing conspiracy. They did everything to deserve the fees they were paid. They got up in the small hours of the morning, searched one house after another, took copies of papers and of books they found, read diaries, personal letters, made extracts from them on the very best notepaper and in beautiful handwriting, interrogated Katia Turchaninova ever so many times, and confronted her with all those whom they suspected of conspiracy, in order to extort from her the names of her accomplices. The minister, a good-natured man at heart, was sincerely sorry for the pretty girl. But he said to himself that he was bound to consider his high state duties imposed upon him, even though they did not imply much work and trouble. So, when his former colleague, a chamberlain and a friend of the Turins, met him at a court ball and tried to rouse his pity for Turin and the girl Turchaninova, he shrugged his shoulders, stretching the red ribbon on his white waistcoat, and said, "Je ne demanderais pas mieux que de relacher cette pauvre fillette, mais vous savez le devoir." And in the meantime Katia Turchaninova was kept in prison. She was at times in a quiet mood, communicated with her fellow prisoners by knocking on the walls, and read the books that were sent to her. But then came days when she had fits of desperate fury, knocking with her fists against the wall, screaming and laughing like a madwoman. Chapter 23. One day Maria Semenovna came home from the treasurer's office, where she had received her pension. On her way she met a schoolmaster, a friend of hers. "Good day, Maria Semenovna. Have you received your money?" the schoolmaster asked, in a loud voice from the other side of the street. "I have," answered Maria Semenovna. "But it was not much, just enough to fill the holes." "Oh, there must be some tidy pickings out of such a lot of money," said the schoolmaster, and passed on, after having said goodbye. "Goodbye," said Maria Semenovna. While she was looking at her friend, she met a tall man face to face, who had very long arms and a stern look in his eyes. Coming to her house, she was very startled on again seeing the same man with the long arms, who had evidently followed her. He remained standing another moment after she had gone in, then turned and walked away. Maria Semenovna felt somewhat frightened at first. But when she had entered the house, and had given her father and her nephew Fedia the presents she had brought for them, and she had patted the dog Treasure, who whined with joy, she forgot her fears. She gave the money to her father and began to work, as there was always plenty for her to do. The man she met face to face was Stepan. After he had killed the innkeeper, he did not return to town. Strange to say, he was not sorry to have committed that murder. His mind went back to the murdered man over and over again during the following day. And he liked the recollection of having done the thing so skillfully, so cleverly, that nobody would ever discover it. And he would not therefore be prevented from murdering other people in the same way. Sitting in the public house and having his tea, he looked at the people around him with the same thought how he should murder them. In the evening he called at a carter's, a man from his village, to spend the night at his house. The carter was not in. He said he would wait for him, and in the meanwhile began talking to the carter's wife. But when she moved to the stove, with her back turned to him, the idea entered his mind to kill her. He marveled at himself at first, and shook his head, but the next moment he seized the knife he had hidden in his boot, knocked the woman down on the floor, and cut her throat. When the children began to scream, he killed them also and went away. He did not look out for another place to spend the night, but at once left the town. In a village some distance away he went to the inn and slept there. The next day he returned to the district town, and there he overheard in the street Maria Semenovna's talk with the schoolmaster. Her look frightened him, but yet he made up his mind to creep into her house, and rob her of the money she had received. When the night came he broke the lock and entered the house. The first person who heard his steps was the younger daughter, the married one. She screamed. Stepan stabbed her immediately with his knife. Her husband woke up and fell upon Stepan, seized him by his throat, and struggled with him desperately. But Stepan was the stronger man and overpowered him. After murdering him, Stepan, excited by the long fight, stepped into the next room behind a partition. That was Maria Semenovna's bedroom. She rose in her bed, looked at Stepan with her mild frightened eyes, and crossed herself. Once more her look scared Stepan. He dropped his eyes. "Where is your money?" he asked, without raising his face. She did not answer. "Where is the money?" asked Stepan again, showing her his knife. "How can you?" she said. "You will see how." Stepan came close to her, in order to seize her hands and prevent her struggling with him, but she did not even try to lift her arms or offer any resistance. She pressed her hands to her chest, and sighed heavily. "Oh, what a great sin," she cried. "How can you? Have mercy on yourself. To destroy somebody's soul, and worse, your own." Stepan could not stand her voice any longer, and drew his knife sharply across her throat. "Stop that talk," he said. She fell back with a hoarse cry, and the pillow was stained with blood. He turned away, and went round the rooms in order to collect all he thought worth taking. Having made a bundle of the most valuable things, he lighted a cigarette, sat down for a while, brushed his clothes, and left the house. He thought this murder would not matter to him more than those he had committed before, but before he got a night's lodging, he felt suddenly so exhausted that he could not walk any farther. He stepped down into the gutter and remained lying there the rest of the night, and the next day and the next night. Chapter 2. Chapter 1. The whole time he was lying in the gutter Stepan saw continually before his eyes the thin, kindly, and frightened face of Maria Semenovna, and seemed to hear her voice. "How can you?" she went on saying in his imagination, with her peculiar lisping voice. Stepan saw over again and over again before him all he had done to her. In horror he shut his eyes, and shook his hairy head, to drive away these thoughts and recollections. For a moment he would get rid of them, but in their place horrid black faces with red eyes appeared and frightened him continuously. They grinned at him, and kept repeating, "Now you have done away with her you must do away with yourself, or we will not leave you alone." He opened his eyes, and again he saw her and heard her voice, and felt an immense pity for her and a deep horror and disgust with himself. Once more he shut his eyes, and the black faces reappeared. Towards the evening of the next day he rose and went, with hardly any strength left, to a public house. There he ordered a drink, and repeated his demands over and over again, but no quantity of liquor could make him intoxicated. He was sitting at a table, and swallowed silently one glass after another. A police officer came in. "Who are you?" he asked Stepan. "I am the man who murdered all the Dobrodvorov people last night," he answered. He was arrested, bound with ropes, and brought to the nearest police station. The next day he was transferred to the prison in the town. The inspector of the prison recognized him as an old inmate, and a very turbulent one. And, hearing that he had now become a real criminal, accosted him very harshly. "You had better be quiet here," he said in a hoarse voice, frowning, and protruding his lower jaw. "The moment you don't behave, I'll flog you to death. Don't try to escape, I will see to that." "I have no desire to escape," said Stepan, dropping his eyes. "I surrendered of my own free will." "Shut up. You must look straight into your superior's eyes when you talk to him," cried the inspector, and struck Stepan with his fist under the jaw. At that moment Stepan again saw the murdered woman before him, and heard her voice. He did not pay attention, therefore, to the inspector's words. "What?" he asked, coming to his senses when he felt the blow on his face. "Be off. Don't pretend you don't hear." The inspector expected Stepan to be violent, to talk to the other prisoners, to make attempts to escape from prison. But nothing of the kind ever happened. Whenever the guard or the inspector himself looked into his cell through the hole in the door, they saw Stepan sitting on a bag filled with straw, holding his head with his hands and whispering to himself. On being brought before the examining magistrate charged with the inquiry into his case, he did not behave like an ordinary convict. He was very absent-minded, hardly listening to the questions. But when he heard what was asked, he answered truthfully, causing the utmost perplexity to the magistrate, who, accustomed as he was to the necessity of being very clever and very cunning with convicts, felt a strange sensation just as if he were lifting up his foot to ascend a step and found none. Stepan told him the story of all his murders, and did it frowning, with a set look, in a quiet, business-like voice, trying to recollect all the circumstances of his crimes. "He stepped out of the house," said Stepan, telling the tale of his first murder, "and stood barefooted at the door. I hit him, and he just groaned. I went to his wife," and so on. One day the magistrate, visiting the prison cells, asked Stepan whether there was anything he had to complain of, or whether he had any wishes that might be granted him. Stepan said he had no wishes whatever, and had nothing to complain of the way he was treated in prison. The magistrate, on leaving him, took a few steps in the foul passage, then stopped and asked the governor who had accompanied him in his visit how this prisoner was behaving. "I simply wonder at him," said the governor, who was very pleased with Stepan and spoke kindly of him. "He has now been with us about 2 months, and could be held up as a model of good behavior. But I am afraid he is plotting some mischief. He is a daring man, and exceptionally strong." Chapter 2. During the first month in prison Stepan suffered from the same agonizing vision. He saw the grey wall of his cell, he heard the sounds of the prison, the noise of the cell below him, where a number of convicts were confined together, the striking of the prison clock, the steps of the sentry in the passage. But at the same time he saw her with that kindly face which conquered his heart the very first time he met her in the street, with that thin, strongly marked neck, and he heard her soft, lisping, pathetic voice, to destroy somebody's soul, and, worst of all, your own. How can you? After a while her voice would die away, and then black faces would appear. They would appear whether he had his eyes open or shut. With his closed eyes he saw them more distinctly. When he opened his eyes they vanished for a moment, melting away into the walls and the door. But after a while they reappeared and surrounded him from 3 sides, grinning at him and saying over and over, "Make an end. Make an end. Hang yourself. Set yourself on fire." Stepan shook all over when he heard that, and tried to say all the prayers he knew, Our Lady, or Our Father. At first this seemed to help. In saying his prayers he began to recollect his whole life, his father, his mother, the village, the dog Wolf, the old grandfather lying on the stove, the bench on which the children used to play. Then the girls in the village with their songs, his horses, and how they had been stolen, and how the thief was caught and how he killed him with a stone. He recollected also the first prison he was in and his leaving it, and the fat innkeeper, the carter's wife and the children. Then again she came to his mind and again he was terrified. Throwing his prison overcoat off his shoulders, he jumped out of bed, and, like a wild animal in a cage, began pacing up and down his tiny cell, hastily turning round when he had reached the damp walls. Once more he tried to pray, but it was of no use now. The autumn came with its long nights. One evening when the wind whistled and howled in the pipes, Stepan, after he had paced up and down his cell for a long time, sat down on his bed. He felt he could not struggle any more. The black demons had overpowered him, and he had to submit. For some time he had been looking at the funnel of the oven. If he could fix on the knob of its lid a loop made of thin shreds of narrow linen straps, it would hold. But he would have to manage it very cleverly. He set to work, and spent 2 days in making straps out of the linen bag on which he slept. When the guard came into the cell, he covered the bed with his overcoat. He tied the straps with big knots and made them double, in order that they might be strong enough to hold his weight. During these preparations he was free from tormenting visions. When the straps were ready, he made a slip knot out of them, and put it round his neck, stood up in his bed, and hanged himself. But at the very moment that his tongue began to protrude, the straps got loose, and he fell down. The guard rushed in at the noise. The doctor was called in. Stepan was brought to the infirmary. The next day he recovered, and was removed from the infirmary, no more to solitary confinement, but to share the common cell with other prisoners. In the common cell he lived in the company of 20 men, but felt as if he were quite alone. He did not notice the presence of the rest. Did not speak to anybody, and was tormented by the old agony. He felt it most of all when the men were sleeping and he alone could not get 1 moment of sleep. Continually he saw her before his eyes, heard her voice, and then again the black devils with their horrible eyes came and tortured him in the usual way. He again tried to say his prayers, but, just as before, it did not help him. One day when, after his prayers, she was again before his eyes, he began to implore her dear soul to forgive him his sin, and release him. Towards morning, when he fell down quite exhausted on his crushed linen bag, he fell asleep at once, and in his dream she came to him with her thin, wrinkled, and severed neck. "Will you forgive me?" he asked. She looked at him with her mild eyes and did not answer. "Will you forgive me?" And so he asked her 3 times. But she did not say a word, and he awoke. From that time onwards he suffered less, and seemed to come to his senses, looked around him, and began for the first time to talk to the other men in the cell. Chapter 3. Stepan's cell was shared among others by the former yard porter, Vasily, who had been sentenced to deportation for robbery, and by Chuv, sentenced also to deportation. Vasily sang songs the whole day long with his fine voice, or told his adventures to the other men in the cell. Chuv was working at something all day, mending his clothes, or reading the Gospel and the Psalter. Stepan asked him why he was put into prison, and Chuv answered that he was being persecuted because of his true Christian faith by the priests, who were all of them hypocrites and hated those who followed the law of Christ. Stepan asked what that true law was, and Chuv made clear to him that the true law consists in not worshipping gods made with hands, but worshipping the Spirit and the truth. He told him how he had learnt the truth from the lame tailor at the time when they were dividing the land. "And what will become of those who have done evil?" asked Stepan. "The scriptures give an answer to that," said Chuv, and read aloud to him Matthew 25 verse 31. "When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another. As a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats, and he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world, for I was an hungred, and ye gave me meat, I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink, I was a stranger, and ye took me in, naked, and ye clothed me, I was sick, and ye visited me, I was in prison, and ye came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungred, and fed thee? Or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger, and took thee in? Or naked, and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick, or in prison, and came unto thee? And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels, for I was an hungred. And ye gave me no meat, I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink, I was a stranger and ye took me not in, naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick, and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungred, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. Vasily, who was sitting on the floor at Chuv's side, and was listening to his reading the gospel, nodded his handsome head in approval. True, he said in a resolute tone. Go, you cursed villains, into everlasting punishment, since you did not give food to the hungry, but swallowed it all yourself. Serves them right. I have read the holy Nicodemus' writings, he added, showing off his erudition. And will they never be pardoned? Asked Stepan, who had listened silently, with his hairy head bent low down. Wait a moment, and be silent, said Chuv to Vasily, who went on talking about the rich who had not given meat to the stranger, nor visited him in the prison. Wait, I say, said Chuv, again turning over the leaves of the gospel. Having found what he was looking for, Chuv smoothed the page with his large and strong hand, which had become exceedingly white in prison. And there were also 2 other malefactors. Led with him, it means with Christ, to be put to death. And when they were come to the place, which is called Calvary, there they crucified him, and the malefactors, one on the right hand, and the other on the left. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them. For they know not what they do. And the people stood beholding. And the rulers also with them derided him, saying, He saved others, let him save himself if he be Christ, the chosen of God. And the soldiers also mocked him, coming to him, and offering him vinegar, and saying, If thou be the King of the Jews, save thyself. And a superscription also was written over him in letters of Greek, and Latin, and Hebrew, This is the King of the Jews. And one of the malefactors which were hanged railed on him, saying, If thou be Christ, save thyself and us. But the other answering rebuked him, saying, Dost not thou fear God, seeing thou art in the same condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds, but this man hath done nothing amiss. And he said unto Jesus, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Stepan did not say anything, and was sitting in thought, as if he were listening. Now he knew what the true faith was. Those only will be saved who have given food and drink to the poor and visited the prisoners. Those who have not done it, go to hell. And yet the malefactor had repented on the cross, and went nevertheless to paradise. This did not strike him as being inconsistent. Quite the contrary. The one confirmed the other. The fact that the merciful will go to heaven, and the unmerciful to hell, meant that everybody ought to be merciful. And the malefactor having been forgiven by Christ meant that Christ was merciful. This was all new to Stepan, and he wondered why it had been hidden from him so long. From that day onward he spent all his free time with Chuv, asking him questions and listening to him. He saw but a single truth at the bottom of the teaching of Christ as revealed to him by Chuv, that all men are brethren. And that they ought to love and pity one another in order that all might be happy. And when he listened to Chuv, everything that was consistent with this fundamental truth came to him like a thing he had known before and only forgotten since. While whatever he heard that seemed to contradict it, he would take no notice of, as he thought that he simply had not understood the real meaning. And from that time Stepan was a different man. Chapter 4. Stepan had been very submissive and meek ever since he came to the prison, but now he made the prison authorities and all his fellow prisoners wonder at the change in him. Without being ordered, and out of his proper turn, he would do all the very hardest work in prison, and the dirtiest too. But in spite of his humility, the other prisoners stood in awe of him, and were afraid of him, as they knew he was a resolute man, possessed of great physical strength. Their respect for him increased after the incident of the two tramps who fell upon him. He wrenched himself loose from them and broke the arm of one of them in the fight. These tramps had gambled with a young prisoner of some means and deprived him of all his money. Stepan took his part, and deprived the tramps of their winnings. The tramps poured their abuse on him. But when they attacked him, he got the better of them. When the governor asked how the fight had come about, the tramps declared that it was Stepan who had begun it. Stepan did not try to exculpate himself, and bore patiently his sentence, which was 3 days in the punishment cell, and after that solitary confinement. In his solitary cell he suffered because he could no longer listen to Chuv and his gospel. He was also afraid that the former visions of her and of the black devils would reappear to torment him. But the visions were gone for good. His soul was full of new and happy ideas. He felt glad to be alone if only he could read, and if he had the gospel. He knew that he might have got hold of the gospel, but he could not read. He had started to learn the alphabet in his boyhood, but could not grasp the joining of the syllables, and remained illiterate. He made up his mind to start reading anew, and asked the guard to bring him the Gospels. They were brought to him, and he sat down to work. He contrived to recollect the letters, but could not join them into syllables. He tried as hard as he could to understand how the letters ought to be put together to form words, but with no result whatever. He lost his sleep, had no desire to eat, and a deep sadness came over him, which he was unable to shake off. "Well, have you not yet mastered it?" asked the guard one day. "No." "Do you know Our Father?" "I do." "Since you do, read it in the Gospels." "Here it is," said the guard, showing him the prayer in the Gospels. Stepan began to read it, comparing the letters he knew with the familiar sounds. And all of a sudden the mystery of the syllables was revealed to him, and he began to read. This was a great joy. From that moment he could read, and the meaning of the words, spelt out with such great pains, became more significant. Stepan did not mind any more being alone. He was so full of his work that he did not feel glad when he was transferred back to the common cell, his private cell being needed for a political prisoner who had been just sent to prison. Chapter 5. In the meantime Mahin, the schoolboy who had taught his friend Smokovnikov to forge the coupon, had finished his career at school and then at the university, where he had studied law. He had the advantage of being liked by women, and as he had won favor with a vice-minister's former mistress, he was appointed when still young as examining magistrate. He was dishonest, had debts, had gambled, and had seduced many women, but he was clever, sagacious, and a good magistrate. He was appointed to the court of the district where Stepan Pelajushkin had been tried. When Stepan was brought to him the first time to give evidence, his sincere and quiet answers puzzled the magistrate. He somehow unconsciously felt that this man, brought to him in fetters and with a shorn head, guarded by 2 soldiers who were waiting to take him back to prison, had a free soul and was immeasurably superior to himself. He was in consequence somewhat troubled, and had to summon up all his courage in order to go on with the inquiry and not blunder in his questions. He was amazed that Stepan should narrate the story of his crimes as if they had been things of long ago, and committed not by him but by some different man. "Had you no pity for them?" asked Mahin. "No. I did not know then." "Well, and now?" Stepan smiled with a sad smile. "Now," he said, "would not do it even if I were to be burned alive." "But why?" "Because I have come to know that all men are brethren." "What about me? Am I your brother also?" "Of course you are." "And how is it that I, your brother, am sending you to hard labor?" "It is because you don't know." "What do I not know?" "Since you judge, it means obviously that you don't know." "Go on." "What next?" Chapter 6. Now it was not Chuv, but Stepan who used to read the gospel in the common cell. Some of the prisoners were singing coarse songs, while others listened to Stepan reading the gospel and talking about what he had read. The most attentive among those who listened were 2 of the prisoners, Vasily, and a convict called Mahorkin, a murderer who had become a hangman. Twice during his stay in this prison he was called upon to do duty as hangman, and both times in faraway places where nobody could be found to execute the sentences. Two of the peasants who had killed Peter Nikolaevich Sventitsky had been sentenced to the gallows, and Mahorkin was ordered to go to Pensa to hang them. On all previous occasions he used to write a petition to the governor of the province. He knew well how to read and to write, stating that he had been ordered to fulfill his duty, and asking for money for his expenses. But now, to the greatest astonishment of the prison authorities, he said he did not intend to go, and added that he would not be a hangman any more. "And what about being flogged?" cried the governor of the prison. "I will have to bear it, as the law commands us not to kill." Did you get that from Pelajushkine? A nice sort of a prison prophet. You just wait and see what this will cost you. When Mahin was told of that incident, he was greatly impressed by the fact of Stepan's influence on the hangman, who refused to do his duty, running the risk of being hanged himself for insubordination. Chapter 7. At an evening party at the Eropkins', Mahin, who was paying attentions to the two young daughters of the house, they were rich matches. Both of them, having earned great applause for his fine singing and playing the piano, began telling the company about the strange convict who had converted the hangman. Mahin told his story very accurately, as he had a very good memory, which was all the more retentive because of his total indifference to those with whom he had to deal. He never paid the slightest attention to other people's feelings, and was therefore better able to keep all they did or said in his memory. He got interested in Stepan Pelajushkine, and, although he did not thoroughly understand him, yet asked himself involuntarily what was the matter with the man. He could not find an answer, but feeling that there was certainly something remarkable going on in Stepan's soul, he told the company at the Eropkins all about Stepan's conversion of the hangman, and also about his strange behavior in prison, his reading the Gospels and his great influence on the rest of the prisoners. All this made a special impression on the younger daughter of the family, Lisa, a girl of 18, who was just recovering from the artificial life she had been living in a boarding school. She felt as if she had emerged out of water, and was taking in the fresh air of true life with ecstasy. She asked Mahin to tell her more about the man Pelajushkine, and to explain to her how such a great change had come over him. Mahin told her what he knew from the police official about Stepan's last murder, and also what he had heard from Pelajushkine himself, how he had been conquered by the humility, mildness, and fearlessness of a kind woman, who had been his last victim, and how his eyes had been opened, while the reading of the Gospels had completed the change in him. Lisa Eropkin was not able to sleep that night. For a couple of months a struggle had gone on in her heart between society life, into which her sister was dragging her, and her infatuation for Mahin, combined with a desire to reform him. This second desire now became the stronger. She had already heard about poor Maria Semenovna. But, after that kind woman had been murdered in such a ghastly way, and after Mahin, who learnt it from Stepan, had communicated to her all the facts concerning Maria Semenovna's life, Lisa herself passionately desired to become like her. She was a rich girl, and was afraid that Mahin had been courting her because of her money. So she resolved to give all she possessed to the poor, and told Mahin about it. Mahin was very glad to prove his disinterestedness, and told Lisa that he loved her and not her money. Such proof of his innate nobility made him admire himself greatly. Mahin helped Lisa to carry out her decision. And the more he did so, the more he came to realize the new world of Lisa's spiritual ambitions, quite unknown to him heretofore. Chapter 8. All were silent in the common cell. Stepan was lying in his bed, but was not yet asleep. Vasily approached him, and, pulling him by his leg, asked him in a whisper to get up and to come to him. Stepan stepped out of his bed, and came up to Vasily. "Do me a kindness, brother," said Vasily. "Help me." "In what?" "I am going to fly from the prison." Vasily told Stepan that he had everything ready for his flight. "Tomorrow I shall stir them up," he pointed to the prisoners asleep in their beds. They will give me away, and I shall be transferred to the cell in the upper floor. I know my way from there. What I want you for is to unscrew the prop in the door of the mortuary. I can do that. But where will you go? I don't care where. Are not there plenty of wicked people in every place? Quite so, brother. But it is not our business to judge them. I am not a murderer, to be sure. I have not destroyed a living soul in my life. As for stealing, I don't see any harm in that. As if they have not robbed us. Let them answer for it themselves, if they do. Bother them all. Suppose I rob a church, who will be hurt? This time I will take care not to break into a small shop, but will get hold of a lot of money, and then I will help people with it. I will give it to all good people. One of the prisoners rose in his bed and listened. Stepan and Vasily broke off their conversation. The next day Vasily carried out his idea. He began complaining of the bread in prison, saying it was moist, and induced the prisoners to call the governor and to tell him of their discontent. The governor came, abused them all, and when he heard it was Vasily who had stirred up the men, he ordered him to be transferred into solitary confinement in the cell on the upper floor. This was all Vasily wanted. Chapter 9. Vasily knew well that cell on the upper floor. He knew its floor, and began at once to take out bits of it. When he had managed to get under the floor he took out pieces of the ceiling beneath, and jumped down into the mortuary a floor below. That day only one corpse was lying on the table. There in the corner of the room were stored bags to make hay mattresses for the prisoners. Vasily knew about the bags, and that was why the mortuary served his purposes. The prop in the door had been unscrewed and put in again. He took it out, opened the door, and went out into the passage to the lavatory which was being built. In the lavatory was a large hole connecting the third floor with the basement floor. After having found the door of the lavatory he went back to the mortuary, stripped the sheet off the dead body which was as cold as ice. In taking off the sheet Vasily touched his hand. Took the bags, tied them together to make a rope, and carried the rope to the lavatory. Then he attached it to the crossbeam, and climbed down along it. The rope did not reach the ground, but he did not know how much was wanting. Anyhow, he had to take the risk. He remained hanging in the air, and then jumped down. His legs were badly hurt, but he could still walk on. The basement had 2 windows. He could have climbed out of one of them but for the grating protecting them. He had to break the grating, but there was no tool to do it with. Vasily began to look around him, and chanced on a piece of plank with a sharp edge. Armed with that weapon he tried to loosen the bricks which held the grating. He worked a long time at that task. The cock crowed for the second time, but the grating still held. At last he had loosened one side, and then he pushed the plank under the loosened end and pressed with all his force. The grating gave way completely, but at that moment one of the bricks fell down heavily. The noise could have been heard by the sentry. Vasily stood motionless. But silence reigned. He climbed out of the window. His way of escape was to climb the wall. An outhouse stood in the corner of the courtyard. He had to reach its roof, and pass thence to the top of the wall. But he would not be able to reach the roof without the help of the plank, so he had to go back through the basement window to fetch it. A moment later he came out of the window with the plank in his hands. He stood still for a while listening to the steps of the sentry. His expectations were justified. The sentry was walking up and down on the other side of the courtyard. Vasily came up to the outhouse, leaned the plank against it, and began climbing. The plank slipped and fell on the ground. Vasily had his stockings on. He took them off so that he could cling with his bare feet in coming down. Then he leaned the plank again against the house, and seized the water pipe with his hands. If only this time the plank would hold. A quick movement up the water pipe, and his knee rested on the roof. The sentry was approaching. Vasily lay motionless. The sentry did not notice him, and passed on. Vasily leaped to his feet. The iron roof cracked under him. Another step or two, and he would reach the wall. He could touch it with his hand now. He leaned forward with one hand, then with the other, stretched out his body as far as he could, and found himself on the wall. Only, not to break his legs in jumping down, Vasily turned round, remained hanging in the air by his hands, stretched himself out, loosened the grip of one hand, then the other. Help me, God! He was on the ground. And the ground was soft. His legs were not hurt, and he ran at the top of his speed. In a suburb, Melania opened her door, and he crept under her warm coverlet, made of small pieces of different colors stitched together. Chapter 10. The wife of Peter Nikolaevich Sventizky, a tall and handsome woman, as quiet and sleek as a well-fed heifer, had seen from her window how her husband had been murdered and dragged away into the fields. The horror of such a sight to Natalia Ivanovna was so intense, how could it be otherwise, that all her other feelings vanished. No sooner had the crowd disappeared from view behind the garden fence, and the voices had become still. No sooner had the barefooted Melania, their servant, run in with her eyes starting out of her head, calling out in a voice more suited to the proclamation of glad tidings the news that Peter Nikolaevich had been murdered and thrown into the ravine. Then Natalia Ivanovna felt that behind her first sensation of horror, there was another sensation. A feeling of joy at her deliverance from the tyrant, who through all the 19 years of their married life had made her work without a moment's rest. Her joy made her aghast. She did not confess it to herself, but hid it the more from those around. When his mutilated, yellow and hairy body was being washed and put into the coffin, she cried with horror, and wept and sobbed. When the coroner, a special coroner for serious cases, came and was taking her evidence, she noticed in the room, where the inquest was taking place, 2 peasants in irons, who had been charged as the principal culprits. One of them was an old man with a curly white beard, and a calm and severe countenance. The other was rather young, of a gypsy type, with bright eyes and curly disheveled hair. She declared that they were the 2 men who had first seized hold of Peter Nikolaevich's hands. In spite of the gypsy-like peasant looking at her with his eyes glistening from under his moving eyebrows, and saying reproachfully, "A great sin, lady, it is. Remember your death hour." In spite of that, she did not feel at all sorry for them. On the contrary, she began to hate them during the inquest, and wished desperately to take revenge on her husband's murderers. A month later, after the case, which was committed for trial by court-martial, had ended in 8 men being sentenced to hard labor, and in 2, the old man with the white beard, and the gypsy boy, as she called the other, being condemned to be hanged, Natalia felt vaguely uneasy. But unpleasant doubts soon pass away under the solemnity of a trial. Since such high authorities considered that this was the right thing to do, it must be right. The execution was to take place in the village itself. One Sunday Melania came home from church in her new dress and her new boots, and announced to her mistress that the gallows were being erected, and that the hangman was expected from Moscow on Wednesday. She also announced that the families of the convicts were raging, and that their cries could be heard all over the village. Natalia Ivanovna did not go out of her house. She did not wish to see the gallows and the people in the village, she only wanted what had to happen to be over quickly. She only considered her own feelings, and did not care for the convicts and their families. On Tuesday the village constable called on Natalia Ivanovna. He was a friend, and she offered him vodka and preserved mushrooms of her own making. The constable, after eating a little, told her that the execution was not to take place the next day. Why? A very strange thing has happened. There is no hangman to be found. They had one in Moscow, my son told me, but he has been reading the Gospels a good deal and says, "I will not commit a murder." He had himself been sentenced to hard labor for having committed a murder, and now he objects to hang when the law orders him. He was threatened with flogging. "You may flog me," he said, "but I won't do it." Natalia Ivanovna grew red and hot at the thought which suddenly came into her head. Could not the death sentence be commuted now? How so, since the judges have passed it? The Tsar alone has the right of amnesty. But how would he know? They have the right of appealing to him. But it is on my account they are to die, said that stupid woman, Natalia Ivanovna. And I forgive them. The constable laughed. Well, send a petition to the Tsar. May I do it? Of course you may. But is it not too late? Send it by telegram. To the Tsar himself? To the Tsar, if you like. The story of the hangman having refused to do his duty, and preferring to take the flogging instead, suddenly changed the soul of Natalia Ivanovna. The pity and the horror she felt the moment she heard that the peasants were sentenced to death, could not be stifled now, but filled her whole soul. Philip Vasilievich, my friend. Write that telegram for me. I want to appeal to the Tsar to pardon them. The constable shook his head. I wonder whether that would not involve us in trouble? I do it upon my own responsibility. I will not mention your name. Is not she a kind woman, thought the constable. Very kind-hearted, to be sure. If my wife had such a heart, our life would be a paradise, instead of what it is now. And he wrote the telegram, to His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor. Your Majesty's loyal subject, the widow of Peter Nikolaevich Sventitsky, murdered by the peasants, throws herself at the sacred feet, this sentence, when he wrote it down. Please the constable himself most of all, of your Imperial Majesty, and implores you to grant an amnesty to the peasants so-and-so, from such a province, district, and village, who have been sentenced to death. The telegram was sent by the constable himself, and Natalia Ivanovna felt relieved and happy. She had a feeling that since she, the widow of the murdered man, had forgiven the murderers, and was applying for an amnesty, the Tsar could not possibly refuse it. Chapter 11. Lisa Iropkin lived in a state of continual excitement. The longer she lived a true Christian life as it had been revealed to her, the more convinced she became that it was the right way, and her heart was full of joy. She had two immediate aims before her. The one was to convert Mahin, or, as she put it to herself, to arouse his true nature, which was good and kind. She loved him, and the light of her love revealed the divine element in his soul which is at the bottom of all souls. But, further, she saw in him an exceptionally kind and tender heart, as well as a noble mind. Her other aim was to abandon her riches. She had first thought of giving away what she possessed in order to test Mahin, but afterwards she wanted to do so for her own sake, for the sake of her own soul. She began by simply giving money to anyone who wanted it. But her father stopped that. Besides which, she felt disgusted at the crowd of supplicants who personally, and by letters, besieged her with demands for money. Then she resolved to apply to an old man, known to be a saint by his life, and to give him her money to dispose of in the way he thought best. Her father got angry with her when he heard about it. During a violent altercation he called her mad, a raving lunatic, and said he would take measures to prevent her from doing injury to herself. Her father's irritation proved contagious. Losing all control over herself, and sobbing with rage, she behaved with the greatest impertinence to her father, calling him a tyrant and a miser. Then she asked his forgiveness. He said he did not mind what she said, but she saw plainly that he was offended, and in his heart did not forgive her. She did not feel inclined to tell Mahin about her quarrel with her father. As to her sister, she was very cold to Lisa, being jealous of Mahin's love for her. I ought to confess to God, she said to herself. As all this happened in Lent, she made up her mind to fast in preparation for the communion, and to reveal all her thoughts to the Father Confessor, asking his advice as to what she ought to decide for the future. At a small distance from her town a monastery was situated, where an old monk lived who had gained a great reputation by his holy life, by his sermons and prophecies, as well as by the marvelous cures ascribed to him. The monk had received a letter from Lisa's father announcing the visit of his daughter, and telling him in what a state of excitement the young girl was. He also expressed the hope in that letter that the monk would influence her in the right way, urging her not to depart from the golden mean, and to live like a good Christian without trying to upset the present conditions of her life. The monk received Lisa after he had seen many other people, and being very tired, began by quietly recommending her to be modest and to submit to her present conditions of life and to her parents. Lisa listened silently, blushing and flushed with excitement. When he had finished admonishing her, she began saying with tears in her eyes, timidly at first, that Christ bade us leave father and mother to follow him. Getting more and more excited, she told him her conception of Christ. The monk smiled slightly, and replied as he generally did when admonishing his penitents. But after a while he remained silent, repeating with heavy sighs, "O God." Then he said, "Well, come to confession tomorrow," and blessed her with his wrinkled hands. The next day Lisa came to confession, and without renewing their interrupted conversation, he absolved her and refused to dispose of her fortune, giving no reasons for doing so. Lisa's purity, her devotion to God and her ardent soul, impressed the monk deeply. He had desired long ago to renounce the world entirely. But the Brotherhood, which drew a large income from his work as a preacher, insisted on his continuing his activity. He gave way, although he had a vague feeling that he was in a false position. It was rumored that he was a miracle-working saint, whereas in reality he was a weak man, proud of his success in the world. When the soul of Lisa was revealed to him, he saw clearly into his own soul. He discovered how different he was to what he wanted to be, and realized the desire of his heart. Soon after Lisa's visit he went to live in a separate cell as a hermit, and for 3 weeks did not officiate again in the church of the friary. After the celebration of the Mass, he preached a sermon denouncing his own sins and those of the world, and urging all to repent. From that day he preached every fortnight, and his sermons attracted increasing audiences. His fame as a preacher spread abroad. His sermons were extraordinarily fearless and sincere, and deeply impressed all who listened to him. Chapter 12. Vasily was actually carrying out the object he had in leaving the prison. With the help of a few friends he broke into the house of the rich merchant Krasnopuzov, whom he knew to be a miser and a debauchee. Vasily took out of his writing desk 30,000 rubles, and began disposing of them as he thought right. He even gave up drink so as not to spend that money on himself, but to distribute it to the poor, helping poor girls to get married. Paying off people's debts, and doing this all without ever revealing himself to those he helped, his only desire was to distribute his money in the right way. As he also gave bribes to the police, he was left in peace for a long time. His heart was singing for joy. When at last he was arrested and put to trial, he confessed with pride that he had robbed the fat merchant. The money, he said, was lying idle in that fool's desk, and he did not even know how much he had, whereas I have put it into circulation and helped a lot of good people. The counsel for the defense spoke with such good humor and kindness that the jury felt inclined to discharge Vasily, but sentenced him nevertheless to confinement in prison. He thanked the jury, and assured them that he would find his way out of prison before long. Chapter 13. Natalia Ivanovna Sventitsky's telegram proved useless. The committee appointed to deal with the petitions in the emperor's name, decided not even to make a report to the Tsar. But one day when the Sventitsky case was discussed at the emperor's luncheon table, the chairman of the committee, who was present, mentioned the telegram which had been received from Sventitsky's widow. "C'est très gentil de sa part," said one of the ladies of the imperial family. The emperor sighed, shrugged his shoulders, adorned with epaulets. "The law," he said, and raised his glass for the groom of the chamber to pour out some Moselle. All those present pretended to admire the wisdom of the sovereign's words. There was no further question about the telegram. The 2 peasants, the old man and the young boy, were hanged by a Tartar hangman from Kazan, a cruel convict and a murderer. The old man's wife wanted to dress the body of her husband in a white shirt, with white bands which serve as stockings, and new boots, but she was not allowed to do so. The two men were buried together in the same pit outside the churchyard wall. Princess Sophia Vladimirovna tells me he is a very remarkable preacher, remarked the old empress, the emperor's mother, one day to her son, Fates Levener. Il put prêcher à la cathedral. No, it would be better in the palace church, said the emperor, and ordered the hermit Isidore to be invited. All the generals, and other high officials, assembled in the church of the imperial palace. It was an event to hear the famous preacher. A thin and grey old man appeared, looked at those present, and said, "In the name of God, the Son, and the Holy Ghost," and began to speak. At first all went well, but the longer he spoke the worse it became. Il devient de plus en plus aggressif, as the empress put it afterwards. He fulminated against everyone. He spoke about the executions and charged the government with having made so many necessary. How can the government of a Christian country kill men? Everybody looked at everybody else, thinking of the bad taste of the sermon, and how unpleasant it must be for the emperor to listen to it, but nobody expressed these thoughts aloud. When Isidore had said Amen, the metropolitan approached, and asked him to call on him. After Isidore had had a talk with the metropolitan and with the attorney general, he was immediately sent away to a friary, not his own, but one at Suzdal, which had a prison attached to it. The prior of that friary was now Father Missel. Chapter 14. Everyone tried to look as if Isidore's sermon contained nothing unpleasant, and nobody mentioned it. It seemed to the Tsar that the hermit's words had not made any impression on himself. But once or twice during that day he caught himself thinking of the two peasants who had been hanged, and the widow of Sventisky who had asked an amnesty for them. That day the emperor had to be present at a parade, after which he went out for a drive. A reception of ministers came next, then dinner, after dinner the theatre. As usual, the Tsar fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. In the night an awful dream awoke him. He saw gallows in a large field and corpses dangling on them. The tongues of the corpses were protruding, and their bodies moved and shook. And somebody shouted, "It is you, you who have done it." The Tsar woke up bathed in perspiration and began to think. It was the first time that he had ever thought of the responsibilities which weighed on him, and the words of old Isidore came back to his mind. But only dimly could he see himself as a mere human being, and he could not consider his mere human wants and duties, because of all that was required of him as Tsar. As to acknowledging that human duties were more obligatory than those of a Tsar, he had not strength for that. Chapter 15. Having served his second term in the prison, Prokofy, who had formerly worked on the Sventisky estate, was no longer the brisk, ambitious, smartly dressed fellow he had been. He seemed, on the contrary, a complete wreck. When sober he would sit idle and would refuse to do any work, however much his father scolded him. Moreover, he was continually seeking to get hold of something secretly, and take it to the public house for a drink. When he came home he would continue to sit idle, coughing and spitting all the time. The doctor on whom he called, examined his chest and shook his head. "You, my man, ought to have many things which you have not got. That is usually the case, isn't it? Take plenty of milk, and don't smoke. These are days of fasting, and besides we have no cow." Once in spring he could not get any sleep, he was longing to have a drink. There was nothing in the house he could lay his hand on to take to the public house. He put on his cap and went out. He walked along the street up to the house where the priest and the deacon lived together. The deacon's harrow stood outside leaning against the hedge. Prokofy approached, took the harrow upon his shoulder, and walked to an inn kept by a woman, Petrovna. She might give him a small bottle of vodka for it. But he had hardly gone a few steps when the deacon came out of his house. It was already dawn, and he saw that Prokofy was carrying away his harrow. "Hey, what's that?" cried the deacon. The neighbors rushed out from their houses. Prokofy was seized, brought to the police station, and then sentenced to 11 months' imprisonment. It was autumn, and Prokofy had to be transferred to the prison hospital. He was coughing badly, his chest was heaving from the exertion, and he could not get warm. Those who were stronger contrived not to shiver. Prokofy on the contrary shivered day and night, as the superintendent would not light the fires in the hospital till November, to save expense. Prokofy suffered greatly in body, and still more in soul. He was disgusted with his surroundings, and hated everyone, the deacon, the superintendent who would not light the fires, the guard, and the man who was lying in the bed next to his, and who had a swollen red lip. He began also to hate the new convict who was brought into hospital. This convict was Stepan. He was suffering from some disease on his head, and was transferred to the hospital and put in a bed at Prokofy's side. After a time that hatred to Stepan changed, and Prokofy became, on the contrary, extremely fond of him. He delighted in talking to him. It was only after a talk with Stepan that his anguish would cease for a while. Stepan always told everyone he met about his last murder, and how it had impressed him. Far from shrieking, or anything of that kind, he said to Prokofy, she did not move. "Kill me. There I am," she said. "But it is not my soul you destroy, it is your own." "Well, of course, it is very dreadful to kill. I had one day to slaughter a sheep, and even that made me half mad. I have not destroyed any living soul, why then do those villains kill me? I have done no harm to anybody. That will be taken into consideration." "By whom?" "By God, to be sure. I have not seen anything yet showing that God exists, and I don't believe in him, brother. I think when a man dies, grass will grow over the spot, and that is the end of it. You are wrong to think like that. I have murdered so many people, whereas she, poor soul, was helping everybody. And you think she and I are to have the same lot? Oh no. Only wait. Then you believe the soul lives on after a man is dead? To be sure, it truly lives." Prokofy suffered greatly when death drew near. He could hardly breathe. But in the very last hour he felt suddenly relieved from all pain. He called Stepan to him. "Farewell, brother," he said. "Death has come, I see. I was so afraid of it before. And now I don't mind. I only wish it to come quicker." Chapter 16. In the meanwhile, the affairs of Eugene Mikhailovich had grown worse and worse. Business was very slack. There was a new shop in the town. He was losing his customers, and the interest had to be paid. He borrowed again on interest. At last his shop and his goods were to be sold up. Eugene Mikhailovich and his wife applied to everyone they knew, but they could not raise the 400 rubles they needed to save the shop anywhere. They had some hope of the merchant Krasnopuzov, Eugene Mikhailovich's wife, being on good terms with his mistress. But news came that Krasnopuzov had been robbed of a huge sum of money. Some said of 500,000 rubles. "And do you know who is said to be the thief?" said Eugene Mikhailovich to his wife. "Vasily, our former yard porter. They say he is squandering the money, and the police are bribed by him. I knew he was a villain. You remember how he did not mind perjuring himself? But I did not expect it would go so far. I hear he has recently been in the courtyard of our house. Cook says she is sure it was he. She told me he helps poor girls to get married. They always invent tales. I don't believe it." At that moment a strange man, shabbily dressed, entered the shop. "What is it you want?" "Here is a letter for you." "From whom?" "You will see yourself." "Don't you require an answer?" "Wait a moment." "I cannot." The strange man handed the letter and disappeared. "How extraordinary," said Eugene Mikhailovich, and tore open the envelope. To his great amazement several 100-ruble notes fell out. 400 rubles, he exclaimed, hardly believing his eyes. "What does it mean?" The envelope also contained a badly spelt letter, addressed to Eugene Mikhailovich. "It is said in the Gospels," ran the letter, "do good for evil. You have done me much harm. And in the coupon case you made me wrong the peasants greatly. But I have pity for you. Here are 400 notes. Take them, and remember your porter Vasily. Very extraordinary," said Eugene Mikhailovich to his wife and to himself. And each time he remembered that incident, or spoke about it to his wife, tears would come to his eyes. Chapter 17. 14 priests were kept in the Suzdal friary prison, chiefly for having been untrue to the Orthodox faith. Isidore had been sent to that place also. Father Missel received him according to the instructions he had been given, and without talking to him ordered him to be put into a separate cell as a serious criminal. After a fortnight Father Missel, making a round of the prison, entered Isidore's cell, and asked him whether there was anything he wished for. "There is a great deal I wish for," answered Isidore. "But I cannot tell you what it is in the presence of anybody else. Let me talk to you privately." They looked at each other, and Missel saw he had nothing to be afraid of in remaining alone with Isidore. He ordered Isidore to be brought into his own room, and when they were alone, he said, "Well, now you can speak." Isidore fell on his knees. "Brother," said Isidore, "what are you doing to yourself? Have mercy on your own soul. You are the worst villain in the world. You have offended against all that is sacred." A month after Missel sent a report, asking that Isidore should be released as he had repented. And he also asked for the release of the rest of the prisoners. After which he resigned his post. Chapter 18. 10 years passed. Misha Smokovnikov had finished his studies in the technical college. He was now an engineer in the gold mines in Siberia, and was very highly paid. One day he was about to make a round in the district. The governor offered him a convict, Stepan Pelajushkin, to accompany him on his journey. A convict, you say? But is not that dangerous? Not if it is this one. He is a holy man. You may ask anybody, they will all tell you so. Why has he been sent here? The governor smiled. He had committed 6 murders, and yet he is a holy man. I go bail for him. Misha Smokovnikov took Stepan, now a bald-headed, lean, tanned man, with him on his journey. On their way Stepan took care of Smokovnikov, like his own child, and told him his story. Told him why he had been sent here, and what now filled his life. And, strange to say, Misha Smokovnikov, who up to that time used to spend his time drinking, eating, and gambling, began for the first time to meditate on life. These thoughts never left him now, and produced a complete change in his habits. After a time he was offered a very advantageous position. He refused it, and made up his mind to buy an estate with the money he had, to marry, and to devote himself to the peasantry, helping them as much as he could. Chapter 19. He carried out his intentions. But before retiring to his estate he called on his father, with whom he had been on bad terms, and who had settled apart with his new family. Misha Smokovnikov wanted to make it up. The old man wondered at first, and laughed at the change he noticed in his son. But after a while he ceased to find fault with him, and thought of the many times when it was he who was the guilty one. My dream. Chapter 1. As a daughter she no longer exists for me. Can't you understand? She simply doesn't exist. Still, I cannot possibly leave her to the charity of strangers. I will arrange things so that she can live as she pleases, but I do not wish to hear of her. Who would ever have thought, the horror of it, the horror of it. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, and raised his eyes. These words were spoken by Prince Michael Ivanovich to his brother Peter, who was governor of a province in central Russia. Prince Peter was a man of 50, Michael's junior by 10 years. On discovering that his daughter, who had left his house a year before, had settled here with her child, the elder brother had come from St. Petersburg to the provincial town, where the above conversation took place. Prince Michael Ivanovich was a tall, handsome, white-haired, fresh-colored man, proud and attractive in appearance and bearing. His family consisted of a vulgar, irritable wife, who wrangled with him continually over every petty detail, a son, an ne'er-do-well, spendthrift and roué, yet a gentleman. According to his father's code, 2 daughters, of whom the elder had married well, and was living in St. Petersburg, and the younger, Lisa, his favorite, who had disappeared from home a year before. Only a short while ago he had found her with her child in this provincial town. Prince Peter wanted to ask his brother how, and under what circumstances, Lisa had left home, and who could possibly be the father of her child. But he could not make up his mind to inquire. That very morning, when his wife had attempted to condole with her brother-in-law, Prince Peter had observed a look of pain on his brother's face. The look had at once been masked by an expression of unapproachable pride, and he had begun to question her about their flat, and the price she paid. At luncheon, before the family and guests, he had been witty and sarcastic as usual. Towards everyone, excepting the children, whom he treated with almost reverent tenderness, he adopted an attitude of distant hauteur. And yet it was so natural to him that everyone somehow acknowledged his right to be haughty. In the evening his brother arranged a game of whist. When he retired to the room which had been made ready for him, and was just beginning to take out his artificial teeth, someone tapped lightly on the door with 2 fingers. "Who is that?" "C'est moi, Michael." Prince Michael Ivanovich recognized the voice of his sister-in-law, frowned, replaced his teeth, and said to himself, "What does she want?" Aloud he said, "Entrez." His sister-in-law was a quiet, gentle creature, who bowed in submission to her husband's will. But to many she seemed a crank, and some did not hesitate to call her a fool. She was pretty, but her hair was always carelessly dressed, and she herself was untidy and absent-minded. She had, also, the strangest, most unaristocratic ideas, by no means fitting in the wife of a high official. These ideas she would express most unexpectedly, to everybody's astonishment, her husband's no less than her friends. "Vous pouvez me renvoyer, mais je ne mènerai pas, je vous le dis d'avance," she began, in her characteristic, indifferent way. "Dieu preserve," answered her brother-in-law, with his usual somewhat exaggerated politeness, and brought forward a chair for her. "Ça ne vous dérange pas?" she asked, taking out a cigarette. "I'm not going to say anything unpleasant, Michael. I only wanted to say something about Lisachka." Michael Ivanovich sighed, the word pained him. But mastering himself at once, he answered with a tired smile. "Our conversation can only be on one subject, and that is the subject you wish to discuss." He spoke without looking at her, and avoided even naming the subject. But his plump, pretty little sister-in-law was unabashed. She continued to regard him with the same gentle, imploring look in her blue eyes, sighing even more deeply. "Michael, mon bon ami, have pity on her. She is only human." "I never doubted that," said Michael Ivanovich with a bitter smile. "She is your daughter." "She was, but my dear Aline, why talk about this?" "Michael, dear, won't you see her?" "I only wanted to say, that the one who is to blame." Prince Michael Ivanovich flushed, his face became cruel. "For heaven's sake, let us stop. I have suffered enough. I have now but one desire, and that is to put her in such a position that she will be independent of others, and that she shall have no further need of communicating with me. Then she can live her own life, and my family and I need know nothing more about her. That is all I can do." "Michael, you say nothing but I." "She, too, is I. No doubt. But, dear Aline, please let us drop the matter. I feel it too deeply." Alexandra Dmitrievna remained silent for a few moments, shaking her head. "And Masha, your wife, thinks as you do?" "Yes, quite." Alexandra Dmitrievna made an inarticulate sound. "Bryson's la decis etibon newt," said he. "But she did not go." She stood silent a moment. Then, "Peter tells me you intend to leave the money with the woman where she lives. Have you the address?" "I have." "Don't leave it with the woman, Michael. Go yourself. Just see how she lives. If you don't want to see her, you need not. He isn't there, there is no one there." Michael Ivanovich shuddered violently. "Why do you torture me so? It's a sin against hospitality." Alexandra Dmitrievna rose, and almost in tears, being touched by her own pleading, said, "She is so miserable, but she is such a dear." He got up, and stood waiting for her to finish. She held out her hand. "Michael, you do wrong," said she, and left him. For a long while after she had gone, Michael Ivanovich walked to and fro on the square of carpet. He frowned and shivered, and exclaimed, "Oh, oh." And then the sound of his own voice frightened him, and he was silent. His wounded pride tortured him. His daughter, brought up in the house of her mother, the famous Avdotia Borisovna, whom the Empress honored with her visits, an acquaintance with whom was an honor for all the world. His daughter, and he had lived his life as a knight of old, knowing neither fear nor blame. The fact that he had a natural son born of a Frenchwoman, whom he had settled abroad, did not lower his own self-esteem. And now this daughter, for whom he had not only done everything that a father could and should do. This daughter to whom he had given a splendid education and every opportunity to make a match in the best Russian society, this daughter to whom he had not only given all that a girl could desire, but whom he had really loved, whom he had admired, been proud of, this daughter had repaid him with such disgrace, that he was ashamed and could not face the eyes of men. He recalled the time when she was not merely his child, and a member of his family, but his darling, his joy and his pride. He saw her again, a little thing of 8 or 9, bright, intelligent, lively, impetuous, graceful, with brilliant black eyes and flowing auburn hair. He remembered how she used to jump up on his knees and hug him, and tickle his neck. And how she would laugh, regardless of his protests, and continue to tickle him, and kiss his lips, his eyes, and his cheeks. He was naturally opposed to all demonstration, but this impetuous love moved him, and he often submitted to her petting. He remembered also how sweet it was to caress her. To remember all this, when that sweet child had become what she now was, a creature of whom he could not think without loathing. He also recalled the time when she was growing into womanhood, and the curious feeling of fear and anger that he experienced when he became aware that men regarded her as a woman. He thought of his jealous love when she came coquettishly to him dressed for a ball, and knowing that she was pretty. He dreaded the passionate glances which fell upon her, that she not only did not understand but rejoiced in. Yes, thought he, that superstition of woman's purity. Quite the contrary, they do not know shame, they lack this sense. He remembered how, quite inexplicably to him, she had refused 2 very good suitors. She had become more and more fascinated by her own success in the round of gaieties she lived in. But this success could not last long. A year passed, then 2, then 3. She was a familiar figure, beautiful, but her first youth had passed, and she had become somehow part of the ballroom furniture. Michael Ivanovich remembered how he had realized that she was on the road to spinsterhood, and desired but one thing for her. He must get her married off as quickly as possible, perhaps not quite so well as might have been arranged earlier, but still a respectable match. But it seemed to him she had behaved with a pride that bordered on insolence. Remembering this, his anger rose more and more fiercely against her. To think of her refusing so many decent men, only to end in this disgrace. "Oh, oh," he groaned again. Then stopping, he lit a cigarette, and tried to think of other things. He would send her money, without ever letting her see him. But memories came again. He remembered, it was not so very long ago, for she was more than 20 then, her beginning a flirtation with a boy of 14. A cadet of the Corps of Pages who had been staying with them in the country. She had driven the boy half crazy, he had wept in his distraction. Then how she had rebuked her father severely, coldly, and even rudely, when, to put an end to this stupid affair, he had sent the boy away. She seemed somehow to consider herself insulted. Since then father and daughter had drifted into undisguised hostility. "I was right," he said to himself. "She is a wicked and shameless woman. And then, as a last ghastly memory, there was the letter from Moscow, in which she wrote that she could not return home. That she was a miserable, abandoned woman, asking only to be forgiven and forgotten. Then the horrid recollection of the scene with his wife came to him. Their surmises and their suspicions, which became a certainty. The calamity had happened in Finland, where they had let her visit her aunt. And the culprit was an insignificant Swede, a student, an empty-headed, worthless creature, and married. All this came back to him now as he paced backwards and forwards on the bedroom carpet, recollecting his former love for her, his pride in her. He recoiled with terror before the incomprehensible fact of her downfall, and he hated her for the agony she was causing him. He remembered the conversation with his sister-in-law, and tried to imagine how he might forgive her. But as soon as the thought of him arose, there surged up in his heart horror, disgust, and wounded pride. He groaned aloud, and tried to think of something else. No, it is impossible. I will hand over the money to Peter to give her monthly. And as for me, I have no longer a daughter. And again a curious feeling overpowered him, a mixture of self-pity at the recollection of his love for her, and of fury against her for causing him this anguish. Chapter 2. During the last year Lisa had without doubt lived through more than in all the preceding 25. Suddenly she had realized the emptiness of her whole life. It rose before her, base and sordid, this life at home and among the rich set in St. Petersburg, this animal existence that never sounded the depths, but only touched the shallows of life. It was well enough for a year or two, or perhaps even 3. But when it went on for 7 or 8 years, with its parties, balls, concerts, and suppers, with its costumes and coiffures to display the charms of the body, with its adorers old and young, all alike seemingly possessed of some unaccountable right to have everything, to laugh at everything, and with its summer months spent in the same way, everything yielding but a superficial pleasure, even music and reading merely touching upon life's problems, but never solving them, all this holding out no promise of change, and losing its charm more and more, she began to despair. She had desperate moods when she longed to die. Her friends directed her thoughts to charity. On the one hand, she saw poverty which was real and repulsive, and a sham poverty even more repulsive and pitiable. On the other, she saw the terrible indifference of the lady patronesses who came in carriages and gowns worth thousands. Life became to her more and more unbearable. She yearned for something real, for life itself, not this playing at living, not this skimming life of its cream. Of real life there was none. The best of her memories was her love for the little cadet Coco. That had been a good, honest, straightforward impulse, and now there was nothing like it. There could not be. She grew more and more depressed, and in this gloomy mood she went to visit an aunt in Finland. The fresh scenery and surroundings, the people strangely different to her own, appealed to her at any rate as a new experience. How and when it all began she could not clearly remember. Her aunt had another guest, a Swede. He talked of his work, his people, the latest Swedish novel. Somehow, she herself did not know how that terrible fascination of glances and smiles began, the meaning of which cannot be put into words. These smiles and glances seemed to reveal to each, not only the soul of the other, but some vital and universal mystery. Every word they spoke was invested by these smiles with a profound and wonderful significance. Music, too, when they were listening together, or when they sang duets, became full of the same deep meaning. So, also, the words in the books they read aloud. Sometimes they would argue, but the moment their eyes met, or a smile flashed between them, the discussion remained far behind. They soared beyond it to some higher plane consecrated to themselves. How it had come about, how and when the devil, who had seized hold of them both, first appeared behind these smiles and glances, she could not say. But, when terror first seized her, the invisible threads that bound them were already so interwoven that she had no power to tear herself free. She could only count on him and on his honor. She hoped that he would not make use of his power, yet all the while she vaguely desired it. Her weakness was the greater, because she had nothing to support her in the struggle. She was weary of society life and she had no affection for her mother. Her father, so she thought, had cast her away from him, and she longed passionately to live and to have done with play. Love, the perfect love of a woman for a man, held the promise of life for her. Her strong, passionate nature, too, was dragging her thither. In the tall, strong figure of this man, with his fair hair and light upturned mustache, under which shone a smile attractive and compelling, she saw the promise of that life for which she longed. And then the smiles and glances, the hope of something so incredibly beautiful, led, as they were bound to lead, to that which she feared but unconsciously awaited. Suddenly all that was beautiful, joyous, spiritual, and full of promise for the future, became animal and sordid, sad and despairing. She looked into his eyes and tried to smile, pretending that she feared nothing, that everything was as it should be, but deep down in her soul she knew it was all over. She understood that she had not found in him what she had sought, that which she had once known in herself and in Coco. She told him that he must write to her father asking her hand in marriage. This he promised to do, but when she met him next he said it was impossible for him to write just then. She saw something vague and furtive in his eyes, and her distrust of him grew. The following day he wrote to her, telling her that he was already married, though his wife had left him long since. That he knew she would despise him for the wrong he had done her, and implored her forgiveness. She made him come to see her. She said she loved him. That she felt herself bound to him forever whether he was married or not, and would never leave him. The next time they met he told her that he and his parents were so poor that he could only offer her the meanest existence. She answered that she needed nothing, and was ready to go with him at once wherever he wished. He endeavored to dissuade her, advising her to wait, and so she waited. But to live on with this secret, with occasional meetings, and merely corresponding with him, all hidden from her family, was agonizing, and she insisted again that he must take her away. At first, when she returned to St. Petersburg, he wrote promising to come, and then letters ceased and she knew no more of him. She tried to lead her old life, but it was impossible. She fell ill, and the efforts of the doctors were unavailing. In her hopelessness she resolved to kill herself. But how was she to do this, so that her death might seem natural? She really desired to take her life, and imagined that she had irrevocably decided on the step. So, obtaining some poison, she poured it into a glass, and in another instant would have drunk it. Had not her sister's little son of 5 at that very moment run in to show her a toy his grandmother had given him. She caressed the child, and, suddenly stopping short, burst into tears. The thought overpowered her that she, too, might have been a mother had he not been married, and this vision of motherhood made her look into her own soul for the first time. She began to think not of what others would say of her, but of her own life. To kill oneself because of what the world might say was easy. But the moment she saw her own life dissociated from the world, to take that life was out of the question. She threw away the poison, and ceased to think of suicide. Then her life within began. It was real life, and despite the torture of it, had the possibility been given her, she would not have turned back from it. She began to pray, but there was no comfort in prayer. And her suffering was less for herself than for her father, whose grief she foresaw and understood. Thus months dragged along, and then something happened which entirely transformed her life. One day, when she was at work upon a quilt, she suddenly experienced a strange sensation. No, it seemed impossible. Motionless she sat with her work in hand. Was it possible that this was it? Forgetting everything, his baseness and deceit, her mother's querulousness, and her father's sorrow, she smiled. She shuddered at the recollection that she was on the point of killing it, together with herself. She now directed all her thoughts to getting away, somewhere where she could bear her child, and become a miserable, pitiful mother, but a mother withal. Somehow she planned and arranged it all, leaving her home and settling in a distant provincial town, where no one could find her, and where she thought she would be far from her people. But, unfortunately, her father's brother received an appointment there, a thing she could not possibly foresee. For 4 months she had been living in the house of a midwife, one Maria Ivanovna. And, on learning that her uncle had come to the town, she was preparing to fly to a still remoter hiding place. Chapter 3. Michael Ivanovich awoke early next morning. He entered his brother's study, and handed him the check, filled in for a sum which he asked him to pay in monthly installments to his daughter. He inquired when the express left for St. Petersburg. The train left at 7 in the evening, giving him time for an early dinner before leaving. He breakfasted with his sister-in-law, who refrained from mentioning the subject which was so painful to him, but only looked at him timidly. And after breakfast he went out for his regular morning walk. Alexandra Dmitrievna followed him into the hall. "Go into the public gardens, Michael, it is very charming there, and quite near to everything," said she, meeting his somber looks with a pathetic glance. Michael Ivanovich followed her advice and went to the public gardens, which were so near to everything, and meditated with annoyance on the stupidity, the obstinacy, and heartlessness of women. "She is not in the very least sorry for me," he thought of his sister-in-law. "She cannot even understand my sorrow. And what of her?" He was thinking of his daughter. "She knows what all this means to me, the torture. What a blow in one's old age. My days will be shortened by it. But I'd rather have it over than endure this agony. And all that pour les beaux yeux d'un chenapan, oh," he moaned, and a wave of hatred and fury arose in him as he thought of what would be said in the town when everyone knew. And no doubt everyone knew already. Such a feeling of rage possessed him that he would have liked to beat it into her head, and make her understand what she had done. These women never understand. "It is quite near everything," suddenly came to his mind, and getting out his notebook, he found her address. Vera Ivanovna Silvestrova, Kukhinskaya Street, Abramov's house. She was living under this name. He left the gardens and called a cab. "Whom do you wish to see, sir?" asked the midwife, Maria Ivanovna, when he stepped on the narrow landing of the steep, stuffy staircase. "Does Madame Silvestrova live here?" "Vera Ivanovna?" "Yes, please come in." "She has gone out. She's gone to the shop round the corner. But she'll be back in a minute." Michael Ivanovich followed the stout figure of Maria Ivanovna into a tiny parlor, and from the next room came the screams of a baby, sounding cross and peevish, which filled him with disgust. They cut him like a knife. Maria Ivanovna apologized, and went into the room, and he could hear her soothing the child. The child became quiet, and she returned. "That is her baby. She'll be back in a minute. You are a friend of hers, I suppose?" "Yes, a friend, but I think I had better come back later on," said Michael Ivanovich, preparing to go. It was too unbearable, this preparation to meet her, and any explanation seemed impossible. He had just turned to leave, when he heard quick, light steps on the stairs, and he recognized Lisa's voice. "Maria Ivanovna, has he been crying while I've been gone?" "I was." Then she saw her father. The parcel she was carrying fell from her hands. "Father!" she cried, and stopped in the doorway, white and trembling. He remained motionless, staring at her. She had grown so thin. Her eyes were larger, her nose sharper, her hands worn and bony. He neither knew what to do, nor what to say. He forgot all his grief about his dishonor. He only felt sorrow, infinite sorrow for her thinness, and for her miserable rough clothing. And most of all, for her pitiful face and imploring eyes. "Father, forgive," she said, moving towards him. "Forgive me," he murmured. And he began to sob like a child, kissing her face and hands, and wetting them with his tears. In his pity for her he understood himself. And when he saw himself as he was, he realized how he had wronged her, how guilty he had been in his pride, in his coldness, even in his anger towards her. He was glad that it was he who was guilty, and that he had nothing to forgive, but that he himself needed forgiveness. She took him to her tiny room, and told him how she lived. But she did not show him the child, nor did she mention the past, knowing how painful it would be to him. He told her that she must live differently. "Yes. If I could only live in the country," said she. "We will talk it over," he said. Suddenly the child began to wail and to scream. She opened her eyes very wide. And, not taking them from her father's face, remained hesitating and motionless. "Well, I suppose you must feed him," said Michael Ivanovich, and frowned with the obvious effort. She got up, and suddenly the wild idea seized her to show him whom she loved so deeply, the thing she now loved best of all in the world. But first she looked at her father's face. Would he be angry or not? His face revealed no anger, only suffering. "Yes, go, go," said he, "God bless you." "Yes. I'll come again tomorrow, and we will decide. Goodbye, my darling, goodbye." Again he found it hard to swallow the lump in his throat. When Michael Ivanovich returned to his brother's house, Alexandra Dmitrievna immediately rushed to him. "Well? Well?" "Nothing." "Have you seen?" she asked, guessing from his expression that something had happened. "Yes," he answered shortly, and began to cry. "I'm getting old and stupid," said he, mastering his emotion. "No, you are growing wise, very wise.